Witches' Secrets, Book 2 in the Vampires and Wine series, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Chapter 1. An early evening mist sat lightly upon Lighthouse Bay, bathing the cliff tops in pale blue. It imparted an eerie feel to the landscape, and I wondered if the ghosts from the shipwrecks below where I stood were roaming freely. I imagined them now, their long pale dresses in tatters as they floated above the ebbing tide. I shook myself and came back to reality. No one had been murdered for a week. With that thought, I turned around and stepped straight into a solid object. Lucas O'Callaghan steadied my shoulders. I flinched at his touch, not because I found him repellent, rather because I found him too attractive for my own good. I squinted at him, a handsome man in soft focus, the mist swirling into arabesques around him. "Did I startle you, Valkyrie?" "Pepper, please," I said automatically, struggling to keep my voice steady. I knew he had used my legal name simply to irritate me. I snatched my hands from his chest and looked past him at his companion. "Allow me to introduce Lila Sanders," he said, releasing his grip. "Lila Sanders, this is Valkyrie Jasper." I frowned and shook the elegantly offered hand. "My name's Pepper," I said hastily. "Only my aunts call me Valkyrie." The woman eyed me speculatively. "Your aunts have sent me to fetch you for dinner," Lucas continued in the same mocking tone. "They suggested I show Lila the view." I know what view she wants to see, I thought cattily, watching the way Lila ogled him. Aloud I said, "It's normally a beautiful view from here. Sometimes you can see whales, and sometimes dolphins." I waved my hand expansively past the nearby lighthouse perched high on the rocky headland, a small lighthouse as such structures go, to the pristine white beaches either side. I knew why the woman was here. She was a journalist working for East Coastal Life, a glossy magazine which declared itself to be a popular lifestyle publication. The magazine was doing a spread on Lighthouse Bay, and Lila had booked one of the cottages for the week. My aunts had allocated her a cottage next to Lucas's. A sudden gust of wind pushed me forward, and I all but landed on Lucas once more. "Enjoy yourselves," I said, doing my best not to sound jealous, and I headed downhill in the direction of Mugwort Manor. I inhaled the salt air as I walked, enjoying the feel of the sand between my toes and the dampness of the fog on my skin. The sudden arrival of butterflies in my stomach disturbed me, a sure sign that something was about to happen. When I crested a sand dune and came to the start of the pathway to the cottages, I put my sandals back on. It was only then that I risked a glance over my shoulder, but Lucas and the woman were nowhere to be seen. Still, the mist was heavy now. I took one more long, deep breath of salt air to steady myself and strode out purposefully. Although I had newly moved into the assistant lighthouse keeper's cottage, my aunts wanted me to join them for dinner at Mugwort Manor every night. I enjoyed spending time with my eccentric aunts, even more so now I had my own space. I was grateful for the opportunity to become a partner in their bed and breakfast business, which did not, in fact, offer breakfast. Go figure. I walked past my cottage, smiling as I did so, on past the newly rented cottage, grimacing as I thought of the hideous theme that I had not yet addressed. Still, I had only been here a short time, and there was so much work to be done, not the least of which was toning down the aunt's peculiar decorating schemes. As I walked past the Williamses' cottage, my right eye twitched. This was an unreliable indicator that something was terribly amiss. Unreliable in the sense that it did not warn me on every occasion. I expected Paul and Linda had another of their nasty arguments. I picked up the pace, only too aware that my aunts did not like to be kept waiting for dinner. I had just reached the edge of the vegetable garden when Linda Williams emerged from the haze, heading for her cottage. I had not liked Linda when we had first met, but had warmed to her. Her husband, Paul, was a rather obnoxious man, a taxidermist by trade and a sexist control freak by nature. From what I had seen, he was overbearing and controlling. I noticed Linda was carrying an overnight bag. I wondered why, but considered it would be tactless to comment on it. "Hi, Linda," I said when she drew near, dismayed to see her face was red and puffy. It was clear she had been crying. She didn't seem to have had much sleep either, judging by the dark circles under her eyes. "Are you all right?" I said, before I realized it might not be the most tactful thing to say. Since I had moved into my cottage, I had heard loud arguments on several occasions. She nodded and clutched her bag. I stood there awkwardly for a moment, not knowing what to say. "Well, I'd better be going," I said finally. "My aunts get thingy if I'm late for dinner. I'll be in my cottage later, so feel free to pop in for a glass of wine if you feel like a chat." Linda mumbled her thanks and then left. I stared after her for a moment. Something was clearly wrong. Her impossibly white face had turned even paler, as if she had been drained of blood. I shrugged and turned back to the manor. The back door of Mugwort Manor opened onto the vast kitchen. Sometimes the aunts had dinner in the dining room, but sometimes in the kitchen. Tonight, it was in the kitchen. "Sorry I'm late," I said, but Aunt Agnes waved a hand at me in dismissal. So sharply did she make the movement that her red bat-wing glasses fell to the end of her long, pointed nose. "You're just in time, Valkyrie." "Pepper." I didn't know if there was any point trying to get my aunts to call me Pepper. Instead, they insisted on my legal name, the bane of my existence. I sat at the table and took the offered goblet of witch's brew. The gold rim had barely touched my lips when an ear-splitting scream pierced the air. The aunts leapt to their feet and were at the back door in a blink of an eye. I was only marginally behind them. As I peered around Aunt Maud's ample frame, I saw Linda running out of her cottage, waving her arms wildly in the air. My aunts moved, more slowly this time, but I sprinted past them. Linda ran to meet me, still gesturing wildly. I grabbed her flailing arms and held them to her sides. "What's happened?" "Paul! It's Paul! He's dead!" Chapter 2. It all happened at once. I pulled my phone from my jeans pocket and called emergency while hurrying into the cottage. The aunts followed me, but Linda stayed outside. When I reached the living room, Paul was sprawled on the floor, a grotesque sight in a weirdly themed jungle cottage, observed by a painted zebra and a lion. Through the potted cycad palm plant draped over him, I could see he was deceased. There was no blood, just a victim on an otherwise pristine floor of bleached wood. My first thought was that he had not been shot or stabbed, and my second thought was that this was the second murder at Mugwort Manor in a short space of time. Lucas pressed past me. I had not even seen him arrive. "This is a crime scene," he said, pushing between two tall yucca plants in fluoro-green pots. "You should all leave." "You'll need to leave too," I pointed out, irritated that he had taken charge of the situation. In response, he made a shooing motion with his hand, but then fell in behind us as we made our way back out the door, waiting for the police to arrive. Aunt Dorothy did her best to comfort Linda. "Why don't we all go to the manor and wait for the police?" she said. Linda looked as though she might faint. She was trembling violently, but followed Dorothy without question. We, as a group, had only taken 5 or so steps when a police car screamed to a halt, and hard on its heels was an ambulance. 2 uniformed officers I had not met jumped out of the car. Lucas once more took charge. "The body's in the cottage," he said. "Do you suspect suspicious circumstances?" the more muscular police officer asked. "Well, we don't know," Aunt Agnes said. "That's why we called you. Aren't we supposed to call you when someone suddenly drops dead?" Linda burst into tears at her words. "Police are only called to the scene of a death if suspicious circumstances are suspected," he said. "Normally, a doctor calls us if necessary." "Then you had better speak to the paramedics," Lucas said, gesturing to the man and the woman who were halfway to the cottage door. The two officers nodded and followed the paramedics into the cottage. "Did your husband have a history of heart trouble or anything like that?" Aunt Agnes asked Linda. Linda shook her head and burst into a fresh bout of wailing. "What if he was murdered?" Lila said, clutching Lucas's arm and edging ever closer to him. "I'm so terrified." It was all I could do not to roll my eyes. Someone had just died, and this woman was using it as an opportunity to seduce Lucas. Perhaps she didn't need an excuse. For all I knew, they might already be lovers. I shook my head. There were more important things to worry about, namely, a dead guest. The police and the paramedics took ages to emerge. That, and the fact my right eye was twitching violently, gave me reason to think Paul had been murdered. This was no simple heart attack. We all stood around awkwardly until the police walked from the building. The more muscular officer, I had already forgotten his name, took out a notepad and pen. "We're going to treat this death as suspicious for now, but when the detectives arrive in town, they'll question each one of you." "So it was murder, then?" Aunt Agnes asked. The officer did not respond. "Miss Jasper, could you please tell me where you were after 6 last evening?" "My sisters and our niece Valkyrie were having dinner," she said, "and after dinner we all went to the living room, where we chatted for some time and watched old episodes of Gilmore Girls with the cat." He turned to me. "Do you live with your aunts?" I pointed to the assistant lighthouse keeper's cottage nearby. "I live there, but I had dinner with my aunts and watched several episodes of Gilmore Girls with them. I suppose I went home about 9, I said, guessing that would be his next question. "Did you see anyone on your way to your cottage?" I shook my head. "Not a soul. It was a much heavier mist last night. I did notice the lights on at the cottage." The officer turned his attention to Linda, as if realizing for the first time that she was the wife of the deceased. "I'm sorry for your loss, Mrs. Williams," he said, his voice entirely devoid of compassion. "When did you last see your husband, and what were your movements last night?" His pen hovered over his notepad expectantly. "I stayed in the Wayfarers Motel in town," she said, wringing her hands nervously. "And why was that?" "My husband and I had an argument." Her expression was stricken. "I stayed in the motel overnight, and I only found him when I came back, just now." "I saw Linda arrive back here," I said. "I was on my way to have dinner with my aunts when I saw Linda arrive. We heard her screaming soon after, so we went to investigate." He turned to Linda. "Did anyone see you at the motel?" "Actually, I did have dinner in the motel's restaurant, so all the staff would have seen me. Plus, I ran into an old customer of my husband's, Jack Murphy. I didn't have dinner with him, though. I just chatted for a while with him and his wife. They're holidaying here. Then I went to my room, but I didn't order room service or anything, so I don't think anyone saw me after that. I suppose someone last saw me around 10 at night." The officer nodded. "And you, Mr. Lucas O'Callaghan, am currently staying in the cottage there." He gestured in the direction of his cottage, now enshrouded by mist. "And what were your whereabouts last evening, sir?" "I was doing some paperwork after dinner, so I was home all night." The cop's pen stopped. "Alone?" Lucas hesitated, but then said, "Yes." "And nobody can vouch for that?" Again, the hesitation. "No." The officer looked at Lila. "And you are?" "Lila Sanders. I've just now arrived in town to do a feature story on Lighthouse Bay. I'm staying in the cottage next to Mr. O'Callaghan's." The cop nodded and turned his attention to the rest of us. "Did any of you see anyone who wasn't a guest after 6 at this establishment any time between last evening and midday today?" We all shook our heads. "All right, then. That will be all for now. I'll ask all of you to stay around the vicinity so the detectives can interview you. Mrs. Williams, I'm afraid your cottage is a crime scene, so you'll have to make other arrangements for accommodation for the next few days. Is there anyone we can call for you?" Linda shook her head and dabbed her eyes. Aunt Maud put her arms around her shoulders. "Come with us for dinner." "I'm not hungry," Linda wailed. "No matter, you're coming with us," Aunt Maud said firmly, locking her arm through Linda's. I made to follow my aunts back to the manor so we could discuss what had happened, but Lucas caught my arm. "Maybe you should stay with your aunts until the murderer is discovered," he said in little more than a whisper. "I'm worried about your safety." I noticed that Lila's face had turned bright red at our close encounter. I nodded to him and hurried to catch up with my aunts. When we arrived at the house, Aunt Dorothy took Linda to the living room, along with a bottle of wine and 2 goblets. "Let's all sit down and discuss this," Aunt Agnes said as soon as Linda was out of earshot. She opened a bottle of witch's brew and poured it into goblets. I took a gulp. Witch's brew provided the specific vitamins and minerals that vampires needed. Witch's brew was made by the Ambrosia Winery, a winery Lucas had recently inherited from his witch-vampire uncle. Lucas was renting one of the cottages while he was in town, and I had no idea how long he would continue to do so. I myself was still coming to terms with being a vampire, but I was relieved to know that vampires were born that way rather than being made, or so my aunts had told me. I still wasn't sure if I believed them. I was more convinced that there was no such thing as bloodlust. That was just as well, because I had rather a weak stomach, and I generally fainted at the sight of blood. The witch's brew also enhanced our powers, but the only power I knew I had to date was being able to move fast. I still wasn't able to do that at will. Oh, and I could see in the dark. The aunts told me that my powers would kick in the more I drank the witch's brew. "Motive?" Aunt Agnes said loudly. "If his wife did it," Aunt Maud said, "then the motive's obvious. We all saw how he treated her, and we all heard the screaming arguments they had, though surely she could have just got a divorce." "It's not as easy as it sounds," I said wearily. "One can't simply snap their fingers and get a divorce. Perhaps they had a prenup. Who knows? Do we know anyone else with a motive? What about Lila Sanders?" "I know you don't like her because she's an old friend of Lucas O'Callaghan's," Aunt Agnes said. I sat upright. "What? She's an old friend?" I wasn't prepared for the wave of jealousy that hit me. "Yes, she said so," Aunt Agnes said, seemingly oblivious to my discomfort. "That should help her write a nice story about our business, shouldn't it?" I bit my lip. Not unless she likes living in a King Arthur-themed cottage, I thought. "It could be Lucas himself," Aunt Maud said. "Maybe he found out that Paul Williams was working against him." "What nonsense, Maud," Aunt Agnes said waspishly. "How could Paul possibly work against him? We need some sensible discussion, please." I sighed, not wanting them to bicker as they usually did. "Let's look at opportunity then," I said in an attempt to change the subject. "Wasn't the cleaning lady over at the cottage yesterday afternoon?" Agnes nodded and then shook her head. "Yes, but she wouldn't have done it. We've used her for years." "And wasn't the lawnmower man there too?" I said, trying to remember exactly who I had seen the previous day. "Yes, he was, but they left early afternoon, well before 6. Anyway, why would the cleaning lady or the lawnmower man want to kill Paul?" Aunt Maud said, her eyes wide. "Well, that's the first thing that would have to be looked at," I said. Plus the time of death hasn't been established yet. For all we know, it could have been much earlier. The cops fixated on 6 in the afternoon because that would have been the paramedics' best guess at the earliest time of death. The first thing the detectives will look at, I continued, is whether any of the people who had opportunity actually knew the man. Aunt Agnes set down her goblet hard. Great idea, Valkyrie. Get a pen and paper and we'll make a list. A list? I echoed. I was just speculating. The detectives will have it all sorted. I don't think you understand, dear, Agnes said. This is the second murder that has occurred in a short space of time at Mugwort Manor. But surely you can't think the 2 murders are related, I said in disbelief. Do you think shifters are at it again? Something is afoot, Agnes said. You mark my words. It is very rare to have a murder in this town, and now there have been 2 in quick succession. There must be a common denominator. Maud tapped her chin. On the other hand, it could just be the energies. She fixed me with a look. Lucas O'Callaghan has recently taken over the running of the Ambrosia Winery. That impacts us all. Valkyrie has just returned and has gone into business with us. Such things shake up the energies in town. I'm afraid I don't understand, I said, a comment I had made a lot lately. Energies attract things to them, Maud said, kind of like a vortex. Try to picture it like energy swirling, sucking other things into it. I was puzzled. But me coming here was a good thing, surely. Are you saying that Lucas is evil or his inheriting of the winery is somehow bad? Both shook their heads. No, Agnes said. Energy is neither good nor bad. Energy does not discriminate. Energy can become bad when it rushes, and that energy we can make good by slowing it down. That's why in feng shui it's best not to have a house at the end of a road, because the energy will speed there in a straight line at that house. I was still at a loss and said so Agnes continued. It's just that profound events, whether good or bad, will attract other events to them. I think I understand. How do you think he was killed, Valkyrie? Maud asked me. Well, he sure wasn't shot or stabbed, I said. Quite so. Maud nodded. So the police saw something that made them suspect murder. And the paramedics probably saw something and told the police, I pointed out. What? Poison? That seems the most likely, Maud said. Agnes agreed. Valkyrie, I think you should move back to Mugwort Manor until we know what happened to Paul Williams. Absolutely not, I said. I'm quite sure I'll be safe in my cottage. It's not as if there's a serial killer. Aunt Dorothy marched into the room. We don't know that yet. We'll only know that if more people are killed. Serial killers always start with one person. Thanks for the cheerful remark, I said. Dorothy smiled. I suggested Linda stay here, and she's agreed. Great, she can have my old room, I said hopefully. Dorothy narrowed her eyes. I'll take her a plate of food and wait with her. I don't think she should be left alone. We stopped talking about the murder while everyone turned their attention to serving the food. When Aunt Dorothy left the room with 2 plates of food on a large tray, the talk once more turned to the murder. Do you think Linda did it? I asked the aunts. We should just come straight out and ask her, Aunt Agnes said. Obviously she won't confess, Maud said, which set them off into a rather loud round of bickering. I certainly hoped Linda couldn't hear them. At least they seemed to have lost all interest in insisting I stay at Mugwort Manor. I was greatly relieved about that. I had grown quite fond of my cottage, and it had taken me no time at all to remove the castle theme. I had simply painted over the pictures of turrets, flags, and princesses. Sure, the kitchen was dated, but not so bad that I couldn't live with it. After dinner, I made my way back to my cottage. I was a little afraid to walk there at night after a recent murder, but I knew I had lightning-fast speed. Although I didn't yet know how to control it, I was confident it would save me if it came to that. I could see in the dark quite well, even with the mist, so I didn't need to turn on my iPhone's built-in torch. As I walked quietly to my cottage, I saw someone ahead of me. I froze on the spot. With my vampire night vision, I at once identified the form as that of Lila Sanders. She was sneaking along slowly, heading straight for Lucas's cottage. She didn't notice when I passed her, partly because it was so dark that she couldn't see much in front of her face, and the wind no doubt obscured any sound of my sandaled feet on the sand. When I reached my cottage, I risked a glance back, only to see her hand raised to knock. I slipped inside my front door, tension gnawing away at my stomach. Chapter 3. I awoke at 7 after a particularly bad night's sleep. I hadn't been able to sleep much at all and had tossed and turned. I had been scared after all. I had made sure my window was bolted, and I'd pulled my heavy dresser across my door. This was beginning to be quite a habit. It was the early hours of the night before I had managed to get to sleep. Normally, if I woke up in the night, I would make a cup of hot chocolate and work on the website. After all, I hadn't made much progress on it to date. Still, with a murder that had happened only meters away from where I was now lying, there was no way I was going to leave my secured room until the cold light of day. I was groggy and suffering from a somewhat sick feeling when I woke up, and I staggered to push the large chest away from my door with one thing in mind: coffee. Of course, I had done my best not to think of what Lucas and Lila had been up to in the night. I drank 1 cup of coffee so I would feel human again, and then made a second one which I could enjoy. I booted up my laptop and thought I might as well get straight to work. I had nothing better to do, and I needed to keep my mind occupied. My office was in the enclosed porch of the cottage and afforded a good view of the walkway from the manor to the beach, and, if I craned my neck, of the other cottages. The black cat scratched on my door, so I opened it for her. A flash of movement to my left caught my eye. It was Lila, clad in the scantiest bikini possible. She was coming from her own cottage, but then again I assumed she had gone home to change. I wondered why Lucas wasn't going to the beach with her. It was about 9 when I heard a car. I was eating Vegemite toast, with the cat purring loudly near my feet. I looked out the window and saw a large silver Ford come to a stop outside Lila's cottage. This had to be the detectives. She wasn't there, of course, so they duly moved on to Lucas's. I kept watching and saw them go inside. I heaved a sigh of relief. That meant Lucas was inside and not on the beach with the scantily clad Lila Sanders. I shook my head to clear it. No matter, it seemed they had spent the night together. And what did I care? I turned back to the website and tapped away at the keys viciously. It was quite a while before the car continued on to my cottage. I was surprised they hadn't walked the short distance. I had been expecting Detectives Banks and Anderson, but these were 2 men I had never seen. I walked over to the front door and opened it, waiting for them to walk up the pathway. They flashed their badges and introduced themselves as Detectives Mason and Oakes. I showed them into the tiny living room. They wasted no time making themselves comfortable on my blue and white striped couch. As requested, I supplied them with my name, address, and age, all of which Mason wrote in his notepad. "And did you give Mrs. Williams a voucher to stay here for free for a further fortnight?" It came out as an accusation, or maybe that was just my paranoid mindset. Yes, I did. I gave one to Mr. O'Callaghan, too. That was because a man was murdered at the manor, so I thought I should give them a voucher for extra time here. I knew Mr. O'Callaghan would accept it because he has a business here, but I didn't actually expect the Williamses to stay longer. "And what was your relationship with Mr. Williams?" I was taken aback. Well, I didn't have one. I mean, I've moved here as a partner in the bed and breakfast, and Mr. Williams was a guest. I didn't have much to do with him. And his wife? He quirked an eyebrow. Yes, I've had more to do with her, I said. And the previous murder was the only reason you gave them a voucher? Yes, of course. What other possible reason would there be? I thought it good business practice. I knew my tone was defensive, but I was beginning to feel like a suspect rather than a witness. The other detective spoke for the first time. And you didn't hear anything the night in question? You didn't see any vehicles parked outside? I shook my head. I had dinner with my aunts, like I told the uniformed officers, and left there about 9. I came straight to my cottage and worked on the bed and breakfast's website for a couple of hours, and then I fell asleep watching TV. Did you notice if Mr. Williams had any guests? I shook my head again. No, I didn't see anything like that. His lights were on, but the lights on both the rented cottages were on when I walked to the cottage after dinner. It was a heavy fog. And when did Mrs. Sanders arrive? Yesterday morning, I said. All that information is recorded with the bookings. My aunts gave those details to the uniformed officers. Quite so. Detective Mason set down his pen. Is there anything else you can think of that could help us in this investigation? Was Mr. Williams murdered? I asked him. We are treating it as suspicious for the moment, Detective Oakes said. With that, both men stood up. That will be all for now. Please make yourself available for questioning later. Oakes's manner was abrupt. I showed them to the door. What did that mean? Weren't they sure whether or not it was murder? I suppose they had to wait for the forensics tests to come back. Surely they didn't think it was suicide. I went back to the laptop and tried to write an enticing description for the homepage of the bed and breakfast's website, but I came up blank. Out of the blue, a rare moment of self-pity engulfed me. I bit back the tears and decided to go to the manor. I locked the door and walked to my gate, the tears flowing freely now. My sunglasses were dark, but I couldn't arrive at the manor in this state, given that I could hardly wear sunglasses in the kitchen. I forced myself to take deep breaths. The detective's questioning had unnerved me. It was more probing, accusatory even, than the previous questioning over the last murder. And that was it, too, the last murder. Had I made a mistake in coming to Lighthouse Bay? I had expected a quiet, sleepy town and contented family time with my aunts. Instead, I had got vampires, shifters, and murder. And then there was Lucas. Don't go there, I silently warned myself. And here he was now, walking my way, no doubt off to the beach for a rendezvous with Lila Sanders. I nodded and made to go past him, but he stepped in front of me. Trying to avoid me? I looked up, surprised. What do you mean? I came to speak to you, and you walked straight past me. I looked up at him, taking in his fresh scent, as if he had just showered with sandalwood, amber, and cinnamon soap. I wondered if vampires had enhanced powers to detect scents. I thought you were going to the beach. He gestured to himself. Dressed like this? I looked him up and down. Yes, he was overdressed for the beach. I'm on my way to the winery, and I wanted to check if you were all right. Me? I squeaked. You've been crying. My hand automatically went to my sunglasses. Surely he couldn't see through the dark-tinted lenses, so I expected tears had run down my face. I'm just overwrought. You know, murders, lack of sleep. He observed me for a moment. I'll walk you to the manor. I assume that's where you were going. I nodded and fell in beside him. Was the questioning rough? Not too bad, I said. It's just that they seem, well, I don't know how to explain it, but they were kind of passive-aggressive. We had reached the back wall of the manor. Take care, Pepper. With that, he was gone. I opened the back door to see the aunts and Linda all sitting at the kitchen table. Some colour had returned to Linda's face. Are you okay? Aunt Agnes asked me before I had even removed my glasses. I nodded and then shook my head. I didn't sleep well. Linda, how are you feeling? She set down her mug of steaming coffee. I'm doing okay. Your aunts have been awfully kind. Aunt Maud reached across to pat her hand. This is a terrible time for you. Linda's eyes flickered, and then she looked up. To be honest, I couldn't stand my husband. I had wanted out of this marriage for a long time. I didn't want him to die, of course. Her voice broke as she said it, but she pushed on. I hated him. He was so cruel to me. I don't mean physical abuse or anything, but he yelled at me and said I was stupid all the time. Why didn't you divorce him? Aunt Maud asked her. Linda sipped her coffee before answering. I'm not trained for anything. I used to have an online store, but Paul made me shut it when we married. It would take money to restart it, and he was going to make sure I didn't have a cent. We weren't able to have children, so I'm all alone. Plus, I had threatened to divorce him many times, but he always said he'd make sure he'd ruin me financially. I didn't know what to do. I don't have any skills. I thought I was stuck with him, but with him gone, I'll be free. I'll inherit everything. Aunt Agnes tut-tutted. Whatever you do, dear, don't say that to the police. They'll have you pegged as the murderer for sure. I expected Linda to be shocked by her words, but she simply nodded. I poured myself some coffee. Have the police questioned you all yet? They all nodded. They were here early, which I thought quite rude, Aunt Agnes said. I was expecting them last night. I bit my lip. They questioned me too, just then, after questioning Lucas. I saw Lila Sanders go down to the beach earlier, so I don't know if they've questioned her yet. Did you get the impression they weren't sure whether or not he was murdered? Aunt Agnes asked me. Yes, I was just about to say that. I asked them if they were sure it was a murder, and they didn't give me a straight answer. I expect they have to wait for the forensics tests or something. They questioned me at length about Paul's eating habits. Linda's hand trembled, but she pushed on. They asked if he was a good cook. I told them he never cooked for himself, but they didn't seem to believe me, because then they asked if he'd ever had food poisoning before from his own cooking. Aunt Agnes tapped her chin. Curiouser and curiouser. My toast popped, so I took it to the table and slathered Vegemite on it. Poison. Sorry, Linda, if it upsets you, but it had to be poison. And in something he ate, rather than by injection or skin contact, hence the cooking questions, Aunt Agnes said thoughtfully. But what? Dorothy frowned. And who? And why? Maud added. Chapter 4. It's obvious. They took samples of food from the cottage, Maud said. That surely does mean his food was poisoned. Aunt Agnes shook her head in dismissal. If the victim even looked halfway like he had been poisoned, then that would be standard procedure, I'm sure. It certainly does tie in with the police asking about Paul's cooking. I shot a look at Linda's face. Sorry if this upsets you, Linda. We can talk about something else. It's fine, Linda said. Her face was impassive. I had no idea what was going on beneath the surface. I told you I hated him. I lived in misery. He was an absolute monster of a man. While I didn't wish him dead, I can't say I'm sorry that he is. In fact, I feel like celebrating. Please keep that attitude from the police, Maud said, reaching over to pat Linda's hand once more. I wondered why the aunts seemed so sure Linda wasn't the culprit. She certainly had the motive, and she had the opportunity. Staying in the motel that night seemed an excellent way to secure an alibi. It was all too convenient. Perhaps she had even initiated the argument so she could go to the motel. She dined in the motel's restaurant so everyone would see her, and then went to her room. She could have easily slipped out, come back to the cottage, and murdered her husband. While it was a long walk from here to the motel, she looked fit, and I had seen her jogging on occasion. I was making my second piece of toast when the doorbell rang. The aunts looked at each other expectantly. "I'll go," I said. As I walked through the foyer, I skirted the place where the previous body had fallen through the skylight. This was getting to be murder central now. I opened the door to see the two detectives standing there. My stomach clenched, and an unreasonable wave of guilt flooded over me. "Is Mrs. Linda Williams here?" Detective Oakes said by way of greeting. "Yes." I held the door open for him. They stepped inside the foyer, looking grim. I shut the door behind them. "Follow me." I once more skirted the place where the body had fallen and walked into the kitchen, the detectives hard on my heels. Linda paused when she saw them, the piece of toast halfway to her mouth. "Mrs. Williams, would you accompany us back to the police station?" His voice was stern. Linda was visibly shocked. "Am I under arrest?" "Not at this point. We want you to help us with our inquiries." Aunt Agnes pushed her chair back and stood up. "Does she need a lawyer?" Oakes's eyes narrowed. "Mrs. Williams is certainly entitled to a lawyer." I didn't like the way this was going. "Would you like me to go with you?" Linda shook her head. "No, I'll be okay. Thanks so much for everything." She turned back to the police. "I'll just get my handbag. It's upstairs." When the three of them left the room, Dorothy poked her head around the door. It seemed like ages before we heard the front door shut, but it was probably only a few minutes. "Don't say anything yet," Dorothy said in a stage whisper. "I'll make sure they're gone." Dorothy soon returned. "The coast is clear." "Do you think she did it?" were the first words out of my mouth. "She certainly had good cause," Agnes said. "Her husband was a most unpleasant man." "But that doesn't mean she did it," I pointed out. I didn't think I was going to get much sense out of my aunts. "Lila Sanders is coming over soon to interview us," Aunt Agnes said. This was news to me. "Do you want me to be here?" I asked, hoping the answer would be negative. "Yes, of course." She looked at her watch. "In fact, she'll be here presently. We should all go to the living room. Make sure she sits on the striped chair." "Why is that?" I asked her. "Isn't it obvious?" Aunt Agnes said with a hint of disapproval in her voice. I grit my teeth. If it was obvious, I wouldn't have asked. For some reason, the other two aunts thought my remark particularly funny. "Because we have a compulsion spell all over that chair, and a sweetness spell, too," Aunt Agnes said. "We need her to write good things about the bed and breakfast, so we put calamus root and licorice root, as well as sugar for sweetness, under the chair." "And we have bend-over oil rubbed into the wooden sections of the chair," Aunt Maud added. "That will bend her to our will to ensure she writes about us favourably." Aunt Agnes opened a cupboard door with a flourish. "And we did this as an extra precaution." I peeked inside the cupboard. It was dark in there, but with my vampire sight I could see a jar with a honey label. Aunt Agnes pulled the large jar of honey from the cupboard and placed it on the table in front of me. "See, we've done a honey jar for Lila Sanders." I looked at the honey jar. It was a big plastic jar of honey with a yellow lid, the sort commonly found at any supermarket. On the top, there was a piece of paper on which Lila Sanders' name was written. It was surrounded by sugar and gold glitter. "The gold is for attracting money to us," Agnes explained. "But you know that, Valkyrie." Aunt Agnes put the honey jar back in the cupboard. "I must say, even with our spells in place, I'm still quite nervous about this woman," she added. The doorbell rang once more. Agnes consulted her watch. "That must be her, and she's 5 minutes early. All of you quick to the living room. Try to act normal." I bit back a smile. We followed Aunt Agnes out of the room, diverting to the living room through the French doors as she walked to greet the guest, or guests. I sure hoped it wasn't the police back to take one of us away. Presently, Aunt Agnes showed a perfectly groomed Lila Sanders into the room. Her expensive French perfume preceded her into the room in a cloud of rose and jasmine. I was sure it was Chanel Grand Extrait. My last boss used to wear it. and one small bottle was worth more than my paycheck for a month. I fancied that her lips curled into a gesture of distaste when she saw me, but I couldn't be certain. As Aunt Agnes indicated Lila should sit on the spelled chair, I took the opportunity to study the woman. She was tall, slender, with pale blonde hair tied severely at the nape of her neck. Her cream suit was tight-fitting, her shirt neckline plunging. She wore a heavy string of pearls which looked somewhat out of place with the rest of her contemporary outfit. Her earrings were huge and appeared to be diamonds. If they were real, they would have cost a fortune. I wondered if another business had given them to her as a bribe for painting them in a favorable light. Her makeup was impeccable and her skin glowing. She obviously had regular facials. I made a mental note to book myself in for one. "May I record this?" Lila asked, placing a little recording device on the coffee table in front of her and switching it on before anyone had a chance to speak. "Yes, of course," Aunt Agnes said. The questions at first were tedious. How long had Mugwort Manor been in the family? Did the aunts enjoy living there? What services did they offer? But then the questions turned to the last murder. I was alarmed at that, given that hers was supposed to be a lifestyle magazine. I hurried to point that out. "Isn't East Coast Living a glossy lifestyle magazine?" I asked Lila. "You won't write about the murder, surely?" Lila turned her gaze to me. There was something, malice perhaps, in her eyes. "And what is your name again?" she asked me with obvious disdain. "Pepper Jasper," I said hurriedly before the aunts could get a word in. "Yes, the niece." She scribbled furiously on her notepad. "Your aunts tell me that you're a new partner in the business." I nodded. "Qualifications?" she barked. The word came out as an accusation rather than a question. I hesitated. I had absolutely no qualifications and was wondering how I could answer her question. "Valkyrie has a degree in classical literature," Aunt Dorothy said proudly. Lila looked around the room. "Valkyrie?" "Yes, Valkyrie, chooser of the slain, who shall enter Valhalla," Maud said primly. Again the nasty look. "Didn't you say your name was Pepper?" she sniggered. I rubbed my temples. "Yes, my name is Pepper, but my aunts like to call me Valkyrie." "Valkyrie is what's on her birth certificate," Aunt Agnes said triumphantly, ignoring my warning look. "So, Valkyrie," Lila said with scorn dripping off every syllable, "you have no qualifications to be a partner in a bed and breakfast business." I sat there, dumbstruck. I couldn't think of a single thing to say. Lila scribbled away on her notepad. Obviously there wasn't enough sugar, calamus root, licorice root, or bend-over oil in the world to make the woman like me. "So you've come here from Sydney?" Lila asked. At least that was one question I could answer. "Yes." "No boyfriend?" I narrowed my eyes. "No." I couldn't see what that had to do with anything, but I didn't want to infuriate her further by asking. Was this about Lucas? The aunts said Lila was an old friend of Lucas's. Perhaps she had a mad crush on him, so much so that she saw all other women as potential threats. After all, I had seen for myself the way women threw themselves at Lucas. I couldn't think of another reason why she should have that attitude towards me. "Do you think the murders will have a negative impact on your business?" She addressed her question this time to Aunt Agnes. Aunt Agnes's eyes flickered, but she remained composed. "No, it's unusual to have any murders in Lighthouse Bay, and these two are clearly unrelated. The first one wasn't a guest." "But it was to do with a guest. Lucas O'Callaghan, wasn't it?" Lila asked, her lips in a tight line. "Was it?" Aunt Agnes said, a picture of innocence. "When you get to my age, dear, you won't remember things as well as you used to." She plastered an innocent, somewhat vacant look on her face, and the other two aunts nodded. "What about you?" Lila said, turning to me. You must remember all the details of the case. I shook my head. I don't know if you know, but the murderer kidnapped me. I received a blow to the head, and the doctors told me I had selective amnesia. I can't remember anything much about it before or after. It was only a week ago, Lila said, clearly impatient. I shrugged. Yes, the doctors said I'll have memory problems for a few more weeks now. I smiled sweetly at her, wondering whether anyone would believe the outrageous lie I had just invented on the spot. Lila's eyes narrowed. She was silent for a moment, obviously wondering whether or not to believe me. That will be all for now, she said, standing up. I'll question you all again at a later time. She tottered over to the door on her impossibly high heels, and I hurried past her to open it for her. That didn't go well, Aunt Agnes said upon my return. We'll need to increase the sugar. She seems to have taken a dislike to you, Valkyrie, Aunt Maud said. I think she has a crush on Lucas, I pointed out. She probably regards any woman around his age as a threat to her relentless pursuit of him. The aunts smiled and exchanged glances. What is it? I asked. Methinks she isn't the only one who is jealous, dear, Agnes said. There was no point arguing. Instead, I changed the subject. How long before the police will get the forensics tests back, do you think? The aunts took the bait at once. They should have a good idea of what happened to him by the end of the day, surely, after the post-mortem, Aunt Agnes said. Valkyrie said forensics tests, not post-mortem, Maud said with obvious irritation. I meant both, I hurried to add, hoping to make peace. Forensics tests can take weeks to come back, Aunt Dorothy said. We can't have Linda staying here for free if the police tell her not to leave town. I only gave her a voucher for another week, I said, and that runs out in a few days. The landline in the foyer drowned out our conversation. Aunt Agnes hurried to answer it. Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud argued about whether I'd meant to say post-mortem instead of forensics tests, while I sat back in my chair, staring at the ornate ceiling rose above me and wondering why someone had painted the rose in pastel shades of blue and green. It's Linda, Agnes announced upon her return to the room. The police think she killed her husband. Chapter 5. I left Aunt Agnes's little blue Mazda outside the police station and went in search of Linda. I found her easily enough. She was standing in the door to the waiting room. Let's get out of here, she said, taking my arm and all but dragging me out of the building. Were they horrible to you? I asked. Linda stopped in her forward charge. You could say that. Worse still, although they drove me here, they said I had to wait for an officer to take me back. I was sitting there for 15 minutes before I gave up and called your aunts. Thanks so much for coming to collect me. I really appreciate it. No worries. We were standing on the street and the sun was already hot. I took in Linda's face, her puffy cheeks and her red eyes. Why don't we get some coffee? Linda looked doubtful. Don't you have to get back to work? I shook my head. I work most nights as it is. If I take an hour or so off now, it won't make any difference. I'll just make it up later. Linda's face lit up. Great, thanks. That will take my mind off it. We turned and walked along the street in the direction of the water. Any particular coffee shop you like? I asked Linda. She shook her head, so we kept walking. When we were close to the water, I stopped. What about this one? Linda agreed. On second thoughts, why don't we get coffee and take it down to the water? I agreed. We could sit under that tree over there. Linda followed my gaze. I'll run ahead and grab the spot. See, those people are heading for it. She opened her handbag, but I put out my hand. I'll get it. You can run and grab that seat. What are you drinking? And would you like anything to eat? She shook her head. I feel sick to the stomach. I don't think I could eat anything, but just a black coffee, please. Regular. I nodded, and then watched as she hurried off to the seat, heading off the couple heading in that direction. That woman sure had some speed. I liked the little coffee shop as soon as I entered. It was open, with bifold doors pushed all the way back and fans going, although the sea breeze wafted nicely through the place, leaving fans unnecessary. The guy who took my order was awfully attractive. His face, that is, as he was stick-thin. His legs were like matchsticks. I thought of Lucas and his more muscular frame. I looked up to see the man had spoken. "Sorry, what did you say?" "I asked if you wanted large or regular." "Sorry, both regular, please." "So far, I only have one regular black. Is there another?" I felt like an idiot. "Yes, the other one is an almond decaf latte." "Decaf?" He almost spat the word. "I've had several coffees already today," I explained apologetically, "and if I have one more—" I let my voice trail away. The guy smiled at me and then set about making the coffees. "Thanks," Linda said when I handed her the coffee. "What sort of tree are we sitting under?" I sat next to her and looked upwards at the feathered fronds. "No idea. It looks like some sort of spreading palm tree." Linda sipped her coffee and then put her sunglasses back on. "I had a feeling something was going to happen," she said. "I've been feeling it for about a week. You know, I can't believe it. That Paul's dead." "I'm sorry," I mumbled. "I hated him," she said. "But like I keep saying, I didn't want him dead. I did want him out of my life. And to be honest, I often thought it would be good if he dropped dead. But now that it's happened, I don't know what to think." "You're in shock." She nodded. "Do you think I did it?" "To be quite truthful, I don't have a clue," I said. "But I'm sure you didn't murder him." Linda looked at me for a moment and then looked away. "Thanks. I don't know what I'm going to do with my life now. I don't even remember how to withdraw money from an ATM machine. Paul did everything for me, managed the finances, decided what we would do every day. You name it, he did it. He was such a control freak that he wouldn't allow me to do anything. He was very traditional." "Traditional?" I said before I could stop myself. To my relief, Linda laughed briefly. "Yes, he called it traditional, but I called it many things, none of which can be repeated." "And you thought you couldn't get out of there?" Linda shook her head. "No, I couldn't. He had relatives and I didn't." She tapped herself on the chin. "All his relatives hated me, but I haven't even told them he's dead." "Seriously, Linda, I'll call people if you want me to." Relief broke out all over her face. "Would you? I might take you up on that, but only if I chicken out. I'll try to go through with it. It's going to be even worse if they think I killed him. They're kind of like religious freaks." I was intrigued. "What religion is it?" Linda shifted uneasily in her seat. "Oh, it's just an old one. Well, it's not a religion as such. Just a tight-knit family." I could tell there was more to it, but I equally knew she didn't want to enlighten me further. Just then, an angry seagull landed in front of us and looked at us. "She wants food," I said to Linda. To the seagull, I said, "I'm sorry, we're just drinking coffee." The seagull flew away in disgust. "I suppose they're used to people feeding them," Linda said. I watched as a whole flock of seagulls landed in front of a mother with some children. It was lovely sitting out on the grass under the shady tree and watching the people go by. This was an inlet quite close to the beach, but there was no surf here. People were standing in line for the whale-watching boats and wildlife tour boats nearby. "Isn't that the woman from the cottage?" Linda asked, breaking my concentration. "Where?" "Off over to that side." I looked over to the side, and sure enough, there was Lila Sanders walking along the waterfront. She was wearing a tight-fitting sarong and a tiny bikini top, along with a wide-brimmed straw hat. "You did well to recognize her from that distance," I said to Linda. "It was the outfit," she explained. "I saw her in that outfit earlier." "I wonder if she's the murderer," I said absently. What motive could she have? Linda asked me. Plus, she arrived at the cottage after the murder, as you know. She arrived at the cottage at that time, I pointed out. But who knows what time she arrived in Lighthouse Bay? For all we know, she could have spent the night in her car. There's just something about her I don't like. Me either, but that doesn't mean she's the murderer. Any idea who it could be? I asked her. Linda shook her head. The police asked me that over and over again. I mean, no one liked Paul, and he was rude to most of his customers. He didn't get any repeat work, but then again, I don't suppose many taxidermists do. I saw him yell at customers many a time. Take that man, Jack Murphy, you know, the one I said I saw in the restaurant that night. He and his wife Megan were having dinner, so I didn't want to disturb them. He really hated Paul. Why? She sipped her coffee before answering. Jack was a spotlighter. A spotlighter? I mean, I've heard of them, of course, and I know they drive utes with big spotlights on top of them, but what exactly do they do? I'm a city girl. Linda hurried to explain. They drive around at dark and shine the spotlights on kangaroos and shoot them. This guy had pig dogs, though. He hunted feral pigs out in the bush. Not in Lighthouse Bay. I was terrified. Feral pigs were the stuff of nightmares, according to a documentary I had seen the previous month. They looked nothing like normal pigs. The males had tusks, could grow to a massive size, and could be highly aggressive. I knew they ate lambs, and sometimes newborn calves, or full-grown sheep if desperate for food, as well as the usual plant matter. Linda shook her head. No, Jack and Megan are just holidaying here. Anyway, most pig hunters really dote on their dogs. They put armor on their dogs and everything. I do hope that poor dog wasn't killed by a feral pig, I asked in horror. No, old age, Linda said. Anyway, he was Jack Murphy's favourite pig dog, and Jack was heartbroken. He left a deposit, and when he came to pay, he thought Paul had got his dog mixed up. I mean, he was an all-black pig dog, a bull Arab. It was his dog all right, but they looked different after they're stuffed. I was there. Jack didn't speak angrily at all. He simply asked Paul if he'd got the dogs mixed up. Paul threw his stuffed dog across the room. Gosh, I never knew such things went on in the world of taxidermy. I raised my eyebrows. I'm sure they don't. Not normally, Linda said. Anyway, the man left without paying, and then Paul threw that poor man's dog in the garbage. I'm surprised Jack Murphy was civil to you in the restaurant, I said. Linda shook her head. I think he realized that Paul and I didn't get on. Paul was screaming at me when Jack arrived that day. If everyone murdered someone who was rude to them, there wouldn't be many people left in the world, I said. Exactly. I just can't think of anyone who it could be. Anyone who could have killed Paul. Linda took off her sunglasses and dabbed at her eyes once more. Perhaps if I can manage to get a good sleep, something will come to me. Paul was rude to so many customers, so I suppose you could say they all had a motive. And then, of course, I had a motive. I can see why the police think it was me, but it wasn't. She burst into tears once more. I awkwardly patted her on the back. I think a victim's spouse is always the first suspect police look at, I said, not stopping to think that might not be the most encouraging thing to say. But then they move on to other suspects after that. Linda nodded and slurped her coffee noisily. I expect she was trying not to cry. I looked back in the direction of Lila Sanders, and my heart stopped. She was speaking to Lucas. His back was to me, so I watched. After a while, he stepped away from her and headed in our general direction. I looked away. Linda, there's Lucas O'Callaghan. I wonder if he's the murderer, she said. I was taken aback. Why would you say that? I asked her. Linda took off her sunglasses once more and looked me in the eye. Lucas had a terrible argument with Paul the morning before Paul was murdered. I sat bolt upright. What about? Linda shook her head. I don't know. I wondered if she did know, because she looked away from me as she spoke. I debated calling her on it, but she continued before I had a chance to speak. Paul was in a worse mood than usual after that for the rest of the day. That's why I left and went to the motel for the night. Something occurred to me. Did this sort of thing happen often? I mean, after you had a really bad fight, did you leave and stay in a motel overnight? Linda nodded. I didn't do it often because I had to spend the housekeeping money Paul allowed me to have, and that always made him really angry. Did you tell the police that? Linda nodded. That might be better for you, I said thoughtfully. If it was the only time you've been to a motel and then Paul died the next day, that mightn't look so good for you. But if it was a regular thing, then I think that will make you look more innocent. I am innocent. Yes, of course, but... I was interrupted. Good morning, ladies. I gasped. I hadn't noticed Lucas approach. I assumed he would continue along the path near the water's edge. Sorry to startle you, he said in a tone that made it clear that he didn't really mean it. I'm on my way to the police station. They just called me in to give another statement. He looked at Linda as he said it, and I wondered if he was referring to her telling the police about his argument with Paul. It seemed to me that something passed between them, some wave of hostility. Lucas nodded to us and continued on his way. A knot of uneasiness grew in the pit of my stomach. Had Lucas killed Paul Williams? I had no idea of the motive, but surely he had one, given that he'd had an argument with Paul hours before his death. I thought it prudent not to voice that to Linda, so continued to sip my coffee and stare out across the water. I don't like that man, Linda said. She said it with such feeling that I wondered if he'd been rude to her. Why? I asked. She shook her head. I just don't like him. I started when a bright green sarong flashed across my vision. It was Lila Sanders, and she was headed in the direction Lucas had just gone. Was she following him? It sure looked that way. And if she was following him, was it simply because she had a crush, or was she really some sort of investigative journalist after all? Chapter 6. Linda was even more upset after seeing Lucas. I wondered if there was more to it, but I expected he had given her one of the "don't throw yourself at me" lectures he had given me. That would undoubtedly offend her. It had certainly offended me. I don't think I can drink any more of this coffee, Linda said. Would you mind taking me back to the manor, please, Pepper? Sure. Your aunts are so kind to let me stay at the manor while the cottage is a crime scene, she said. I nodded. I'm sure they'll let you stay at the manor as long as you like. No doubt you don't want to go back to the same cottage. Linda shrugged. I haven't really thought about it. It's all too much to take in for the moment. You'll think I'm terrible, but I'm just glad he's gone. He made my life a misery. I unlocked the car with the remote, and then my phone rang. I jumped in the car and fished it out of my bag. Aunt Agnes's name was on the screen. Hello? Valkyrie, come home quick. Something's happened. I caught my breath. Another murder? No, nothing like that. The police have been here again. Hurry home and I'll tell you all about it. She hung up. I turned to Linda. Did you hear all that? Yes, I did. Sorry. I waved her apology away. No, I was going to tell you what she said if you hadn't heard. I hope nothing bad's happened. I looked down to see Linda's knuckles were white. So do I. I don't have a good feeling about this. It was a tense drive back to the manor. Linda and I hurried to the front door, but before I could ring the bell, Aunt Agnes flung the door open. She looked past us at the road and then gestured wildly. Hurry inside. We have news. I followed Aunt Agnes into the kitchen, where the aunts were all gathered, drinking witch's brew. Would you like a glass of wine, Linda? Aunt Agnes asked. No, thanks. Not right now. Aunt Agnes smiled and filled a goblet for me. I thought there was something in the look she gave Linda. but it passed so quickly that I couldn't get a handle on it. "What did you find out? What is this all about?" I asked them, hoping they would come to the point quickly. "Police officers were here with other people, and they took samples from the house." I was puzzled. "But they did that yesterday morning." "The garbage," Aunt Dorothy announced dramatically. "They took samples of the garbage." "They took all the garbage," Agnes said. "But interestingly, they took some potato peels out first and bagged them separately." "I'm not sure where this is all going," I said, punctuated by a sip of witch's brew. "Let's have an early lunch," Agnes said happily. The aunts thought that food was the answer to everything. "I've made a nice salad." She crossed to the huge refrigerator and pulled out several glass bowls topped with wrap. She ripped off the wrap and set the bowls along the table at intervals. Aunt Maud placed several baskets of crusty rolls along the table, while Aunt Dorothy fetched margarine from the fridge and Vegemite from the cupboard. "We can eat while we talk," Agnes said. "Could you start from the beginning?" I asked as I spread my bread roll. I shot a look at Linda, but she seemed just as confused as I was. "Well, we were snooping, truth be told," Aunt Dorothy said. "We saw the police come. They didn't even call in to ask permission, did they, Maud?" Aunt Maud tut-tutted. "No, they didn't. What bad manners they have." "Anyway, we were out in the vegetable garden when the police arrived, so we sneaked around to see what they were doing." "Didn't they object to you watching them?" Linda asked. Agnes shook her head. "No, they didn't even notice us. No one notices old ladies." The other two aunts nodded and kept knitting. "And what did you say?" I prompted her. "They came out with bags of all the vegetables in the cottage. I don't just mean small samples, I mean all the vegetables. Then they spent ages carefully looking through the garbage, and they bagged all the potato peels. Then they took all the garbage with them, too." "They think he was murdered by vegetables," I said. "This doesn't make any sense." Aunt Agnes shook her finger at me. "Young people these days, they don't seem to have any common knowledge. What did they teach you at university, Valkyrie?" I shrugged. "Ancient dead dudes like Aeschylus, Euripides, Aristophanes, Horace, Cicero, Sophocles, Socrates. Need I go on?" "No," the aunts said in unison. "Okay, are you telling me that someone can be murdered with vegetables?" I wondered if the aunts had lost their minds. "Potato peels, Valkyrie, think," Aunt Agnes said, her voice thick with disapproval. "What do you know about potato peels?" My mind was blank, and I said so. The aunts exchanged glances. I looked at Linda for help, but she shrugged. Aunt Agnes sighed and stared at me over her bifocals. "What do you know about green potatoes, Valkyrie?" It dawned on me. "Oh, green potatoes? Yes, green potatoes are poisonous. You're not supposed to eat potatoes with sprouting eyes on them or potatoes that are green when you peel them." Aunt Agnes tapped the table. "Exactly. What if Paul was killed with green potato peels?" "But surely that's not possible," I said. "How on earth could he eat enough to kill him?" "We didn't even have any potatoes in the house," Linda said. "Are you sure?" Agnes asked her. "Did Paul like potatoes? What time did you leave the house after the argument? Could he have gone to the shops after you left and bought some?" Linda bit her lip and stared off into the distance. "I arrived at the motel early afternoon, so that would have given him plenty of time to buy potatoes. And Paul did like potatoes. It was one of his favorite foods, only he never cooked." "I think you're forgetting something," I said to Aunt Agnes. "The police think it's murder. Even if Paul did buy and cook green potatoes for dinner, then the police would think it was an accidental death. They wouldn't suspect murder. To me, that means he consumed huge quantities." "So Paul didn't cook, Linda?" Agnes asked her. "No, never. He hated cooking," Linda said. "I'm sure he would never cook for himself. He'd starve first." I remembered the crime scene. "When I saw Paul's body, The kitchen was an absolute mess. Someone had been cooking. It couldn't have been Paul, Linda said. He would never cook, and he was compulsive about cleaning. I had to clean up after him and keep everything spotless. Even then, he imagined there was a mess and would get very angry with me. Perhaps you should tell the police that, Aunt Maud said gently. This could be quite important. You say there were no potatoes in the house, and you say he never did any cooking. We all clearly saw the police take potato peels from the garbage. You haven't eaten potatoes since you've been here. Linda shook her head. No, we ordered takeaway every night. And Valkyrie saw the kitchen in a mess, Aunt Dorothy said. That's hardly the point, is it, Dorothy? Aunt Agnes said snappily. Paul didn't cook for himself. There were no potatoes in the house. The police took potato peels from the garbage. People can die from eating green potatoes. But we don't know that green potatoes killed Paul, Aunt Maud said. Do you have a better idea? Agnes asked. Linda set down her fork. It does make sense. The doorbell rang shrilly and constantly. Agnes struggled to her feet. I'll get it. The rest of us were left in silence, not knowing who was at the door, but Agnes presently returned with the two detectives. Can we have a word, Mrs. Williams? Detective Oakes asked. Another one, Linda said in a horrified voice. You gave me the 3rd degree all morning. The detectives were unmoved. We won't take up as much of your time on this occasion, Oakes said. Ladies, may we use your living room? Help yourself, gentlemen, Aunt Agnes said. Linda got to her feet warily and followed the officers from the room. I looked at the aunts expectantly, but they were all looking quite smug and staying silent. They were not known for their silence, so I said in a firm tone, What are you all up to? Why, we're not up to anything, dear, Aunt Maud said, but Agnes shushed her. Valkyrie's no fool, Maud. Maud's face flushed red. I didn't say she was, she snapped. Agnes waved her hand at her. Let's all go and listen in. I thought that not a good idea at all. I could imagine the police opening the door and all of us falling into the room. Can't we wait for Linda to tell us what they said? Agnes shook her head vehemently. We can't trust that woman to tell the truth, of course. I was shocked. I thought you liked her. Of course we like her, Dorothy said, shooting a sharp look at Agnes. It's just better to hear something for oneself, rather than hear it from someone else. How will we hear through those solid doors? I asked them. Aunt Agnes sighed loudly as if I had said something rather silly. Obviously we won't be able to hear through the doors, she said. We're going into the listening room. The listening room? I wondered if I had heard correctly, but the aunts were already on their feet. Follow us, Aunt Agnes said, rather unnecessarily. I followed them to what I had always thought was a solid wall of wood panelling. Aunt Agnes reached behind an old oil painting, and to my shock the door slid open, revealing a dark cavity. Aunt Agnes put her finger to her lips and beckoned me inside. Within seconds I was cheek to cheek in a cramped space with the aunts. Agnes must have done something else, because the panels closed behind us. The air was stale and musty, and I fought a brief moment of panic. What if the panels didn't open and someone found us there centuries later? Sometimes it didn't pay to have an overactive imagination. I was surprised that I could hear the conversation in the room clearly, and what was more, Agnes pulled a latch aside, and we could see into the room. I recalled the gilt mirror in the room and realized it was a one-way mirror. So you are sure there weren't any potatoes in the cottage? Detective Oakes asked Linda. Aunt Maud elbowed Agnes in the ribs. I told you so, she whispered. Aunt Agnes signalled her to be quiet. Linda once more denied having potatoes in the house. She could be lying about that, Agnes whispered to us. If she did cook up a brew of green potatoes for her husband, then of course she'd deny having them in the house. But do you really think she killed him? I asked her. "I'm in two minds about it, to be honest," Aunt Agnes whispered. "She seems legit, but you can never trust her." Her voice faltered. "Never trust a what?" I asked. Agnes hesitated. "An unhappy wife." It seemed to me that Aunt Agnes was lying. I was certain she had not intended to say an unhappy wife. But what had she intended to say? You can't trust a... what? "Would you agree that your husband's death was convenient for you?" Detective Mason said. Linda wrung her hands. "Yes, it was, but we went through this at the police station earlier." "No one can confirm that you were at the motel all night," Detective Oakes added. "They're harassing her," I whispered. Aunt Agnes shook her head. "They're just doing their job." Chapter 7. By dinner time that night, I had a crashing headache. I took 2 Nurofen, washed down by a goblet of witch's brew. I thought about excusing myself from dinner, but I knew that would only make the aunts worry. I had spent the afternoon working on the website and had managed to get it into some kind of order. I also Googled ways to kill someone with green potatoes, and I Googled Lila Sanders. Nothing pointed to her being a homicidal maniac. She was single now, but had dated a model, an actor, a footballer, and a billionaire. I had changed the website to a paid site and had paid for a proper domain name. The reviews so far on the current site had mainly been bad, so I hoped that Linda would leave a good one. I chuckled as I imagined what she would say. "The Jasper family were very kind to me after my husband was murdered in one of the cottages." I shook my head. There had been 2 murders in the space of a week at the bed and breakfast. If the press got hold of that, I'm sure no one else would have made a reservation. I hoped Lila wouldn't sell the story to a sensationalist magazine. Still, there was nothing I could do about that. All I could do was make sure the website was good, the service was good, and the cottages looked attractive. There was no point in worrying about something over which I had no control. The trouble is, that was just the kind of thing I always did worry about. Aunt Dorothy took one look at me. "You don't look too well, Valkyrie." I had to agree. I think I was staring at the screen too long. "Have you been hunched over that computer all afternoon?" Aunt Agnes asked me, concern evident in her voice. I had to admit that I had been. Aunt Agnes shoved a full goblet of witch's brew in front of me. "Drink this quickly. Linda will be here at any moment." The aunts had impressed on me at length not to drink too much witch's brew in front of other people. Werewolves, shifters in general that is, and other vampires would be suspicious that we were vampires. The aunts stressed to me the importance of keeping that entirely confidential. They hadn't yet explained why, and every time I asked them, they clammed up about it. For a moment, I even wondered if the aunts had murdered Paul Williams. Then I dismissed the notion as fanciful. "Now, Valkyrie, put the witch's brew in that bottle there. We told Linda that it's a sports drink. She doesn't like sports drinks, so we can pretend we're drinking it instead of witch's brew. The thing is, it's now chilled, but we don't see any other option." Aunt Agnes urged me to finish my goblet, and then she snatched it from me and replaced it with a tall glass of the witch's brew wine, masquerading as a sports drink. "Here you are now, Linda," Aunt Agnes said loudly, clearly wanting the rest of us to know Linda had arrived, even though we could hardly avoid noticing her. My heart went out to her. She was still impossibly pale, and her eyes were red-rimmed. "How are you doing this evening, Linda?" She shook her head. "This potato thing is really doing my head in. I don't know why the police are so fixated on it. I'm sure they think I'm lying. I'm sure they think I fed Paul green potatoes." "We've already been over this," Aunt Agnes said, although not unkindly. "Valkyrie Googled it and found out it would take a huge quantity of green potatoes to kill someone. Surely the police don't think you cooked him green potatoes and killed him by mistake, and you're trying to cover it up. No, it had to be more than that. It had to be murder. Linda shook her head again. Yes, but I'm sure they think I somehow peeled enough green potatoes to kill him and tried to make it look like an accident. I just get the vibe that they think I did it. I took a sip from the glass. Chilled witch's brew wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. I think they're like that to everyone. When they questioned me, I was certain they thought I was the murderer. You pay them no mind, dear, Aunt Maud said. Now, eat a hearty dinner and everything will seem much better. There's nothing like a big meal to put everything into perspective. What would you like to drink, Linda? You don't like sports drink, do you? Would you like some lemonade? Soon Linda was drinking lemonade, and the rest of us were drinking witch's brew disguised as sports drink and tucking into a huge meal. The aunts had provided a big steak for Linda. I just picked at my vegetables, not feeling up to facing other food. The headache was starting to subside, but it was still throbbing and felt like someone had tightened a rope across my forehead. The sick feeling in my stomach was still there, but only just. I reached out to rub my neck, at once realizing that was the source of my headache. Typing for too long had given me a horribly sore neck, which in turn had invariably led to a headache. At least the headache was on its way out, and a hot bath should help as well. I did some Googling after I last spoke to you at lunch today, I told them. I found out that green potatoes have a substance called solanine. It's highly poisonous, but it doesn't usually kill people. It can make them quite sick, though, and there were lots of cases listed on the net about people who became so sick after eating green potatoes that they even had convulsions. It's also often misdiagnosed. Did it say how much was needed to kill someone? Aunt Agnes asked me. Yes, it said 6 milligrams per kilogram, I said. Aunt Agnes took off her glasses and polished them on her dress. With many substances, 6 milligrams is a little over a teaspoon. And to make it easier, let's say Paul weighed 100 kilograms. She raised her eyebrows at Linda, who shrugged. I suppose he was around that weight. That means he needed 600 milligrams of solanine to kill him. Is that right? Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud both hesitated for a moment and then nodded. So that was just over 100 teaspoons of the stuff? I asked them. Yes, I'd say so, Aunt Agnes said. The first thing that pops to mind is hash browns. I've seen a recipe where people shave potatoes and then press the shavings together. If someone used only the shavings of the green part, he might eat enough hash browns to do him in. I shot a glance at Linda, but she didn't look the least distressed by the conversation. Oh, what about potato soup? Aunt Maud asked. If someone chopped up enough green potatoes and put them in some soup, that might do the job. But wouldn't boiling kill the substance solanine? Did you check that, Valkyrie? Aunt Dorothy said. From what I read on the net, boiling wouldn't have much effect on it, so conceivably someone could have given him soup, I said. Wouldn't it taste strange? Aunt Agnes asked me. I read one report of someone who said that green potatoes taste a little bitter, but I'm sure that could be disguised by flavorings such as herbs, spices, anything really, even cream, I said, taking another sip of my drink. But it must have been someone he knew, Linda pointed out. I mean, someone wouldn't just knock on his door and say, here's some potato soup or some hash browns for you. Or what if he ordered a takeaway meal from a local restaurant? I shook my head. This has to be a deliberate attempt to murder him, Linda. I don't think there could be enough green potatoes in any takeaway meal to kill him. Probably only enough to make him sick. Someone has deliberately gathered enough green potatoes and given them to him. Everyone had finished their meal, so Aunt Agnes cleared the table. I helped her. I presently returned to the table at Aunt Agnes's request, while she set about serving everyone rhubarb pie. But that brings us back to the question of who would do such a thing, Aunt Agnes said as soon as she sat down. Silence fell over the table as everyone tucked into the rhubarb pie. "It's very strange," Aunt Maud said, breaking the silence. "Obviously it was someone Paul knew. If it wasn't any of us, that could only mean it was Lucas O'Callaghan or someone we haven't considered so far." "What about Lila Sanders?" I asked her. "What if she turned up and said that she knew he'd had a fight with you, Linda, and offered to cook him dinner?" Aunt Agnes shook her head. "She hadn't arrived in town at that point." "She hadn't booked in here," I said, "but that doesn't mean she wasn't in town. Perhaps we should check all the motels and accommodation places in town for that night. Or maybe she even slept in her car, just so she could do the deed." "But what motive could she possibly have?" Aunt Maud asked me. "Now, Maud, we're focusing on opportunity and not on motive at the moment," Aunt Agnes said waspishly. Aunt Maud was clearly affronted. "Why didn't you say so? I didn't hear you say it. Did you hear her say it, Dorothy?" Dorothy averted her eyes and stared at her spoon. "One thing is obvious," Linda said. "It had to be someone who knew Paul. I don't know if Paul knew Lila Sanders. For all I know, she could have been one of his customers, but there's just no way of knowing." She put her head in her hands and sighed. "It's not much to go on, is it? For all I know, it was someone I'd never even met." I swallowed my mouthful of rhubarb pie before answering. "The odds are that it was someone you knew. After all, someone knew Paul well enough to want to kill him, so it stands to reason that you had at least met the person." Linda held up her hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I'm all out of options now, I'm afraid." "I still don't like you staying in a cottage by yourself with everything that's happened," Aunt Agnes said to me. I had hoped that the aunts had given up trying to make me stay at the manor. "I'll be fine," I said. I didn't tell them that I pushed the heavy chest over my bedroom door the previous night. Still, I was probably just as safe in the cottage as I was in the manor. "It seems like someone went to a lot of trouble to kill Paul, so it's not like the murderer would come after random people," I added. Something occurred to me just as I said that. "I just thought of something obvious." Everyone looked at me. "He was murdered with green potato peels." "But we know that," Linda said, puzzled. "Don't you see?" I said excitedly. "If someone knew Paul was here, say, a week ago, that would give them time to go and get a decent poison, like arsenic or cyanide or something really useful." "But I'm sure those things are awfully hard to get," Aunt Agnes protested. I shook my head. "No matter. My point is, someone improvised with poisons. You know, just like someone who is caught without their weapons and has to improvise with anything to hand. What I am trying to say is that someone must have suddenly found out Paul was here and poisoned him with whatever they could find. If they had time to plan it, they would have used a more standard poison, surely." Aunt Agnes looked over her bifocals at me. "So, Valkyrie, are you saying that this was an opportunistic murder? That it wasn't planned, at least not too far in advance, that Paul was murdered by someone who had just discovered he was in town?" I nodded. "Exactly. Someone who came across Paul and didn't have much time to find a suitable poison, so made do with green potato peels. Perhaps the murderer had some at home, or perhaps they bought them. Isn't it potato planting season now?" The aunts nodded. "So lots of people could have sprouting potatoes ready to plant. They're supposed to be full of solanine. Also, the leaves are full of it too, so it could be someone who grows potatoes at home." "But anyone can go into any old local hardware store and buy rat poison," Linda said, frowning. "That's true." I tapped my chin for a moment, thinking. Perhaps the murderer didn't have any rat poison lying around at home, so then, if they went to a hardware store and bought it and killed Paul that way, the police would be onto them in a flash. "What you're saying makes sense, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said, "but it seems a bit of a stretch. I'll have to think on it some more." I was on a roll. "But don't you see? This narrows it down. It means the murderer is someone who doesn't have rat poison at home and either grows potatoes or bought some just before Paul was killed, and it's someone who only just found out Paul was here." I looked around the table. Clearly, no one shared my excitement, but I was sure I was onto something. "Think over what I said, will you?" They said they would, but their expressions were less than convincing. I said my goodbyes. Despite the aunt's protests that I shouldn't go to the cottage alone in the dark, I decided to walk back alone. Chapter 8. The moon was full and the sky was clear. My vampire sight meant I could scout around widely. If I saw anyone, I was sure my vampire speed would get me out of there before they could get too close to me. I saw with relief that the lights were on in both Lila's cottage and Lucas's cottage. That meant they were not together at the moment. I was also relieved that neither of them had cancelled their bookings after the murder. I unlocked the door and let myself in, then immediately locked the door behind me. I went through the cottage, turning on every light. Although I could see quite well in the dark, it afforded me some measure of comfort to have the lights turned on. I searched under my bed, in the wardrobe, and in every nook and crevice, but I was all alone. I sat on the couch and flipped through channels. There wasn't much on. I considered watching Netflix, but then my thoughts turned to my troubles. I had thought it was going to be problematic becoming a partner in the bed and breakfast business, given the archaic booking system, the appalling website, my aunt's lack of people skills, and the outrageous themes in the cottages, without the murders. And then there was Paul's murder. Once again, I was sure the aunts were keeping something from me. Why would they? Could they have possibly murdered him? I really wouldn't put anything past the aunts. Was he a rival vampire, or was there no such thing as rival vampires? I had given the matter considerable thought lately. I figured if there were such things as vampires and shifters, which I now knew that there were, then surely there would have to be some sort of hierarchy. Surely there would have to be some sort of governing body that would prevent normal people from discovering vampires and shifters. After all, the public at large was entirely convinced that vampires and shifters were mythical, so someone or something was doing a good job of hiding their existence. Tallis Sparks had been killed by a shifter, and he couldn't have been the first one in the history of the world. There had to be other deaths by shifters and deaths by vampires, although my aunts had done their best to convince me that vampires didn't have bloodlust. I had to admit I had not the slightest desire to drink blood. The very thought of it turned my stomach. My only feeding lust was for coffee, ice cream, and chocolate. Still, it made sense that some sort of committee, for want of a better word, had to be in charge of keeping the presence of shifters and vampires from the general community. The headache was now diminishing, so I lay back on the couch and thought I would rest my eyes for a second before finding something good to watch on Netflix. The next thing I knew, I was lying in a dark field. I could feel the grass under me, but my vampire sight wasn't working. I looked at the sky. The clouds were blood red, as was the moon. What was happening to me? Had someone poisoned me, too? I tried to sit up, but someone pushed me back down and tipped a bucket of green potato peels over me. "Eat these!" the disembodied voice screeched. "Help!" I screamed at the top of my lungs. "Help!" Hands reached for my throat, hands with long, bony fingers. One hand closed around my throat, and the other hand pushed green potato peels into my mouth. I tried to spit them out and kept screaming for help. Surely my aunts would hear me. The next thing I knew, the creature had me by the shoulders and was shaking me. "Let me go! Let me go!" I screamed. "Help!" The creature shook me harder. "Pepper! Pepper, it's me!" I opened my eyes and saw Lucas standing over me. "Don't make me eat any more green potato peels," I said weakly. "You had a dream," Lucas said. "Pepper, you were dreaming. It's me, Lucas." I looked at him in shock and then looked around the room. I rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of what had happened. I was dreaming. I said, more to myself than to Lucas. Yes, and it's a wonder your aunts didn't hear you, Lucas said. You were screaming the place down. I take it you had a nightmare. I nodded, only too aware that his hands were still on my shoulders. But it seemed so real. To my embarrassment, I burst into tears. I suppose the stress of the last few days was taking its toll. Lucas sat next to me and pulled me to him. I sobbed into his chest. I could feel his heart through his thin shirt, beating furiously. I absently wondered if my tears were staining his shirt. Nightmares do seem real. That's why they're so scary, Lucas said calmly, stroking my hair. I sank into him, enjoying his arms around me, despite the electric current running through me at his close proximity. What was it about? He said. I shuddered, and his arm tightened. I was outside somewhere, and there was a monster and a blood-red moon, and the monster was making me eat green potato peels. I laughed almost hysterically when I said it. That doesn't sound scary when I repeat it, I said into his shirt. It doesn't sound too good, actually, he said, but I don't understand about the green potato peels. Much to my disappointment, he held me away from him and stood up. Can I get you a glass of water? Yes, please, I said, wondering if he was going to give me another lecture about throwing myself at him. Haven't you heard about the green potato peels? As soon as I said it, I realized that of course he didn't know. I only knew as my aunts had been snooping. I might have put my foot in it by telling him, but I had to give him an explanation now. The police came around today and took more samples from Paul's cottage. I thought they did that when we discovered the body. I shook my head. This time they took everything, and I mean everything. Every fruit and vegetable in the house. They also took away all the garbage, and the aunts saw them bag all the potato peels separately. What's interesting is that Linda is absolutely sure that there were no potatoes in the house. I googled it, and green potato peels produce a substance called solanine, which is fatal if consumed in large amounts. You're quite the detective, aren't you? Lucas said, his eyes glittering. I caught my breath. What if Lucas was, in fact, the murderer? He didn't seem surprised by the mention of the green potato peels. Then something occurred to me. How did you get in? I locked the door. Lucas handed me a glass of water. It was unlocked when I got here. Pepper, you should make sure you lock it with what's going on. Should you stay with your aunts for a while? Just until the police find the murderer. I shook my head. I'd rather stay here. I was certain I had locked the door. I know I was tired, but I remembered locking it. Could I have been mistaken? And if I wasn't, then how did Lucas get in? Before I could think on it further, there was a knock on the door. I'll get it, just in case, Lucas said, motioning for me to stay still. I assumed it was the aunts, but there in my doorway stood Lila Sanders. I heard screaming, she said. What's going on here? I was at once dismayed. Was something going on between them? Lila was acting as if she had caught her lover in another woman's house. What are you doing out in the dark, Lila? Lucas said. Didn't I tell you not to leave the cottage after dark? Lila ignored him. Was that you screaming, Pepper? I nodded. I had a nightmare. She crossed the room and took Lucas by the arm. Oh, well, it looks like you're all right now. Lucas, since you're so concerned about me being out after dark, will you walk me home? Lucas sighed loudly, and Lila frowned by way of response. Inwardly, I smiled. It seemed he did not want to walk her home, unless, of course, he was putting on an act for my benefit. Could they be in it together? Pepper, please give me your phone. I pulled my phone from my jeans pocket and handed it to him without thinking. He did something to it and handed it back to me. I've put myself in your phone as a contact. If anything else happens, don't hesitate to call me. Now, please follow us out and make sure you lock your door this time. Lila shot me a look that could kill. I wondered if she had his number too. Perhaps not, given her reaction. The two of them walked out the door, with Lila edging ever closer to Lucas. I didn't know if it was my imagination or just wishful thinking, but I thought Lucas edged away from her. Chapter 9. I shut the door behind them and then locked it. I was certain I had locked it before, but if so, how had Lucas entered the cottage? The door wasn't forced. It looked completely normal. Perhaps I was so tired I had just thought I had locked it. With that in mind, I tested the door by trying to pull it open. It remained shut. I turned off the light and the TV, and then walked to the kitchen to pour myself a glass of witch's brew. I took it back to the couch. I sipped the wine and tried to make sense of what had happened. Butterflies fluttered furiously in my stomach, a warning that something was about to happen. Was it a mistake, staying in the cottage? Should I have gone back to stay in a room at Mugwort Manor? My stomach growled, so I went back to the kitchen in search of a snack. I found some rice crackers, so I figured they'd have to do. I really did need to do some decent food shopping. Despite being so tired previously, I was wide awake now. What's more, I felt there was something around. My hair was standing on end. I looked for my phone and thought about calling the aunts, but I didn't want to worry them. They liked having an early night, and it was just after midnight. I looked at the moonlight streaming through the cracks between the edge of the curtains and the windowsills, and then the fact that it was a full moon hit me. I shook my head in disgust. I had not done any spells. What witch worth her salt would not do spells on a full moon? Still, I wasn't in any fit mental state to do some now. After I had eaten 5 or so rice crackers, I lost my taste for them. I drained my goblet and then went to my bedroom. I didn't push the heavy chest across the door. For some reason, I was feeling braver. Before I got into bed, I couldn't resist looking out the window in the direction of the other cottages. No lights were on. I had no idea if Lucas and Lila were together. I had to admit to myself that I was jealous. Of course, I had no right to be, but that didn't help. I was about to turn away from the window when I saw a flash of movement. I thought it was a trick of the light, and then my blood ran cold. Something was moving next to Lucas's cottage. Could it be the murderer? Was he or she after Lucas? I reached for my phone in case I needed to call him to warn him. But then my hand froze. What if it was Lucas himself? If he was the murderer, prowling around out there, and knew I had seen him, I would be in danger. Still, I was a vampire. I could move fast if I had to, and whoever had killed Paul had killed him with green potatoes, not with teeth or claws. I watched as the figure left Lucas's cottage and scurried over by the scrub that lined the sand dunes on the way to the beach. A rush of adrenaline surged through me. I don't know whatever possessed me. The next thing I knew, I was hurrying towards the back door. I let myself out quietly and slipped into the darkness provided by the cloud cover. I moved quickly behind some bushes just as the figure looked up. I froze. It was a shifter, a huge wolf. Was it Lucas? Surely not. I just couldn't believe he was a shifter wolf. The aunts had been sure that he wasn't. The one good thing was that the werewolf was alone. The aunts had told me that vampires could outrun shifters, so with that thought boosting my confidence, I followed the werewolf down to the beach. I waited at the top of the sand dunes at the edge of the beach because if I stepped out of them, the werewolf would see me. After what seemed an age, I sneaked down to the beach. I could see the werewolf in the distance, running along the wet sand with the waves crashing on the shore. I didn't know what to do, so I decided to hide in the scrub and wait for the werewolf to come back. If it went into Lucas's cottage, then I would know it was him. I waited for so long that I began to think the werewolf wasn't coming back. What if it was just passing through? Perhaps it had taken another exit from the beach and doubled around the back of the cottages. That would be a long detour, and there was no clear path. Still, perhaps werewolves did not worry about such things. I was lost in thought when something headed straight for me. I violently jumped backwards, only to see it was a rabbit. I sighed with relief, and then looked up. The werewolf was standing directly in front of me. My escape from the rabbit had thrown me directly into its path. The werewolf had once morphed into human form. It was Linda. I stood there, horror-stricken, rooted to the spot. She cleared her throat. "Pepper, sorry, I was skinny dipping." Her hands moved to cover her appropriate bits. Perhaps she thought I hadn't seen her in her wolf form. I should play along with that. "Sorry to intrude," I managed to say. My heart was beating out of my chest. I wondered if shifters ate people, whether they tore them to shreds. She continued to look at me. Finally, she said, "You saw, didn't you?" I nodded. The clouds slowly trailed away, exposing the moon. "We can't stand here. Someone will see us. We need to talk." Talk? At least she didn't say she wanted to devour me. What about? "About me being a shifter wolf and you being a vampire." "Vampire? But how did you know?" I stammered. "You moved with vampire speed when you shot out of those bushes," she said calmly. "It was a rabbit," I said stupidly. "Pepper, we need to move now. Can we talk?" She asked as if it were a mundane matter, like inviting herself over for coffee. "Sure." The two of us moved stealthily to the back of my cottage. I unlocked the door and we hurried inside. "I'll get you some clothes." I grabbed the first pair of jeans and shirt I could find and handed them to her. She popped into my bathroom to get changed, which I thought rather strange, given that I had seen her naked for the last few minutes. It likewise seemed somehow weird to see her dressed as a normal person after she emerged from the bathroom. "Tea? Coffee? I'm afraid I don't have much to eat," I said. "Just a glass of water," she said. "You go ahead and have some of your witch's brew." I was shocked. "You know about that?" "Yes, of course. I didn't know you were a vampire, though. Not until I saw you move so fast. Do your aunts know?" I ignored her question and hoped she wouldn't press me on it. I wasn't about to confide in her. Instead, I changed the subject. "I saw you in your wolf form outside Lucas O'Callaghan's cottage, and I thought he might be the shifter." "Him? You actually thought he might be a shifter wolf?" She stared at my face, searching for something. "Yes." For some reason, Linda seemed puzzled. "So, have you only recently found out that you're a vampire?" "Yes. How did you know?" Linda sipped her water, and I was certain she was avoiding the question. "You weren't turned, were you?" I nearly coughed up the witch's brew, given the fact that my aunts had told me people couldn't be turned, but caught myself just in time. "No, I'm a genetic vampire." For some reason, Linda seemed relieved by my answer. "So how much do you know about vampires?" "Not much, really." I took my seat opposite her and sipped some witch's brew. I tapped the rim of my glass. "I know about this, and I was told that vampires and shifters aren't supposed to get along. Is that true?" Linda shrugged. "I suppose it depends how traditional you are. Traditionally, shifters and vampires aren't friends, but these days they often form good friendships." I was relieved to hear that. I quite liked Linda, even more so now that I realized that she wasn't going to eat me. "So what were you doing tonight? Just having a good run along the beach?" I asked her, and then laughed. Linda narrowed her eyes. "What are you laughing at?" "I hope you don't think I'm rude, but I was laughing that you were running along the off-leash dog beach." I thought I had offended her, but then she burst into laughter. I joined in. Actually, I love to have a run under the full moon, but Paul never let me. I held up a hand, interrupting her. Wait, Paul was a werewolf too? Linda nodded. He was such a control freak, he would never let me run along the beach. I used to sneak out at night. If you remember, I mentioned I've been coming to Lighthouse Bay for years. Yes, you did. I remembered something else she said. Didn't you date Henry Ecor? And wasn't he a vampire? Yes, that's why he said it wouldn't work between us. He was quite traditional like that. Still, he had that vampire charm, that allure that some vampires have. Something bothered me. So you couldn't tell that I was a vampire? Don't we smell different or something? Linda laughed again. No, no more than you can spot another vampire or a shifter. Haven't your aunts told you this? I didn't know what to say. I supposed I looked like a kangaroo caught in the headlights. Linda laughed again. She seemed like a different person. The moonlight run along the beach had clearly done her some good. It's fine, Pepper, really. I know your aunts are vampires. But how? I asked her. I only just figured it out. You recently moved here, and you only just found out that you're a vampire. Your Aunt Maud is nice to me, but I've caught your Aunt Agnes looking daggers at me. Plus, they seem too interested in Paul's murder. You didn't murder him, did you? Linda looked shocked. Goodness, no. I was embarrassed. Sorry, it wasn't me either, for what it's worth. I'm at a loss to know who it was, and don't think me cruel, but I feel as if a huge weight has been lifted off me. I nodded. Pepper, have your aunts told you about Lucas O'Callaghan? Chapter 10. Time seemed to stand still. Lucas? The word echoed around the moonlit walls. Linda eyed me speculatively. You don't know, do you? Know what? I had a feeling it wasn't going to be good. Do you at least know that he's a vampire? Vampire? I really would have to stop repeating her words. Lucas O'Callaghan is a vampire? Linda frowned. You didn't know? I shook my head, dumbstruck for the moment. I presently recovered and tried to find the words. My aunts said there was a 50% chance he was a vampire, given that they knew one parent was a vampire and they weren't sure about the other parent. But didn't you think it strange how women flocked to him? Linda asked, tapping a long fingernail on her glass of water. Is that a vampire thing? Yes, with some vampires. Forgive me if you already know what I'm telling you, but it seems that you don't know much, so I'll speak as if I'm speaking to a beginner. You are speaking to a beginner, I said without hesitation. Linda set down her glass on the coffee table between us. Some vampires have a magnetic quality that attracts others to them. You've seen how women act around Lucas. Before I responded, she added, his Uncle Henry was the same. She sighed deeply, a faraway look in her eyes. But shifters and other vampires are immune to it. So I'm immune to Lucas's charms. My comment made Linda laugh. Sure, you'll be attracted to him, just as any woman would be attracted to a gorgeous man like that. But you won't be weirdly attracted to him, as in the supernatural way. She bit her lip. I'm not making much sense. To the contrary, you're making a lot of sense. This is the most I've learned since I found out that vampires existed. I thought of how Lucas had been so sure I was throwing myself at him. Perhaps that wasn't his ego after all. It was because he was one of those vampires who magnetically drew all non-vampire, non-shifter women to him. Something occurred to me. Does Lucas know I'm a vampire? Does he know that my aunts are vampires? Does he know you're a werewolf? I sure hope not, Linda said firmly. I was taken aback. Why? He's a cleaner. She shuddered as she said it, and then wrapped her hands around herself. I was puzzled. I thought he was a winemaker. I mean, I know he only recently inherited the Ambrosia winery, But he said he had a degree in wine science. But what does it matter if he's a cleaner? I just don't understand. Linda sighed once more, dramatically this time. That's really the first thing your aunt should have told you, to keep you safe. The butterflies started again in my stomach, and my right eye twitched. I didn't know what she was about to say, but I knew that it was going to be bad, very bad. Linda didn't speak for a moment, so I prompted her. Go on. She threw up her hands in a gesture of hopelessness. I shouldn't have told you anything I've told you so far, and you must not, under any circumstances, tell your aunts. Do you understand? I was stuck for a moment, wondering if I should keep anything from my aunts. However, I couldn't really betray Linda's trust when she had specifically asked me not to tell them. I did not want to keep anything from them, especially not something this important. But then it seemed that they had kept plenty of important information from me. Sure, I said finally. Sure, I mean, I'll probably have to tell them at some point, but I'll do my best to delay that as long as possible. Linda hesitated before speaking. Okay, I'm not exactly sure how to explain all this to you. It's a lot of information for you to take in all at once. I suppose I'll just launch into it, and you can stop me at any time if you don't understand something. I nodded, wondering what was coming next. Linda wrung her hands. I know you've only been a vampire for a short space of time, but have you wondered how the general population doesn't know that there are vampires and shifters? I went to speak, but she held up a hand. I put that wrongly. I mean, people report UFOs and things like that, but the public at large doesn't take it seriously. Aren't you surprised that there have been no reports of vampires and shifters, even if someone doesn't take them seriously? I was thinking that recently, I said. It's as if there was some sort of hierarchy, some sort of council overseeing things. Is that the case? Sort of like non-solitary witches might join a coven? Or is it every vampire for themselves? Oh, and I suppose you know I'm a witch. Linda nodded. I used to practice the old ways too, but Paul didn't approve. There isn't a vampire or shifter hierarchy or a governing body as such, she added. At least not in this country. Shifters and vampires pretty much do their own thing. However, there are the cleaners. She hesitated once more, and I figured she was searching for the right words. Think of the cleaners as the police. Lucas is a police officer for vampires and shifters? I was incredulous. So he investigates? I wish, she said with feeling. Let me explain. No one knows when the cleaners started, but the general opinion is that they've been around as long as there have been vampires and shifters. Now there is one good thing about them. They keep government agencies away from us. You can imagine the government would love to get their hands on vampires or shifters. Think of the military applications. The cleaners are all that prevent the governments of the world from finding out that vampires and shifters really do exist. The sinking feeling in my stomach suddenly worsened. You said that was the one good thing. Does that mean there are bad things? Linda nodded. That's the only good thing. They don't answer to anyone, and I mean anyone. If anything happens that's likely to draw the attention of the authorities, the cleaners move fast to make it look entirely mundane. They'll take any measures they like. They have free rein. Like I said, they answer to no one. She shook her head. That's the scary thing. Imagine your worst nightmare and then multiply it some, and then you have a cleaner. They can remove threats on a whim, really. You don't mean... Linda shifted in her seat. That's exactly what I do mean. The black cat appeared from my bedroom and made to jump up on the couch, but spotted Linda. She arched her back and then ran out of the room. Think of a cleaner as a homicidal maniac, Linda said, because that's exactly what they are. They're assassins, executioners, and what's worse, They don't need permission from anyone. If there's a mess, they go in and clean it up. She tapped her chin. Have you ever seen a mafia movie where someone is murdered and the mafia calls in cleaners to clean the murder scene? The cleaners organize someone to do the physical cleaning and they shoot all the witnesses, that sort of thing. I remembered I had seen a movie like that once, and I said so. But surely there's some sort of control within this, cleaner system, I asked. Surely they can't act independently and just go and do whatever they like. They pretty much can, Linda said. That's what makes them scary. You can see why I'm worried now, with Paul being murdered. But wasn't he murdered with solanine? Linda nodded. Thankfully. I don't mean thankfully he was murdered. I mean thankfully he wasn't murdered by having his blood drained or being ripped apart or anything like that. Remember when Talos Sparks was murdered? How could I forget? Do you remember the detectives mentioned that they found wolf hair at the scene? I nodded. Paul told me that was Yowie's shifter hair, but the cleaner somehow swapped the samples with wolf hair. I frowned. How could he do that? He probably got that constable to do it for him, Linda said. You saw the effect he had on her. I was shocked. Surely not. Linda shrugged. Who knows? All I know is that would have been shifter hair the police took, but it came back as wolf hair. The cat came back and sat at my feet. I bent down to stroke her. But that doesn't make sense, I said. Why would he swap it for wolf hair? Surely that's suspicious in itself. Why wouldn't he have used dog hair? Linda shrugged. No idea. I can only assume he was under time constraints, so had to use something, and fast. He must have known Paul was a werewolf by then, and used some of his hair. But didn't she say Lucas doesn't know I'm a vampire? Don't the cleaners have a register of vampires or something? Linda smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. No, nothing like that. He might not even know that I'm a werewolf, but he certainly knew Paul was. I've even wondered if he murdered Paul as part of his cleaning duty. My hand flew to my throat. Why would you say that? They had a huge argument the morning before Paul died, she said. Don't look surprised. Cleaners murder vampires and shifters, although they call it execution, and the vampire and shifter populations at large think it's justified. I tried to bring her back to the subject. What was the argument about? No idea. I was in the bedroom with a headache, trying to get back to sleep, and I heard a visitor. There were raised voices, so I went to the door to listen in. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I heard Lucas's voice. After he left, I asked Paul what he'd said, but Paul told me to mind my own business. Paul was white and shaken after that. That's why we had the argument, because he wouldn't tell me what it was about. Did he tell you that Lucas was a cleaner? Linda shook her head. No, he didn't. And that made me really angry. He should have told me that for my own safety, but he kept it from me. But how did you know? I asked. Henry Ecor told me, she said, and her normally pale face flushed. You know, pillow talk. Normally the identity of cleaners is hush-hush. I bit my lip. I know you said I couldn't tell my aunts, but surely I should warn them about Lucas, about him being a cleaner. Linda shook her head. They already know. I felt as if all of the breath had been knocked out of me. What makes you say that? I heard them talking about it tonight when I was in my wolf form. I slipped out, and I heard them discussing it. I don't know how they knew. Perhaps Henry told them, too. I wondered if Henry had once had a dalliance with one of my aunts, or whether Henry had been horribly loose-lipped about such matters. Linda was still talking. I took a huge risk, shifting into wolf form, but I really needed the run tonight. But Lucas wouldn't harm you if he knew you were a werewolf, would he? No, nothing like that. Cleaners only harm those they suspect have done something to draw public attention to their shifter or vampire identities. Still, a cleaner would have to be 100% certain someone was a vampire or a shifter before he or she could execute them. So that's why most vampires and shifters will go out of their way to hide their true identity. I was at once afraid for my safety. Are there many cleaners out there? Linda bit her lip. Nobody knows, really. Lucas arrived here just when his cousin was murdered, so we know he wasn't sent here for that reason. And if Paul had been murdered by a vampire or a shifter, then you could bet your bottom dollar that Lucas has hidden the signs by now, especially if Lucas himself killed him. Are we in danger from him? I asked, my heart beating out of my chest. No, a shifter or vampire is only in danger from a cleaner if they attack someone or do anything at all that would draw the attention of the authorities. Don't forget, cleaners exist to keep the existence of vampires and shifters from normal people, specifically from the military and governments. They also execute a vampire who turns someone into a vampire, and even execute the new vampire if they make a scene. I was shocked. The aunts had told me that turning was a myth. So vampires can actually turn people? Linda nodded. You didn't know? Yes, it's strictly forbidden, of course, but vampires and shifters can turn someone. I thought it over. Why are you so afraid of cleaners? Linda looked me straight in the eye. Because cleaners are rumoured to have cleaned up innocent shifter or vampire witnesses to crimes as well. I gasped. Chapter 11. I woke up feeling tired and fuzzy-headed. I feebly reached for my phone. The time on the screen said 8. I had slept in, but I was surprised that I had slept at all, given the revelations that Linda had given me the night before. I sat up groggily and rubbed my eyes. I felt like I needed another 5 hours sleep, but I knew that I wouldn't be able to sleep once I had woken up. With that in mind, I flung my legs over the edge of the bed. Had Linda been lying? And if so, for what purpose? I had no idea. I had suspected for a while that my aunts weren't telling me everything, and Linda's statements only confirmed that. The black cat jumped off my bed and stretched. I would have to give her a name soon. She had taken up residence with me, apparently preferring my company to that of the aunts. If she did have a home, she certainly wasn't spending any time there. I switched on my coffee machine, and while it was heating, I filled up the cat's bowl with her favourite food, and then looked for the strong coffee capsules. There was simply too much to process, but that had been the case since I arrived in Lighthouse Bay. I had awoken in the middle of the night and remembered that Linda had mentioned vampires turning someone. My aunts had answers, and I wanted to know. I turned on the coffee machine and then had the presence of mind to put my coffee capsule in it. They really needed to invent a coffee machine for people who hadn't had caffeine that day. Many a time I had forgotten to put water in the machine, or even coffee. I gulped the coffee down and then had a quick shower. I decided there was only one thing for it. I had to ask the aunts about the subject of turning someone. I made another coffee, intending to sip it on the way. My aunts had the same coffee machine, but they didn't have the coffee capsules that I liked. The cat hurried over and sat down in front of the open door. "Do you want to come out?" I asked her. She sat there, ignoring me. I made to shut the door, but she ran out. I sat my coffee on the windowsill and locked the door, but as soon as I did so, the cat scratched on the door to be let back in again. I unlocked the door and opened it for her. "If you scratch to get out, I'm not going to do it," I said to her. "This is your last chance." She ran inside and I locked the door. I waited for a moment, but couldn't hear her scratching, so I took my coffee cup and headed for the front gate. As I turned left towards Mugwort Manor, I saw Lucas at his front door and Lila Sanders walking from his house to his front gate. He saw me looking, and I at once averted my eyes. I wasn't prepared for the pang of jealousy and sadness that hit me hard. Lila must have spent the night there. I kept my eyes forward, hoping Lila wouldn't speak to me, but I was out of luck. It didn't help that my coffee cup was full, and I had to walk slowly so as not to spill it. "Hello, Pepper," she said happily. "Did you sleep well after your little scare?" She did not conceal the fact that she was gloating. "Not really, but thanks for asking," I said in the most pleasant tone I could muster. "I didn't get any sleep at all," she said, and then laughed, a most irritating, high, tinkling laugh. "Are you going to the fundraiser tonight?" "Fundraiser? I didn't even know there was one," I said. I stopped to sip my coffee, hoping she would continue on without me, but to my dismay, she stopped too. "Lucas and I are going," she said. "It's a fundraiser for raising the shipwreck." I wanted to know what shipwreck it was, but I didn't want to ask her. I just wanted to run away from her. "No, I'm not going," I said. "That's a shame. I'm sure you'd have a good time," she said insincerely. "I'm sure Lucas and I will have a lovely time." "That's great," I lied. "Anyway, see you later." "Yes, I have to go home and catch up on my sleep," she said pointedly before leaving. I resisted the urge to throw my coffee cup at her and kept walking to the manor. I was in an uncharacteristic dark mood when I knocked on the back door. Aunt Agnes opened the door to me. "Valkyrie, you know you don't have to knock." "I thought it might be locked or something," I said. "It was. Anyway, come and have some breakfast. I see you've brought your own coffee. Would you like some toast?" "Yes, thanks, but I'll make it." Aunt Agnes pointed to the table. "No, you go and sit down. There's some fresh toast for you." She pointed to a silver toast rack in the center of the table. "Where's Linda?" I asked them. "She must be sleeping in," Aunt Agnes said. "I haven't seen her this morning. Have you, Dorothy?" Dorothy made an angry sound. "I'm not her keeper." I took a piece of toast and spread Vegemite and peanut butter on it. "I don't know how you can do that, Valkyrie," Aunt Agnes said. "That's a horrible combination." "I love it." I popped a piece into my mouth. After eating it and washing it down with a large gulp of coffee, my head finally started to clear for the first time that day. "I have more questions about, well, you know." The aunts looked at each other. Aunt Dorothy pushed her chair back, pulled herself to her feet, and crossed to the door to shut it. "Go ahead, dear," Aunt Agnes said, "but keep your voice down so Linda won't hear you if she comes downstairs and eavesdrops." I frowned. Why would she do that? Of course, I knew she was a shifter, but I couldn't let on. When no one responded, I pushed on. "I've been wondering about the whole vampires being turned thing." A hush descended over the room. No one spoke, so I continued eating my toast. By the time I had eaten a whole slice, no one had spoken. I thought I would be able to preempt them from further lies, so I said, "I think you said people couldn't be turned into vampires, but I've given it a lot of thought, and that doesn't seem right to me." "Well," Aunt Maud began, but Agnes shushed her. "She's going to find out sooner or later, Agnes," Aunt Maud said sternly, "and she'll be angry if she knows we've lied to her." "I agree with Maud," Dorothy said nervously. "Well, that's just typical of you, Dorothy," Agnes snapped at her. "I'm still here," I said, waving my hand at them. "I take it then that a vampire can turn someone else into a vampire?" Aunt Agnes rubbed her forehead. "I didn't want to worry you, Valkyrie. It's such an unpleasant business, and it very rarely happens. I didn't want to tell you because it was too much for you to take in all at once." "It's forbidden," Aunt Maud said. "Forbidden?" I asked, wondering if they were going to tell me about the cleaners. "By whom?" Aunt Agnes looked daggers at Maud. "You know, just by vampires. It's just not the done thing. I don't know when I can last remember a case of it." I was disappointed in them. It seemed Linda had not been lying after all. She had been telling the truth about being turned, and I wondered what else the aunts were keeping from me. The evidence was pointing to the fact that cleaners actually did exist. Please tell me as much as you can about it, I said. I won't be upset, I promise. I'm sorry we didn't tell you, Valkyrie. Agnes did not look the least bit sorry at all, but she took a deep breath and continued. You've just had so many shocks in the short time you've been here, not least of which have been 2 murders. I didn't want to give you overload. That's fine, I said. Now could you tell me about turning someone? Agnes's eyes narrowed. What brought this on? I thought for a minute. I have an analytical mind, and I figured that vampires couldn't all be genetic. After all, I studied classical literature, and it's always been my belief that what people consider mythology was actually stuff that did happen at some point, maybe changed or altered some way in transmission, but I'm pretty sure it happened. Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud looked confused. What does that have to do with vampires? Aunt Agnes frowned at them. See what I have to put up with, Valkyrie? All right, if you must know, it's like you see on TV to a degree. Tell her how it happens, Agnes, Maud said. A slow red flush travelled up Aunt Agnes's face, its depth rivaled only by the colour of her hair and her glasses. Well, this is exactly how it works. The vampire has to bite someone and drain most of their blood. When that person is almost dead, the vampire will offer some of its own blood to the victim, and then that victim will become a vampire. Aha, so it is just like on TV, I thought. Aloud, I said, Does that happen often? Aunt Agnes drummed her fingers on the table. No, and don't look so shocked, Valkyrie. You asked me to tell you. Now can you see why I didn't want to? I shook my head. No, not really. It sounds disgusting, but I really need to know. Why? Aunt Agnes said, still clearly annoyed. It's not as if you're going to bite someone and drain their blood now, is it? It's not something that happens in polite society these days. In fact, it rarely happens. Maybe it happens and you just haven't heard about it, I said. Aunt Agnes scowled. Have you seen it on the news? Any accounts of police finding a body drained of blood? No, of course you haven't. And have you heard of any witnesses saying they saw a vampire running along the street? That is just ridiculous, Valkyrie. It doesn't happen anymore. Witch's brew has done away with all that type of bloodlust. About the bloodlust, I said. Even before I drank the witch's brew, I would faint at the sight of blood. The thought of drinking blood makes me want to vomit. That's because genetic vampires never get bloodlust, Aunt Maud said. If witch's brew didn't exist, you might eventually become a little sickly, but you certainly wouldn't get any bloodlust. I narrowed my eyes and looked straight at Aunt Agnes. Is this true? Of course it is, she said. This time I did believe her. So only vampires who are turned are likely to have bloodlust? Aunt Agnes nodded. And they don't always have it. It's just that if any vampire was going to have bloodlust, then it would have to be a made vampire, never a born vampire. There's so much to learn, I said, rubbing my eyes. And that's why we didn't want to tell you, Aunt Agnes said. Aunt Maud set down her knitting. I said you should tell her. So did I, Aunt Dorothy added. Aunt Agnes clasped her hands tightly and then said through clenched teeth, Sisters, we have bigger problems. The police have not yet solved this murder, so I think we should start looking into suspects. I was at once suspicious. Why can't you leave it to the police? Aunt Agnes set down her knife with a clang. It's bad for business, obviously. I suggest we all go to the fundraiser tonight. Lila Sanders mentioned it to me on my way over here just then, I said to them. I'll stay at home and work on the website. I had no desire to see Lila and Lucas draped all over each other. The very thought made my stomach turn. You need to come too, Aunt Agnes said in a commanding tone. We have uncovered another suspect. That caught my interest. Who? Bella Barker, the cleaner. I jumped. The cleaner? Yes, she cleans the cottages. Oh, yes, her. I had nearly given the game away. I thought they were talking about the vampire cleaners. The aunts nodded. "More toast, Valkyrie." Aunt Agnes gestured to the silver toast rack. I helped myself to another piece of toast. "Please, tell me all about it." "Detective Oakes came here today and said that Paul Williams had put in a report that Bella had stolen personal items from him." "You're kidding." "That was the first I'd heard of it," Maud said. "It wasn't true, of course," Dorothy added. "The police didn't come to see us at the time, but it happened last week," Agnes said. "I did see Paul yelling at the poor woman, quite viciously, in fact. She had just finished for the day at the time, so she went off home. She hasn't been back since. You know, she only does the cottages once a week or after guests have left. I thought nothing of it until the detectives came to see me today. Apparently he went down to the police station and filed a report that she had stolen personal items from him," Agnes said. "But when he got back to the cottage, he found the items, so he called the police and told them. That's why we never got to hear about it, because the police dismissed it on the spot." "I see," I said slowly. "So the detectives think that Bella was so upset by the false allegation that she killed him." "She is a rather strange woman," Agnes said, "but I can't imagine her killing anyone. However, she does have a lot of pride, and she would have been seriously offended. She'll be at the fundraiser tonight, so we'll need to be there to see if she does anything suspicious." "What could she possibly do that's suspicious?" I said, exasperated. "I really don't feel up to going. I haven't slept well lately, and I wanted to have an early night tonight." "Perhaps you would sleep better if you came back to stay with us," Agnes said. "And at any rate, it will be good for business. You can meet all the important people in the town and network with them. We've already paid for your ticket." I resigned myself to my fate. All right. Chapter 12. The air crackled with promise. Every hair on my body stood on end. It was a large but otherwise ordinary room, with spectacular views through huge windows over the water. The dark purple carpet was adorned garishly with crimson swirls, and the ceiling above me was an unpleasant shade of pale, dirty yellow. Crisp white tablecloths had been flung over standard-issued tables. I could see the metal legs poking from underneath the folds. A faint scent of pine disinfectant hung in the air. Despite the less-than-opulent surroundings, I felt like Cinderella at the ball. Only it wasn't a ball. It was a fundraiser, and there was no Prince Charming for me. A waitress offered me something indescribable, puff pastries with unfathomable toppings, but I declined and instead took a flute of champagne from a passing waiter. My aunts were huddled together in a corner, talking amongst themselves. They had told me they intended to dress to blend in, which made me wonder how they would dress if they wished to stand out. Aunt Agnes was in her signature fire engine red. Her jacket was red, her skirt was black over black leggings, at the end of which were heavy red shoes. A bright red scarf was arranged nicely over her black shirt. A pair of large, red-framed glasses completed the outfit. Aunt Dorothy looked lovely in a long, flowing blue dress that moved less than her long, wild hair did. Her shoes were heavy too, but were black. Aunt Maud was in a sensible knee-length tweed skirt, topped by a black jacket and masses of pearls. Her shoes were low heels. They had abandoned me, or so I felt, to a crowd of strangers. I walked over to the large windows that overlooked the water, the river not far from the ocean inlet. To my right, the city lights sparkled. It could have been a magical scene, yet I did not feel magical. I had not wanted to go to the fundraiser. I had meant it when I told my aunts I wanted to stay home and have an early night. Instead, I was here, dressed in my finery, or rather a sleeveless cocktail dress with beaded collar. I had even surprised myself in the mirror earlier, liking the way the drapes clung to my body. It was flattering, to say the least. My recent tan looked good on me, set off by the steel color of the dress, and the sun had spun bronze highlights in my brown tresses. Still, I wasn't here to have fun. I was here to see if I could find out anything about the death of Paul Williams. The aunts were convinced that the fundraiser would provide information, but I didn't share their enthusiasm. Someone tapped me on the shoulder, and I spun around. It was Linda. "I'm glad you're here. You're the only person I know." Linda laughed and nodded to my aunts. "They don't count?" I said with a chuckle. "You're attracting the attention of every man in the room." I thanked her, but shrugged off the compliment as she accepted a flute of champagne from a waiter. "I shouldn't have come," she said. "I expect the police will think I should be at home grieving." "The police surely won't come to something like this," I said. "I thought they only went to funerals to look for suspects." Linda's face fell, and I immediately apologized. "It's quite all right," she said. "When the police release Paul's body, I have the funeral to look forward to. All his relatives. They're even worse than he was, if you can believe it." "Yes, you said. I know I asked you before, but had Paul been involved in any disputes lately? Was there anyone with anything against him?" Linda snorted rudely. "Just about everyone who knew him." "My aunts told me today about the cleaning lady, Bella Barker, that Paul had accused her of theft." "That's right," Linda said. "He screamed at her in the most horrible fashion, and she was highly offended. She was worried that the accusation would cost her her job. I was so sorry for her, but he was such a pig of a man." She made a strangling sound at the back of her throat. "I'm sure you're fed up with me saying that." I hurried to reassure her. "It must have been hard." She nodded. "I'll just go and say hello to your aunts, and then I'll be right back." I turned away, and my heart stopped. Lucas was heading straight for me. His eyes washed over me, warming my skin. "Pepper, you look absolutely beautiful." I stammered my thanks. I looked behind him, but there was no sign of Lila. Had she been lying about accompanying him tonight? No such luck. She was heading straight for him right now, as I imagined would a pig dog that latches onto its prey. Lucas jumped when she manifested behind him and clamped her hand on his arm. "Lucas, I've been looking everywhere for you." Her voice was thick and sugary. She was wearing, barely, a skimpy red bandage dress, so low cut I thought she was in danger of a wardrobe malfunction at any moment. I nearly gagged at her perfume, sickly and sweetly floral with goodness knows how many dangerous chemical additives. My nose twitched and my eyes watered. "Well, I'll leave you to your date," I said to Lucas with a nod and walked over to my aunt's. I hoped he couldn't read my disappointment. Linda was still talking to them. "Linda was giving us more detail about what Paul said to Bella, that poor woman," Aunt Maud said. "Pepper, when she arrives, I want you to question her." I clutched my throat. "Why me? I've never even met her." "Well, I've said hello and stuff like that, but I don't even know the woman." "Exactly why you should be the one to question her," Aunt Agnes said. "What makes you think she'll speak to me?" I asked her. "Like I said, I don't even know her. I've only spoken to her in passing." "Which is precisely why you're the ideal person to speak to her." Aunt Agnes peered at me over the top of her bifocals. "I already said that." I felt like stomping my foot like a child having a tantrum. "All right, then, if I must." The host asked everyone to take their seats. I had hoped I would be seated with my aunts or Linda, but no such luck. I was seated with a table full of strangers, although the woman sitting next to me was Bella Barker. I wondered if my aunts had a hand in the seating arrangements. At first, conversation was not possible because staff bustled around, depositing a plate of food in front of everyone. The host announced that the auction was about to begin. Until now, I hadn't even realized that there would be a fundraising auction. The first item to be auctioned was an evening gown, and a model paraded it around the room, weaving between the seats. Bidding was fast and furious, and it was finally knocked down to a lady in the far corner. I watched the model as an excuse to see where Lucas was. I spotted him, and then saw that Lila was at least 5 tables away from him. She certainly wouldn't be happy about that. I suppressed a smile. Bella wasn't bidding on any of the auction items, so I thought now would be as good a time as any to speak to her. "Bella, isn't it? I'm Pepper Jasper. I'm living in the assistant lighthouse keeper's cottage now. I've seen you around at Mugwort Manor." She glanced at me furtively and then nodded. She wasn't exactly the talkative type. I tried to think what to say next. "I hope it's not bad for my aunt's business that the awful man was murdered there." No response, so I pushed on. His poor wife, having to put up with someone like that. She looks 5 years younger already now that he's dead. I shot a fleeting look at her face, but it was impassive. I tucked into my food, wondering what to say next. However, she spoke first. "I suppose your aunts told you he accused me of stealing?" "Yes," I said hurriedly, "and they said that he didn't even apologize when he found out that he'd simply misplaced the items." She nodded, her expression darkening. "Paul Williams was quite an evil man. Not that I'd wish murder upon anyone, mind you, but if I did happen to wish someone would die, then he'd be the one." I plastered a look of sympathy on my face. "Yes, I'm becoming quite good friends with Linda, and it seems like she had a horrible life with him." "Linda's a nice woman. Paul wasn't nice to any of his wives." That caught my interest. "He had other wives?" Bella nodded. "I don't know how many wives he had, mind you, but I know he had 2 for sure." I was intrigued. "2 others apart from Linda?" She shook her head. "Just Linda and one other woman, Sarah. When Sarah left Paul, she married Tom Burris." The name rang a bell. Tom Burris. Where have I heard that name before? I said, more to myself than to Bella. "He's the guy who mows the lawns at the cottages," she said. I tapped myself on the head. "Of course, he's the lawnmower man. Do you mean to say his wife used to be married to Paul Williams?" Bella poked at her food delicately. She reminded me of a bird picking at carrion. "A terrible thing it was. She was a local girl, and Paul came here every summer. That's how they met. When they divorced, she didn't get a cent, and him a wealthy man and all." "How come?" Bella leant closer to me. "He had it all tied up in family trusts," she said in a conspiratorial whisper. "Sarah went to see a lawyer, and he said that the case could drag on in the courts for years. He said that in their case, the most expensive lawyer would win. He said she would lose anyway, unless she could prove that Paul put the money in the family trust to avoid a payout in the case of divorce." "What an evil man!" I exclaimed. "Yes, and then when she left the marriage, all she had to show for it were the clothes she had on her back. He burned all her belongings." I shook my head. "That's terrible. The man must have been heartless." "I was wondering if his current wife had left him when I saw her book into the motel that night," Bella added. The woman sitting next to Bella did not appear to notice we were talking. Either that or she didn't care, and she at once drew Bella into conversation. I hadn't noticed, but the auction was now over and people were mingling. I risked a glance at Lucas and wished I hadn't, because Lila was now seated next to him. Anyway, I had found out something significant, another suspect who had a motive. I made my way to Linda's table. "Come with me. There's something I want to tell you and the aunts." The aunts must have seen us coming, because they walked over to stand by one of the huge windows by the time we reached them. "I did get some good information from Bella," I said. "I told you so," Aunt Agnes said smugly. I ignored her and turned to Linda. "How many other wives did Paul have?" She shrugged. "As far as I know, only the one, Sarah. I think she still lives in Lighthouse Bay, because Paul didn't like going into town in case he ran into her or her husband." "Her husband is Tom Burris," I said. There was a collective gasp. Aunt Maud said something unbecoming for a lady, and Aunt Agnes at once berated her. "Apparently she didn't get a cent after the divorce," I continued, because Paul had everything tied up in a family trust. Same with me, Linda said. That's exactly what he said to me, too. I'm quite shocked, because the lawnmower man was around the other day. I had no idea he was married to Paul's first wife, Sarah. Paul didn't say a thing about it to me. Did Paul and Tom have words? I asked her. As a matter of fact, they did, but at the time I just thought Paul was complaining because he complained about everything. Every little thing. I could spend ages scrubbing the bathroom, and then he would come in and tell me to do it again. If I was washing up, he would insist that the plates were dirty when they weren't. Her voice broke. Oh, well, you're better off without him, Agnes said. You've had a lucky escape. Men are nothing but trouble. Yes, they should be chained in the basement and only let off when they're needed, Aunt Maud added. I must have looked shocked, because Aunt Maud hurried to add, That was just a joke. I wasn't entirely convinced. Something told me that Aunt Maud at one point had a man chained in a basement. I certainly wouldn't put it past her. So now we have another suspect, I said. Everyone who met Paul hated him, Linda said angrily. Even that man at my table, Jack Murphy. She turned around to look at the table. The man must have noticed, because he tapped the elbow of the woman sitting next to him. They stood up and made their way to us. Linda introduced them as Jack and Megan Murphy. I remembered him as the spotlighter who'd had the altercation with Paul over his pig dog. And these are the kind ladies who have taken me in, she concluded, indicating my aunts. And this is their niece, Pepper Jasper. I took an instant dislike to the man, but then again he had loved his dog, so I supposed he couldn't have been all bad. He smelled of stale beer and body odour. His wife did too, but she also smelled of cheap perfume, the sort that produces instant headaches in non-wearers. Good that you got rid of that awful man, Megan said. I said to Jack, I did. Poor Mrs. Williams married that awful man. I don't know how she does it, and now he's dead. He didn't give me back my poor dead pig dog, Jack added. Poor killer. I'll never see him again. I didn't even get my deposit back, but I didn't care about that because I didn't want to speak to that man again. We had Killer for 5 years, Megan said. We loved that dog. That's why Jack wanted to have him stuffed. I said to Jack, I did. I said to Jack not to have Killer stuffed, but Jack said to me he said he did. Jack said to me that he wanted to have Killer stuffed. I nodded, considering making an excuse to walk away. The fact that the woman spoke in a monotone didn't help at all, but the word-repeating thing was really doing my head in. The police came to see me and I said to them, I said to them that Jack was with me all night. She laughed, showing a large set of prominent yellow teeth. Sure, I take sleeping pills, but if Jack gets up in the night I wake up. I think they thought my Jack murdered that horrible Paul Williams. She caught her breath and looked at Linda. No offence. I'm not sorry he's dead, Jack said angrily. Small veins popped on his forehead. I'm glad he's dead. Did you know what he did to my dog? All I did was ask him. I didn't yell at him. I simply said, and I was polite to him. I simply asked if he got Killer mixed up with another dog. That's when he threw my dog across the room. He screamed at me to get out. He threw Killer. I had that dog for 5 years. Best pig dog in the business. I loved that dog. That man deserves to be dead. As he spoke, pieces of foam flew out of the edge of his mouth. I took a step backwards. You don't mean that, Jack, Megan said angrily. You must never joke about wanting to kill someone. It's just not right. Jack was immediately subdued at her words. She took him by the arm and dragged him away, without as much as a backwards glance at us. He'd be a prime suspect if he didn't have an alibi, Aunt Agnes said. She could be lying. They might have been in it together. Anyway, what are we going to do now? I asked her. I'm happy to hear the police are doing their job. They were on to Jack Murphy, and they questioned his wife. I wonder if they know about the lawnmower man and Sarah. I don't know, Aunt Agnes said, but I'll call them in the morning and tell them. They know about the other suspects. I'm just going to the bathroom, I said. I'm beginning to get another tension headache. That's fine, Aunt Agnes said. I think we got enough good information for one night. I made a beeline for the bathroom, but was only halfway there when someone called to me. I turned around to see Lila, much to my dismay. I'd like a word with you. Her tone was bordering on hostile. Okay. I didn't know what she was going to say, but I was already uncomfortable. Lucas told me last night when we were together that you've been a little too interested in him. She looked at me carefully, clearly trying to assess the effect of her words. I raised my eyebrows. Really? She nodded. I shouldn't really tell you this, but he confided in me. Anyway, he wants to keep renting the cottage because he's got more business with his winery. But he feels embarrassed that you're in the next cottage to him. I'm doing you a favor by telling you this. She crossed her arms. How do you figure that? That's obvious, isn't it? You don't want to lose business. Sorry to put it so bluntly, Pepper, but you really need to stop making advances towards him. He's too polite to tell you, but he said it's embarrassing him. I didn't believe her for a moment. She was entirely too cold and calculating. I made to move away, but she caught my arm. Stay away from Lucas if you know what's good for you. Or what? She narrowed her eyes. If you don't, let's just say the consequences will be unpleasant. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. Are you threatening me? She did not respond, so I turned in the direction of the bathroom. Could she be the murderer? She was certainly hostile, and in that moment I felt afraid of her. Luckily, there wasn't a line outside the bathroom door, as there had been when I arrived. I splashed water on my face and rotated my shoulders to try to relieve the tension in my neck, keeping an eye out for Lila in case she followed me in. As I was leaving the bathroom, I saw one of the staff slip in from the door at the side, and I caught a glimpse of the sea through it. I looked around me. There was no one there, so I hurried through the door. It was heavenly out there, tranquil enough to wash my worries away. Cloud cover drifted across the face of the moon, and the lights of the town danced off the sea in front of me. I turned my face to the breeze and stood still, letting the moonlight wash over me. I smelled cinnamon and rosemary before I sensed him there. I spun around. Lucas? I didn't know how to react. I wondered if he could hear my heart racing. Should I be afraid of him? Was he a cleaner, as Linda had said? If he was, surely I was in no danger. I had done nothing wrong. You're trembling. I did not respond. I could hardly say I was cold, because the night was warm. The electricity between us was so powerful, I almost expected to see sparks flying through the air. I saw Lila speaking to you earlier. I had not expected him to say that. I rubbed my arms and nodded. Do you mind telling me what she said? Oh gosh, this was embarrassing. Still, there was no point keeping it from him. She told me to keep away from you. She said you're too polite to tell me yourself, but apparently I'm throwing myself at you. He shook his head and stepped towards me. We were but inches apart. He was all cinnamon and cloves. Of course I said no such thing to Layla. Not about you at any rate. He was so close, I wondered if he was going to kiss me. Valkyrie! I looked past Lucas to see my 3 aunts standing there, hands on their hips. I felt like a naughty teenager doing something I wasn't supposed to be doing. Lucas seemed amused. He lifted my hand to his mouth and gently pressed his lips to it. Then he was gone, leaving me staring after him, my jaw hanging open in shock. What did you think you were doing with him? Aunt Agnes said. Talking to him, if you must know, I said. Why did you interrupt me? I crossed my arms over my chest. Sorry about that, dear, Aunt Maud said, but there's no future in it for you two. Why not? I said, abandoning all pretense.
Because vampires and non-vampires can't have a long-term relationship. Because vampires live for hundreds of years, Aunt Agnes said. Vampires never get involved with non-vampires, at least not with a relationship in mind, if you get my meaning. Uneasiness swamped me. Lucas thought I was a non-vampire. So then, what was his interest in me? Was I simply a dalliance? Chapter 13. I was startled awake by my phone, so much so that I didn't look at the caller ID before answering. "Hello?"
"Did I wake you up?"
It was Aunt Agnes's voice. I sat up and leant back against my pillows.
"Yes."
"Valkyrie, please come over for breakfast right now. We need to talk. You don't need to bring your own coffee this time. The coffee machine's hot."
I mumbled something incoherent, followed by, "Shower first."
"Valkyrie, you sound like a caveman first thing in the morning."
Her voice was thick with disapproval.
"Cave woman," I grunted. "And be careful what you say in front of Linda. She doesn't know we're vampires, of course."
"That's what you think." I said goodbye and staggered to the shower. I had gone to bed happy, yet conflicted, given the close encounter I'd had with Lucas. But what was his motive? Did he see me as just a fling? After all, I didn't know much about him. All I knew was that he was intensely, magnetically attractive, and that he had inherited Ambrosia Winery. Oh, and that he was probably a deadly cleaner vampire. That wasn't much to go on. In the shower, I remembered hearing about caffeine soap. I thought it a good idea and made a mental note to buy some. I threw clothes on as fast as I could and then hurried to Mugwort Manor. I had hoped to see Lucas on the way, but there was no sign of him. His car wasn't there, but cars were usually parked out the front of the manor, and the parking area could only be seen from the front of the manor. Linda was sitting in the back garden under the large blue umbrella.
"It's warm already," she said by way of greeting.
I nodded. "The aunts asked me over for breakfast. Rather, they ordered me to come for breakfast." Linda laughed.
"Yes, they woke me up too. They're keen to investigate Sarah."
"Sarah or her husband?"
"I don't know. I haven't even had coffee yet."
Me either." I made to walk past her, but she stood up.
"Pepper, there's something I wanted to say to you, and it's awkward. Very awkward."
My breath caught in my throat. "What is it?" Linda's face reddened.
"I saw you with Lucas O'Callaghan last night."
I felt my cheeks burn. "You did?"
"I was standing directly behind your aunts. They were looking for you. They were worried something had happened to you when you didn't come back from the bathroom, so we were all looking for you."
"Oh."
I had no suitable response. "I just wanted to say to be careful."
She took a deep breath and pressed on.
"Lucas doesn't know you're a vampire, and vampires don't have relationships with non-vampires. They only, well, you know."
"That's just what my aunt said," I said with dismay. Linda nodded and avoided my eyes.
"I just don't want to see you get hurt."
Goodness knows I got hurt, although for an entirely different reason.
"If you're going to get involved with Lucas, please just do it with your eyes wide open."
I made to protest, but Aunt Agnes opened the back door.
"There you are, Valkyrie. Come inside, both of you. We have work to do."
I headed straight for the coffee machine and deposited one of the capsules I had brought from my house. I had another 2 in my pocket. For once, the heavenly aroma of coffee failed to brighten my mood. Linda and my aunts had said the same thing. If Lucas was interested in me, then it was only to use me. My stomach churned. I didn't realize Aunt Agnes was speaking to me at first.
"Valkyrie, you're off with the fairies. Concentrate, dear."
I turned around, freshly made coffee in hand, and then took my seat at the table. Aunt Agnes wasted no time coming to the point.
"We have new suspects now, Sarah Burroughs, as well as her husband Tom. Now, the way I see it, Sarah is a more likely suspect. This is the way it could have played out. She prepared some green potatoes and then sneaked around to his cottage. She told him she had mashed potatoes, potato soup, whatever, and said she wanted to let bygones be bygones.
Surely she would have had to prepare the food there, Aunt Maud said.
Why? Agnes snapped. It would make much more sense to prepare it beforehand and then just hand him a container of food.
I had consumed half my coffee, so my mind was clearing. But whoever it was had to know that Linda wasn't home at the time, unless they didn't mind poisoning her too. Linda's hand flew to her throat. That hadn't occurred to me.
Well, think, Linda, Aunt Agnes said. Who knew you had an argument with Paul? Who knew you were staying in the motel?
The police already asked me that, she said. I ran into Jack Murphy and his wife at the motel, as you know. Bella wouldn't have known Linda wasn't there, Aunt Maud added. Yes, she did, I exclaimed so loudly that everybody jumped. Last night she told me she saw Linda arrive at the motel. Linda frowned. What was she doing there?
She works there part-time, Aunt Agnes said. So now we have 5 suspects who knew Linda wasn't at the cottage that night. Jack and Megan Murphy, Tom and Sarah Burroughs, and Bella.
6, I said. You forgot Lila. Aunt Maud nodded. We'll need to investigate Tom and Sarah Burroughs.
Yes, that's obvious, Aunt Agnes said. The question is how.
She looked around the table, but everyone was silent.
I don't have any ideas, Aunt Dorothy said, but I think Lila is our best suspect to date. I'd be surprised if Paul would let a man into his house, even a man who was pretending to be conciliatory. Is that right, Linda?
I think so, Linda said. But who knew what Paul was likely to do? Still, I think he wouldn't have spoken to anyone he'd previously had a fight with. He would probably just go off into a screaming match at the thought of it. But if it was a woman, then he would be more open to it.
Good to get some helpful information from someone, Agnes said, shooting a look at Maud.
How's the website coming along, Valkyrie? Maud said, changing the subject.
I have it pretty much under control now, I said with a shrug. I just need some good reviews.
I'm happy to give you a good review, Linda said. Aunt Agnes frowned.
But what if someone figures out that you're the wife of a man who was murdered here?
Linda shook her head. You don't have to give your real name. I'll leave you a good review right after breakfast. I thanked her profusely.
I've had another idea.
Aunt Agnes removed her glasses and polished them.
We'll have a nice dinner tonight and invite Lila Sanders and Lucas O'Callaghan. And that's if that man is back by then. He called early this morning to say he was called out of town on business.
Linda and I exchanged glances. I wondered if that business had anything to do with him being a cleaner. What do you hope to achieve with this dinner? I asked Aunt Agnes.
Until now, we've largely overlooked the role of those two in Paul's murder, she said. Lucas could have overheard the argument, and he could have seen Linda leave. He had the opportunity to murder Paul.
But what about the motive? I asked her.
That's what we need to find out, she said. And we need to find out Lila Sanders' motive, if she had one.
But she arrived in town after the murder, Maud said. Aunt Agnes tut-tutted.
We've already discussed this at length. She arrived at the cottage after the murder. Who knows how long she was in town before that? That's something we have to find out. So the first thing we have to do is check with all the motels to find out if Lila Sanders was staying in town the night of the murder. Maud, you can call all the motels and ask them.
Maud glowered at her. What if she used a false name? I said. Or what if she stayed in her car overnight? Aunt Agnes's hand paused on its way to the toast rack.
You make a good point, Valkyrie. Still, we can only do what we can do. Maud, find out if Lila Sanders booked into any of the motels, and then describe her to them as well, just in case she did use a false name. We'll have to find out when she actually did arrive in town.
How will we do that? Aunt Dorothy asked her.
I have no idea. Now, Valkyrie, you can investigate Tom and Sarah Burroughs. What am I supposed to do? I protested.
Perhaps you and Linda could go and speak to Sarah.
Aunt Agnes paused to tap her chin.
Yes, I've got it. You and Linda invite Sarah for coffee, and Linda, you can say it's one ex-wife to another, or something like that. Improvise. See if you can draw her out into admitting that she killed him.
That's a bit of a stretch, I said. She's hardly going to confess. Agnes frowned at me.
You know what I mean. Just draw her out. If she is the murderer, surely she'll let something slip. Find out if she knew that Linda was in the motel that night. Besides, you said the website was going well, so you can afford to take a few hours off to interrogate a suspect.
All the aunts nodded. I noticed that Linda looked just as irritated as I was, but I couldn't think of a way out of it.
All right, if you insist.
Agnes turned to Linda.
After breakfast, call Sarah and ask her for coffee. I don't know her number, Linda said hopefully.
Aunt Agnes left the room and presently returned with a thick black book. She opened it and then ran her finger down the page.
Here it is. She handed the book to Linda. Put this number into your phone. It's her husband's number for the lawn mowing business, but she usually answers.
I hoped Sarah would not agree to meet Linda for coffee, but she did. Within an hour, I found myself sitting in a horrid, dark little coffee shop with Linda and Sarah. I felt immensely uncomfortable, and I figured the others felt the same way.
Sarah, as I said on the phone, I thought we should have coffee on my behalf to apologize for the way Paul treated you. I don't know if you knew that he treated me the same, but I had left him that day, the very day he was murdered.
Sarah looked down at the table and nodded. I wondered how Linda would explain my presence there, but she did not even address that issue.
I'm so sorry for what Paul did to you, she continued. I don't need to tell you what an absolute hell it was living with that man. He was evil, pure evil.
Sarah's eyes flickered then, and it seemed to me that some of the tension left her face. On the drive to the coffee shop, Linda had told me that Sarah wasn't a shifter, and that Paul had told her Sarah had no idea that he was one. Sarah looked cowed, as if she hadn't yet recovered from her nightmare marriage to Paul.
I hope you don't mind me bringing Pepper,
Linda said, finally giving a reason why I was there, albeit a false one.
She's been my support since Paul was murdered. I've told her everything he did to me.
Sarah nodded. She still hadn't spoken, so it seemed to be an exercise in futility. I couldn't see how we could possibly get any information out of her. The waitress came over to take our orders. Sarah ordered a gluten-free triple chocolate mug cake and coffee. I was only going to have coffee, but I wouldn't be able to resist cake if I saw someone eat it in front of me, so I ordered carrot cake. Linda probably felt the same, because she ordered coffee and tiramisu. When the waitress left, Sarah waved her hand in front of her face.
Oh, gosh, did you smell her perfume?
Linda and I exchanged glances.
Yes, didn't you like it? I asked her. I'm very sensitive to chemicals, she said in a small voice. That's why I always come here. I know what time they clean their coffee machine. If I drink coffee after the machine has just been cleaned, it makes me really sick.
I was relieved that she was finally talking, so I hoped to draw her out. That must be very difficult for you. Are you gluten intolerant too? She nodded. And I'm intolerant to dairy, soy, mushrooms, and onions.
It's a wonder you can eat anything at all, Linda said. Didn't you just order a chocolate cake?
Sarah smiled. Luckily for me, it's only uncooked dairy milk that makes me really sick. I wouldn't be able to eat cream or ice cream for that matter, but I'm not so bad if the milk is cooked, such as in cakes. I get away with it occasionally. So obviously you don't use chemicals in your house? I asked. Sarah shook her head. No, I avoid them at all costs.
Paul wouldn't have liked that,
Linda said with feeling. Sarah's expression darkened.
No, he sure didn't. He said it was all in my mind. That was one of the bones of contention between us. I can't tell you how blissful it is now, married to Tom. He lets me use all the potions I like." I was taken aback. "Potions?" Sarah nodded. "That's what I call them. I mostly clean with vinegar and bicarbonate of soda, but Bella Barker mixes up potions for me to keep the bugs away." "How useful," I said. "What sort of bugs? Maybe I can ask Bella to make some for the manor and the cottages." "Cockroaches, mainly," Sarah said happily. "Bella mixes up sugar and bicarbonate of soda to kill cockroaches. I haven't had a single cockroach in my house since she gave me her homemade cockroach poison." "How wonderful," I said, thinking this might be a lead. "Does she do other homemade poisons?" Sarah nodded, looking enthusiastic for the first time. "If you have any sort of problem with insects or bugs, Bella can mix up a natural poison for them. She has an extensive vegetable and herb garden. It's just amazing what she can come up with." Linda nudged my leg under the table. "She sounds very helpful," she said. I knew what Linda was thinking. Paul had accused Bella of theft, and Bella was good with homemade poisons. Not only that, she had an extensive vegetable garden, so clearly she grew potatoes. My suspicions were now leaning more and more towards Bella. "It must be lovely to get away from Paul and be married to a nice man," Linda said. "Oh, that reminds me," Sarah said with more animation than I had seen previously. "Does Paul still have the painting of the lighthouse?" Linda looked taken aback and took a few moments before responding. "Do you mean the huge oil painting of the lighthouse? The lighthouse here at Lighthouse Bay?" Sarah nodded. "Yes, that's the one. I painted it." Linda looked shocked. "You did? Paul told me that you were an artist, but he never told me he'd kept any of your paintings. I had no idea." "That was my favourite painting. I really wanted to get it back from Paul, but he wouldn't let me have it. Could I buy it from you? I hope you don't mind me asking." Linda's hand flew to her throat. "Buy it? You can have it, of course. I'll deliver it to you in person. I can't tell you when, because I have to go back home at some point to organise all Paul's affairs. But I'll drive back to Lighthouse Bay and give it to you." Sarah burst into tears. I didn't know what to do, so I shot Linda a look. She shrugged. The waitress returned and placed our cakes on the table. "Are our drinks coming soon?" Linda asked her. "I'm sure we'd all like to have our coffee with our cakes." The waitress looked put out. "I'll just make them now," she muttered. When she was out of earshot, I said, "They must be understaffed here." Linda nodded. "Sarah, sorry to make you cry." Sarah shook her head and wiped her eyes. "You made me happy. I've wanted that painting for ages. Poor Tom even tried to buy it from Paul, but he wouldn't sell it to him." Linda frowned. "I didn't know that." Sarah nodded and continued to dab at her eyes. "It was just the other evening. Tom went over to the cottage and offered Paul a large sum of money for the painting. He wouldn't tell me how much, and Paul flat out refused to sell it." "I had no idea. Paul didn't tell me that." "You weren't there when Tom spoke to Paul?" I asked her. "No." Linda shot me a significant look. "What evening was that?" I asked Sarah. Sarah looked up, shocked. "I have to go," she said. She fumbled in her handbag and deposited some money on the table. "Sorry." She handed Linda her card. "Thanks so much for giving me my painting. Here are my contact details." With that, she hurried out of the cafe. Linda looked at me. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" I nodded. It seems as if her husband approached Paul about selling the painting on the very evening that Paul was murdered. "We have to tell the police." "And then there's Bella, too," I said. "That's news about her extensive herb and vegetable garden and homemade poisons." "Two likely suspects," Linda said. Chapter 14. Linda and I were at the police station, nervously waiting in the sitting area. A young, thin man was sitting next to us, trying to engage us in conversation.
He smelled strongly of stale cigarette smoke and alcohol. His speech was slurred, and he swayed from side to side as he spoke. When a police officer came to speak to him, he became so angry that another 2 police officers had to come out and take him away.
He was a bit scary,
Linda said, but I had no chance to respond because Detective Oakes appeared at the front desk. "You ladies have some information for me?" He looked bored, as if he would rather be anywhere else than here. I thought for a moment he was going to speak to us over the counter, and perhaps he was considering it. But then he let out a long, weary sigh and jerked his head towards the hallway. "Come inside." He pressed a button and pulled a door open. We followed him down a long corridor to a dull green metal door. He opened it and indicated we should enter. Linda and I preceded him again. He gestured to 2 chairs and then sat opposite us. "What do you have for me?"
We were just having coffee with Sarah, my husband's first wife,
Linda said, but Oakes interrupted her. "Sarah Barris?" Linda nodded.
She said her husband went to ask Paul about selling a painting. It was the night that I stayed in the motel, the night Paul died. It's a long story, but I'll just give you a summary.
Oakes rubbed his forehead. "Yes, please, come straight to the point."
Long story short, Sarah was an artist. Mind you, I didn't know this, but apparently Paul kept a large painting she'd painted and refused to let her have it when they divorced. She said that her husband, Tom, went to ask Paul to sell it that night, but Paul refused.
"And Sarah Barris told you this just now?"
"Yes."
"And if I were to call Mrs. Barris and ask her, she would verify your words?"
"Yes,"
Linda said, offended. "I was there at the time," I said. "I heard her say it all. And she also told us that Bella Barker, the manor's cleaning lady, has an extensive vegetable garden and makes her own poisons." His eyebrows shot up. "Poisons?" he echoed. "For bugs, cockroaches, ants, that sort of thing," I said. "So Sarah Barris told you both this just then?" We both nodded. "When you were having coffee with her?" We nodded again. "And how did you come to have coffee with her?" Linda and I exchanged glances.
"I just thought it was a nice thing to do, since she was Paul's ex-wife,"
Linda said. "So you knew her well?" Linda fidgeted in her seat.
"No, not well at all."
The detective hesitated for a moment. "I see," he said after an interval. "And Mrs. Williams, have you thought of anyone else who could substantiate your whereabouts on the night in question?"
"How could I?"
Linda said in an irritated tone.
"I was asleep in my motel room, alone. How could anyone verify it?"
The detective's expression did not change. "Is that all?" Linda stood up.
"Yes."
Detective Oakes opened the door for us, and we both hurried down the corridor. I, for one, felt quite foolish. As soon as we were outside, Linda touched my arm.
"See, he thinks I did it."
"Oh, I'm sure he doesn't. He just seemed cranky." I did think he was cranky, but it also seemed to me that he had not discounted Linda as a likely suspect.
"Can you do a spell for me, please, Pepper? A justice spell, something like that, so the police won't blame me?"
Linda was quite shaken. "Sure, come back to my cottage and I'll see what I can do." The black cat was waiting for us when we arrived at my cottage.
"She's taken quite a shine to you,"
Linda said. I let the cat inside and fed her again, and I looked through my glass-encased cabinet for the right ingredients. "Okay, I have devil's shoestrings, bergamot, red brick dust, and tansy," I said. "I only have tiny quantities because I have to build up supplies again. I only took what I could fit in my suitcase when I left Sydney. Still, there should be enough." Linda looked puzzled.
"What's tansy used for?"
I handed her the little bottle of the dried green herb. "Put some in your shoe and put the rest of it in your bath tonight. It keeps the law away. I wish I had more. I wonder where I can buy it around here." I shook my head. "I'll need to get some online, but it won't arrive soon."
"That's all right. I'll find some online tonight and have it sent fast. Thanks for that."
I smiled at her. Okay, here are the devil's shoestrings. I only have 5. Mix these with dragon's blood resin and some cinnamon and burn them on charcoal in the middle of your room. Carry the smoke around the room. I have plenty of dragon's blood resin and cinnamon. I bought some in town the other day. I bought some charcoal too. I don't know how to thank you. Look, could you email me the instructions? I'm just as likely to forget it all. Sure. I know about the red brick dust, though. I put it in a line across my door and across the windows. I nodded. But what was that other thing you said? Bergamot. Bergamot and cloves, actually. I can give you some bergamot oil, and I have plenty of cloves. You would normally use them in a floor wash to keep the law away, only your room is carpeted. Let me think. Okay, sprinkle the bergamot oil on the floor and throw some cloves on the floor and then vacuum the carpet. Actually, you're supposed to use cedar oil with it, but I don't have any. I'm sure they sell it at that crystal shop in town. Some colour was returning to Linda's face. Thanks so much, Pepper. I'll pop down there and buy some tomorrow. I'll go and do the rest of it now. Are you looking forward to dinner tonight? No, I said truthfully. Chapter 15. I hoped the uncomfortable evening would pay off with Lila implicating herself somehow. I was disappointed that Lucas was still out of town. The aunt's best silverware was on display, and the blue and gold dinner setting looked expensive. It had moulded, raised floral decorations and was gilded. It also looked old. I wasn't too keen to eat from such ancient china. Then again, I supposed that vampires didn't succumb to illness too easily. Or did they? There was still so much I didn't know. Lila was clearly in a black mood, but my aunts were all chirpy. Linda looked rather nervous. Despite my growing friendship with Linda, I hadn't quite discounted her as the murderer. In fact, she seemed the ideal suspect. She had the strongest motive. Had they divorced, she would not have walked away with a thing. But with him dead, she stood to inherit everything, and he had been a wealthy man. I also found it suspicious that she had an alibi. She had eaten in the motel's restaurant and had been seen by many people. Still, it wasn't a perfect alibi because she could have slipped out during the night. At any rate, her staying in the motel would have to look better to the police than her being in the cottage with him when he died. It was true. Linda had everything: motive, opportunity, and means. The aunts offered everyone wine, which was, in fact, witch's brew. This time Linda accepted some, as did Lila. I knew the aunts were going to interrogate her without making it look like an interrogation.
How are you enjoying your stay here, Lila?
Aunt Agnes said, after she had filled Lila's wine glass. It's okay, Lila said. What do you folks do around here for entertainment? I thought you were here to write a story, I said. I made my tone as pleasant as I could. One can mix business with pleasure, Lila said icily.
True,
Aunt Dorothy said in a conciliatory tone.
How is your story coming along?
Lila narrowed her eyes. Fine. I sure hoped she wasn't going to give the bed and breakfast bad press on my account. Although it wasn't that type of magazine, I'm sure she could still paint it in an unfavourable light. Aunt Maud had already reported that she had called around the motels, and no one had anyone by the name Lila Sanders booked for the night of the murder. But that didn't mean she hadn't booked under another name. Linda also said she had never met Lila before, but I still wondered if Lila had met Paul. I couldn't think how that was possible unless Lila had at one point done a story on Paul's taxidermy business. That seemed unlikely, but remained a possibility. However, I had already Googled Paul, and no such story had come up. The first course was eaten in uncomfortable silence, although the aunts tried to make conversation from time to time. Finally, I could stand it no longer.
Linda, was Paul always a taxidermist?
Linda looked up, startled.
No,
He took an early retirement and then went into taxidermy, more as a hobby than anything else. His parents were wealthy, and he had no siblings, and when they both died in an accident, he had more money than he knew what to do with. That's when he quit his job and opened the taxidermy business. He always had an interest in it. She shuddered. It was clear she didn't share his interest.
What was he before he was a taxidermist?
Aunt Agnes asked her. He was a journalist, actually an editor of a small paper. Everyone's heads snapped to Lila. Did you know him? I asked her. Lila's face paled. Yes, I met him years ago, she said, her voice shaking. I silently cheered. I just knew she was hiding something, and it was not simply because I didn't like her. I didn't know him very well, she added hastily. So Paul was an editor, was he? I asked Linda, and she nodded. I could see she was looking at Lila with new interest. Did you work for him? I asked Lila. She shot me a look of pure venom. For a minute, I thought she wasn't going to answer, but she did. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did. He was a lovely man. Linda choked on her wine and had to set down her glass. When she stopped coughing, we exchanged glances. It was clear that Lila was lying. No one could possibly describe Paul Williams as a lovely man. Did you say it was a newspaper or magazine? I asked her. Lila looked around the table. Just a local newspaper. I thought it strange that my Google search hadn't turned that up. Linda, did Paul ever go by another name? Linda nodded. That was before I met him. He used to be called Bob, short for Robert. Robert was his middle name, and it always irritated him that he had been called Robert from birth. So he eventually changed to his first name, Paul. His mother had always intended to call him Robert. I had zoned out by now, but Aunt Agnes apparently found the matter intriguing.
Why did his mother give him Robert as a second rather than first name, if that's what she wanted to call him?
Apparently she liked the sound of Paul Robert better than Robert Paul. Paul said it always irritated him, caused him no end of red tape. The doorbell made me jump, as it usually did, being loud and shrill. Lila looked longingly in the direction of the door, and I knew we were both thinking the same thing. Was this Lucas?
Why don't you get it this time, Dorothy?
Aunt Agnes said. I'm sure Dorothy was more than happy to answer the door, considering Aunt Agnes usually would not allow anyone else to do it. This time it was not Lucas, but the detectives.
Sorry to intrude on your evening,
Detective Oakes said,
but we would like to speak to Mrs. Williams for a moment.
Linda pushed her chair back from the table. Here?
The detective nodded. If we could go to another room.
I was relieved that Linda wasn't being arrested and taken to the police station. I shot her what I hoped was an encouraging look.
At least the detectives came between courses,
Aunt Agnes said. She stood up and started to clean the table. I'll help, I said. Aunt Agnes protested, but I insisted. When we were in the kitchen and away from prying eyes, I whispered to Agnes, I'm just going to Google to see what newspaper Paul Williams used to run.
Good idea. Now, I don't think we should have dessert until Linda comes back. Do you?
I would have liked to point out that more important things were afoot, but thought better of it. We should wait. I had left my handbag in the kitchen, so I fished out my phone. It didn't take me long to find that Paul, under the name Robert, had been the editor of a small newspaper in country New South Wales. I Googled Lila's name, which of course I had done previously, but not in connection with this newspaper. It didn't turn up much. I wondered if the police knew this, but I certainly intended to tell them. Why had Lila tried to keep this from us? Had she been sacked? Or had he done something to her to cause her to be resentful towards him? I was sure there was something to it, but I didn't know how to find out.
Did you find anything?
Aunt Agnes asked me. For a moment, I had forgotten she was standing there. I handed her the phone so she could read it for herself.
"We just need to find out what happened at that newspaper,"
Aunt Agnes said. That's exactly what I was thinking. Did you see how Lila acted funny about it? She wouldn't have done that if they had just been amicable colleagues. Aunt Agnes sighed.
"Now, what should we do with the dessert? Do you think the police will be long?"
No idea, I said. I suppose we can give it, say, 15 minutes. If Linda's not back by then, perhaps we can serve dessert.
Good idea.
I followed Aunt Agnes back into the dining room, where she announced to the others that we would wait for Linda. I half expected Lila to make an excuse to leave, but she sat there. Something occurred to me, but I didn't know if I should say it. I thought it over for a moment and then considered I had nothing to lose.
"Do the police know that Paul fired you from your job at the newspaper?" I asked her.
Aunt Agnes's eyebrows shot skyward, but she soon recovered. Lila picked up her dessert spoon with her right hand and clenched it hard until her knuckles turned white. "What's that got to do with anything? It was years ago." I silently cheered. She had fallen for my bluff. "Of course," I said soothingly, "but you know what the police are like. If they think you've kept something from them, they'll become suspicious of you." Lila glared at me. "I wasn't even in town when he died." "Yes, everyone knows that. Still, anyone can Google it and find out that there was a big drama when he fired you." I lied. Lila's face was now an ugly shade of red. "He falsely accused me," she screeched. "He said I'd stolen money from his desk, but he was lying. I wasn't able to get a job in newspapers after that. In fact, it took me years to get the job I've got now." I almost felt sorry for her. It seemed that Paul was the sort of man who would do that, but of course I had no way of knowing the truth. "Oh well, you have nothing to worry about," I said. "You're lucky you didn't come a day earlier, though." Lila remained silent, but was that a guilty look that had just passed across her face? Had she arrived a day earlier? And if so, how would I find out? I had not come to any conclusions by the time the detectives and Linda returned to the room. Linda gave me a small nod, which I hoped was a good sign. "Thanks for your time, ladies," Detective Oakes said. "Sorry to disturb your evening."
"I'll show you out,"
Aunt Agnes said,
"and then I'll see to dessert."
"The cottage isn't a crime scene any longer," Linda announced. Aunt Maud leant across and patted her hand. "You're most welcome to continue to stay here," she said. "I'm sure you don't want to go back there." "If you're sure that's all right." Aunt Maud nodded vigorously, but I could see Aunt Dorothy looked none too pleased. "Did they say if they're close to arresting anyone?" I asked her. "No. In fact, I think I'm still high on the list." "It's ridiculous they haven't arrested someone by now," Lila snapped. "That's the trouble with small towns. Everyone is incompetent." Perhaps she thought she had gone too far because she twisted the rings on her hand. Aunt Agnes hadn't returned, so I stood up. "I'll just go and help Aunt Agnes with the dessert." By the time I reached the kitchen, Aunt Agnes was cutting into a huge lemon meringue pie.
"Valkyrie, would you go to the dining room and see who would like cream and ice cream with theirs?"
I did as I was asked. "I don't want either, thank you," Lila said through pursed lips. "I like to keep my figure trim." She looked me up and down as she spoke. I walked back to the kitchen with the orders, wondering how I could find out if Lila had been in town at the time of the murder. Chapter 16. The following morning I had breakfast in my cottage. It was a beautiful day, and I was sitting in my office looking for cheap furniture online. It was hard not to be distracted and look out the window at the seagulls. I was pleased with my progress. I had found bargains and made a long list. I was surprised that I had not yet been interrupted. I kept glancing down at my phone to make sure I had not missed any calls. I stood up, intending to have a snack, when I saw Linda coming through my gate. I walked to the front door to let her in.
"Do you own that cat now?" she said, nodding at the black cat that sat at my feet.
I laughed. The aunts would say she owns herself, but I have no idea where she lives.
"Looks like she lives with you now," I shrugged.
Yes, she seems to. I'll have to take her to the vet's later and see if she has a microchip. If she does, then I'll contact the owner and see if they don't want her anymore. Anyway, come in.
"No, I just called by to see if you could give me some help. I'm about to go through Paul's stuff to see if there's anything that gives me a clue to his murder."
I bit my lip. But won't the police have done that already? Surely they would have found anything incriminating. Linda shook her head.
"Paul must have been up to something to do with the fact that he was a werewolf. Why else would he and Lucas argue? As far as I knew, they hadn't met before we came here. The police wouldn't notice anything to do with that."
I thought it through. But would Paul leave something incriminating lying around the cottage?
Linda bent down to stroke the cat. "He had a locked briefcase, and he had a diary. Who knows what's in there?"
Okay then, when do you want to start?
"Now?"
Linda quirked an eyebrow. Sure, I was just about to take a break anyway. The bedroom in the cottage was a mess. Linda exclaimed angrily when she saw it.
"I thought the police only made a mess in searches in movies."
What if it was the murderer? I asked her. She stepped around some items strewn on the floor.
"You're right. I'll call the detectives later and ask them."
I surveyed the mess with dismay. Gosh, I don't know where to start.
"His briefcase," Linda said. "He kept it by the desk."
The cottage smelled as if it had been locked up for a week when it was only a few days. Still, I expected the humidity added to it, given that the cottage had been locked and all the windows shut all that time. I opened every window and turned on the fan in the living room and in the bedroom to try to get some airflow. You know, this needs a good smudging, I said. Linda nodded.
"When we're finished here, we'll get some white sage and give it a good going over."
"And we'll need lots of salt and eucalyptus oil for the floor wash," I added. When I finished looking around, I saw that Linda had lifted a bulky briefcase onto the desk and was struggling to open it.
"I can't find the key anywhere," she said.
I crossed to the briefcase to look at the lock. I hadn't seen a locked briefcase in ages, but this looked like any standard lock. "I'll have to find something to bust it open," I said. "Do you have a screwdriver?" Linda shook her head. "I'll just pop over to the shed and get one."
"Don't let your aunts see you," Linda cautioned me. "We don't want them to come in here and help us search through stuff, in case they find out Paul was a werewolf."
Okay, I'll see if there's a knife or something here that'll work. I went to the kitchen drawers and fetched the most solid-looking knife I could find. I stuck it under the latch and moved it around, but nothing worked. "This might need a hammer," I said. "I'll slip home and get one. That's safer than going to the shed." This time I went out the back door of the cottage in case the aunts were looking in that direction. I skirted around behind the cottages until I came to my cottage. The cat stuck her head through the cat door and meowed. "If you don't tell me your name, I'm going to have to think of one for you," I said to her. The cat narrowed her eyes at me in the typical cat smile. "Okay, then. I'll think of a name for you." I unlocked the door and let myself in. I had a decent toolbox in Sydney. After all, every single girl has to fend for herself. But of course I couldn't bring the unwieldy thing with me to Lighthouse Bay. I had been meaning to replace it, but I did know that there was a hammer in the laundry cupboard. I fetched it and turned it over. It was an old one with a wooden handle, with plenty of dents where someone had missed their target, but it looked strong enough. I tucked it into the back of my shorts and then covered it with my shirt, just in case I ran into the aunts on my way back to Linda's cottage. As I skirted behind Lucas's cottage, I saw no sign that he had returned, but I saw no sign of Lila at her cottage either. I let myself through the back door into Linda's cottage and pulled the hammer from behind me. "I hope this does the trick," I said. Her normally pale face was red with exertion. I've tried everything. This just won't open.
It occurred to me that she could transform into a werewolf and rip it apart with her claws or fangs, but I didn't know the social niceties for mentioning such a thing, so I thought it prudent not to bring it up. This should work. I wedged the claw of the hammer under the section next to the lock and pulled. Nothing happened. After the 5th try, the lock broke. Linda opened the briefcase. It's stuffed full. I eyed the contents with some trepidation. It's going to take ages to sort through all that. Linda agreed.
Still, it'll be worth it if we find something.
She upended the briefcase on the dining table.
Will we do half each?
Why not? Linda halved the paperwork with one sweeping motion and then pushed a pile towards me. It soon became apparent to me that Paul was a hoarder. Why would he take your electricity and phone bills with him on a holiday? I asked her. Linda simply shrugged and kept looking through papers. After a while she looked up.
How about I fetch us a cardboard box each, and we can throw the old paperwork into that to make it easier?
I said that was a good idea. By the time Linda returned with 2 cardboard boxes, I had already looked through several receipts for petrol, restaurant meals, and so on. I expected that Paul had intended to write off his holiday here as a tax deduction. While that might be of interest to an accountant, it certainly didn't provide any help in the matter of his murder. My eyes were sore from all the close work, so I rubbed them.
Do you want to take a break?
Linda asked over the top of some papers. Not yet, but maybe soon if we don't find anything, I said. I threw the bills in the cardboard box and pulled another load of papers towards me, and as I did, the papers uncovered a little brown book with a clasp.
Linda,
I picked up the book and waved it at her. Is this his diary? She shook her head and reached for it.
No, I looked through his diary when you were gone and couldn't see anything at first glance, but we could look through it again later. I don't know what that is.
What is it with Paul and locks? I asked her. Any sign of a key? Linda shook her head. I'll fetch the hammer, I said with a sigh. When I returned with the hammer, I thought the claw might be too big to wedge in the narrow space. I tried a few times, but it didn't quite fit. I'll go and get a knife.
No, give it to me.
Linda brought the hammer down on the clasp with a mighty thud. The clasp shattered, sending little bits of metal flying everywhere. I leant over her shoulder as she opened the book. I wonder if the police have seen inside this. Linda pointed to a little key lying between some papers.
Probably.
We both laughed.
And the police probably have the key to the briefcase, too, Linda said. I remember them saying they had some stuff I could pick up from the police station.
Oh, well, it's open now, I said with a chuckle.
This seems to be some sort of a diary, Linda said. A diary about werewolf stuff.
If the police saw it, they probably thought it was just notes for some sort of a novel, I said.
True.
Linda flipped through the pages.
There are dates.
Quick, go to the last entry, I said. I looked over her shoulder and we both gasped. There, at the top of the page, was the date of the last entry, the last day that Linda had seen Paul alive, the day Paul had the argument with Lucas. At the top of the page were the initials L.O., and under that the word cleaner, underlined 5 times. Linda and I exchanged glances. Lucas O'Callaghan? So he knew, I said.
Yes, but what worries me is how he knew, Linda said. Look at this.
The words poker game were written at the bottom of the page. Linda flipped the page over to reveal a list of names. The bottom name, Joanna Rush, was circled with a date next to it. Next to that was the word turned.
What does that all mean?
Linda's face was paler than usual.
If this means what I think it means, then I think I know how Paul died.
I sat in the chair next to her. What does it mean?
Paul went out every Friday night and sometimes at weekends as well. He always said he was playing poker with his mates. I suspected that wasn't true, but our marriage was over by then, so I really didn't care what he did. In fact, I enjoyed having the quiet time to myself. I expect you don't know anything about shifters. I shook my head. I know even less about them than I know about vampires, and I don't know anything much about vampires, even though I am one. Linda nodded. Her face was white and drawn. Werewolves can be in a pack, I suppose you call it, just like witches join a coven. Oh, I know all witches don't join covens. That was the first example I could think of off the top of my head. I nodded in encouragement, and she pushed on. It's just that the word pack can give the wrong idea. Many werewolves like to attend social events with other werewolves, that is, in their human form. However, I've always liked to keep to myself. I suppose you could call me a lone wolf. She broke off with a brief laugh. Anyway, I'm explaining this badly, but I always figured that Paul's poker nights were just a social gathering with other werewolves, and there were probably women involved. She stabbed her finger at the last name on the page. See this name? It says turned next to it. I thought for a moment, and then it dawned on me. Oh, as in turned into a werewolf? Linda's hand flew to her throat. Yes, and I told you that is illegal, like completely illegal, punishable by death. Can the word mean something else? Absolutely not. Linda's tone was firm. But it doesn't mean Paul turned her, does it? It could have been someone else who was there. That's obviously what he and Lucas were having the argument about. The room swam. I took a deep breath. Perhaps Paul reported it to Lucas. Perhaps that's why they were arguing. Linda shook her head. No, don't you see, Pepper? Paul had no way of knowing that Lucas was a cleaner. Cleaners are careful about their privacy until they come for you. Her voice rose an octave. No, Lucas came here because Paul was involved with the turning. That's obvious now. I told you, anyone who is involved with the turning is executed. Everyone knows that. Are you saying Lucas murdered Paul? Linda gripped the diary tightly. It sure seems that way. And Lucas was called away on business. He's gone to deal with the rest of the pack.
Chapter 17. I sat there, shaken. I just couldn't bring myself to face it. Are you sure? I asked after a long interval. Linda nodded. But none of us are in danger, are we?
I might be, given that I was married to Paul, she said.
Lucas hasn't questioned you. Linda clutched herself with both hands.
That mightn't be a good thing.
I know you said you didn't want my aunts to know you're a werewolf, but shouldn't I tell them that Lucas is a cleaner? I mean, goodness knows how long Lucas is going to hang around here, and what if he moves into town to be near the winery? Surely we all need to know. Linda appeared to be thinking it over.
I really don't want them to know, she said, but I suppose they should know.
She sighed deeply and put her head in her hands. Perhaps I should tell them immediately, I said. If cleaners are as bad as you say. I looked at her and she nodded. Then surely they should be warned.
Sure, she said, but it would be good if you didn't mention that I'm a shifter wolf.
I thought about it before speaking. I'm not sure how I can avoid it. Of course the aunts will want to know how I found out that Lucas is a cleaner.
You couldn't just pretend he kissed you and happened to mention it? Linda asked hopefully. Your aunts already seem to think he has a thing for you.
The thought of kissing Lucas made me tremble from head to foot. Still, I had to push those happy thoughts away and focus on the matter at hand. It seemed that Lucas could be dangerous, and by all accounts he was one of the most dangerous people, vampires, out there. I really can't see how I can keep you out of it, I said, unless you can come up with an idea. There was a long silence, and Linda finally spoke.
No, I suppose you're going to have to tell them. They will probably kick me out of Mugwort Manor
And the cottage too. I hurried to reassure her. They won't be able to kick you out of the cottage. This is a business, after all. And if they make you leave the manor, which I'm sure they won't, then you're welcome to come and stay with me. There is a second bedroom. That's so kind of you, Pepper. Anyway, I'm sure they're going to be really angry when they discover they've had a werewolf living under their roof. I had nothing to say to that. She was most probably right. What do you think they'll do about Lucas? Linda looked up at me. Do? There's nothing they can do. He's a cleaner. I stood up. Oh, well, there's no time like the present. Do you mind telling them by yourself, Pepper? Of course not. I thought that I was going to anyway. Good luck. I'm going to need it, I muttered as I walked out the door. I knew the aunts would not only be shocked, but would also be angry with me for withholding this information. Aunt Dorothy was in the vegetable garden talking to herself. She straightened up when she saw me approaching. "Zucchini," she said, thrusting a huge vegetable at me. "Well, that's a good one," I said. "Aunt Dorothy, there's something important I want to tell you. You and the other aunts. Could you come inside?" "What is it?" Dorothy brushed her hands on her apron. I handed the zucchini back to her. "I'll tell you when we're all together." When we got inside the house, Aunt Agnes and Aunt Maud were nowhere to be found. I fervently hoped they hadn't locked another shifter in the cage in their altar room. Something struck me. What if they had Lucas chained in there? My stomach churned at the thought. I wouldn't put anything past them. While Dorothy was looking for the others, I wondered what I should tell them. Should I ply them with witch's brew first? Or chocolate? That seemed like a good idea. I went to the cupboard and pulled out a packet of Tim Tams. "Valkyrie!" I spun around at the sound of Aunt Agnes's voice, nearly dropping the Tim Tams. "There's a man here to see you." A man? I silently ran through the possibilities but came up blank. "He's in the office," she continued. I followed her down the dark corridor to the office. A man about my age and wearing a suit was sitting in the chair opposite the desk. He rose when he saw me. I couldn't help but notice that his eyes travelled up and down me, which irked me. "Alex Burns," he said, extending his hand. "We've been emailing each other." I shook his hand. It was a limp handshake at best. His hand was soft and clammy. "Oh, yes," I said. "You're the reservation's software rep. I didn't know you were coming to Lighthouse Bay." I punctuated my words with a huge sneeze. His aftershave was overpowering. It smelled like fly spray, a particularly chemical one. "I do apologize for coming here without prior notice," he said. "I called you more than once this morning, but it went straight to message bank." I pulled out my phone and looked at it. "I don't have any missed calls." He fidgeted, and I realized he was lying. He was the type of salesperson that gave other salespersons a bad name. He pulled out a blue and white checked handkerchief and mopped his sweaty brow, even though it was quite cool in the office. "What can I do for you, Mr. Burns?" I asked. "I'm in town today, so I thought we could talk about the software." "Sure, I suppose," I said. "What is this all about?" Aunt Agnes asked me. "I'm looking into an automated system for the reservations," I said. "But don't you have bookings on the website now?" "Yes, but they're all manual. I have to process them manually. Other accommodations, such as motels, hotels, bed and breakfasts and so on, all have automated systems for reservations." Alex nodded vigorously. "That's right. Everything's automated these days, and our service is the very best. We provide you with a template. It's the easiest one available, and the most effective one, too." He winked at me, and then went on and on, extolling the virtues of his system. It was obviously too much for Aunt Agnes. "I'll leave it up to you," she said to me. "It was nice to meet you, Mr. Burns." "Alex, please." Agnes left the room with Dorothy, leaving me with Aunt Maud. "Do you want to show us how the software works now?" I asked him.
He made a show of looking at his watch. "I have appointments all day, but since I wasn't able to get you on the phone, I thought I'd call in and make an appointment for some other time." "Sure," I said. "What time would suit you?" "Really, the only time I have is dinner tonight. I don't know if you'd have time for a business dinner." He was the predatory type, and good-looking enough that I supposed he thought his charm would seduce the ladies into buying his software. I was about to refuse when Aunt Maud spoke up. "What a good idea! Why don't the two of you work something out about this software over dinner? Valkyrie likes the Korean restaurant." "Valkyrie?" "My aunt's pet name for me." I shot Maud a warning look. "Okay, I'll make a booking for there." "But," I began, but Maud interrupted me. "You have to eat sometime, so you might as well multitask and find out about this software." She fixed me with a look, so I figured she had an ulterior motive. I knew she wasn't matchmaking, given how the aunts felt about men. "All right, then. I'll meet you there, Alex." I decided to borrow the Mazda. At least I could have a getaway vehicle. Alex stood up and shook my hand once more. This time he held my hand too long, and I had to snatch it away. I accompanied Aunt Maud to the door to show him out. When he was out of earshot, I rounded on her. "Why did you want me to go to dinner with that man?" She looked quite pleased with herself. "I overheard Lila Sanders making a reservation for two for tonight at the Korean restaurant. This is the perfect way for you to keep an eye on her, and she might be having dinner with her accomplice. I know you suspect her, so I was trying to help." "Thanks for that," I said, "but I think this Burns guy might be sleazy." Maud shook her head. "Nonsense, dear. He clearly said it was a business dinner. Anyway, Dorothy said you had something to tell us. Let's find the others." The aunts were all assembled in the dining room, the sun's rays forming pretty patterns on the table through the ghastly lace curtains. Aunt Agnes was polishing the crystals on a beautifully iridescent, deep red lustreware vase, and Aunt Dorothy was bent over her wool bag, pulling out skeins of wool and tut-tutting to herself. "I have a few things to tell you," I said. "Why don't we all sit down?" "As bad as all that?" Aunt Agnes fixed me with a sharp look. "I'm afraid so." When we were all sitting down, I was suddenly tongue-tied. "I really don't know where to begin," I said anxiously. "At the beginning, dear," Aunt Dorothy said. Agnes frowned deeply. "That wasn't helpful, Dorothy." "Of course it was helpful, Agnes," Maud snapped. "Valkyrie's obviously nervous, and Dorothy was trying to soothe her nerves." "Her nerves will be soothed when she tells us what's on her mind," Agnes said. I decided to launch straight into it. Anything was preferable to their bickering. "Linda's a werewolf, and Paul was too." After I dropped that bombshell, I looked around the table, expecting to see shocked expressions. However, they didn't seem surprised in the least. "You knew," I said in an accusatory tone. "Of course we knew, dear," Aunt Agnes said. "I didn't want a werewolf staying here, but your Aunt Maud insisted." "She's very nice," Aunt Maud said, "and the cat likes her." "How did you know she was a werewolf?" I asked them. "Isn't it obvious?" Aunt Agnes said, clearly deflecting the question. "Well, to us, anyway. The point is, how did you know?" "I happened to see her in her wolf form," I said. "Then we had quite a chat about it." "That's nice, dear," Maud said. "You two are becoming quite good friends, aren't you?" Aunt Agnes looked at her as if she had gone quite mad, and then turned her attention back to me. "Why didn't you tell us?" "Linda asked me not to. She thought you wouldn't want her staying here, even staying in the cottage, if you knew she was a werewolf. She said werewolves and vampires don't get on." "They do sometimes," Aunt Dorothy said. "Take your Aunt Maud, for example. Why, once she—" "Dorothy!" Maud snapped. Her face flushed bright red. "Anyway, they're called shifter wolves these days, not werewolves." "So you're the naming police, are you now, Maud?" Agnes retorted. I hurried to intervene. "Sorry, I didn't know what to call them. I'm new to all this. I just meant in books, dear, Maud said, a dreamy look in her eyes. I like reading romances and mysteries about shifter wolves. Aunt Agnes rolled her eyes.
Now, Valkyrie, she began in a lecturing tone, you must come to us with all and any snippets of information. You shouldn't keep anything from us. We live in trying times, and you never know what's around the next corner.
Speaking of which, I said, there's more. The aunts looked interested for the first time. I pressed on. Linda told me that Lucas O'Callaghan and Paul had a terrible argument that day.
What day, dear?
Dorothy said, a blank look on her face. The day he died. Well, the last day Linda saw him. The day before she found him dead in the cottage. Linda overheard Paul and Lucas having a terrible argument, and when Lucas left, she asked Paul what the argument was about. He wouldn't tell her, and that's why she stormed off and went to a motel for the night. Linda also told me that Lucas is a cleaner. This time I expected gasps of horror, but their faces did not change. Do you know what a cleaner is? I asked them. Of course, they all said in unison. I don't mean someone who cleans floors and bathrooms, I said, wondering if that's what they were thinking.
We know what a cleaner is, Aunt Agnes said. I suppose Linda has explained it to you?
I nodded. She said cleaners go around making sure that governments don't find out that werewolves and vampires actually exist. She said cleaners are very dangerous, judge, jury, and executioner all rolled into one. She said they often don't ask any questions, and sometimes they get rid of witnesses as well.
Linda has explained it well, don't you think, Agnes?
Aunt Dorothy said.
Yes, quite so.
Aunt Agnes gave a nod of approval. I was exasperated. Well then, aren't any of you frightened that Lucas is a cleaner?
Why would we worry about that? Aunt Agnes said. Cleaners are very necessary. They do a good job. The question is, why would Lucas argue with Paul?
I tapped the table. I'm getting to that. We just uncovered the reason in some notes Paul left behind. Linda said Paul used to go out most weekends. He always told her it was poker night, but Linda suspected he was meeting with pack members. We found a note saying that one of them, a new member, was turned. Aunt Agnes gasped.
That's punishable by death.
Completely illegal, Aunt Maud said in horror.
People are executed for that,
Dorothy added grimly. And Linda thinks that's where Lucas is now, attending to the other members of the pack. In fact, she thinks he murdered Paul. Agnes tut-tutted.
A most unpleasant business. Now can you see why we told you to be careful around Lucas O'Callaghan?
I ignored the question. Why didn't you tell me about the cleaners? Aunt Maud reached for my hand and patted it.
We didn't want to worry you, dear.
I took a long breath and exhaled slowly. Quite seriously, I'd rather know. I have to learn these things if I'm to survive in this world. I mean, only a month ago I didn't believe that vampires or shifter wolves existed. Knowledge is power, after all. The aunts did not respond, so I added, Now would be a good time to tell me anything else you're keeping from me. The aunts looked down at their knitting needles clicking away. I knew they were into knot magic, so I wondered if they were focusing on a spell to keep me in the dark about something. Call me suspicious. Is there anything else you're keeping from me? Aunt Dorothy and Aunt Maud continued to look down at their knitting, but Agnes looked up at me.
No, dear, of course not.
Her eyes flickered from side to side, a sure sign that she was lying. I have a strong feeling that you're keeping something from me, I persisted. Aunt Agnes shrugged.
We kept telling you to be careful with that Lucas man, dear.
Looking back, I can see you knew he was a cleaner all the time, I said. You were so sure he wasn't a shifter, and now I know why. Do you think he killed Paul?
I don't think so,
Aunt Agnes said absently. Linda thinks he did.
Werewolves don't know everything, Aunt Agnes said haughtily.
I like her,
Aunt Maud said. I looked at Maud. Do you think Lucas killed Paul? Aunt Maud did not answer, but shot Agnes a glance. I was increasingly frustrated. Okay, but please tell me this one thing. Am I in any danger from Lucas?
Not if you don't turn someone into a vampire,
Aunt Agnes said.
Or murder someone,
Dorothy added. Maud nodded. Or do something else that's illegal. So are cleaners as dangerous as Linda says? I mean, would Lucas have found out whether or not Paul turned that person into a werewolf before he decided to execute him?
I suppose so,
Aunt Agnes said in a bored fashion, as if she had entirely lost interest in the conversation. The aunts were infuriating when they were like this. I decided to try a different line of questioning. How did you discover that Lucas was a cleaner? Henry Ecor told Agnes, Maud said. Agnes snapped at her. Shush! I smiled, in spite of the seriousness of the situation. It seemed Henry got around. Does Lucas know we're vampires?
No, no one does,
Aunt Agnes said.
Apart from that werewolf friend of yours, Valkyrie. You need to be more careful with your loose lips and who you make friends with. I certainly hope she doesn't tell anyone.
I opened my mouth to say that she wouldn't, but Agnes was still speaking.
We have to be very careful that no one knows we're vampires.
Why? In case the cleaner comes and kills us or something?
That's a conversation for another time,
Aunt Agnes said emphatically. But you're categorically telling me that I'm in no danger from Lucas.
I suppose it depends what you mean by danger,
Aunt Agnes said snarkily, and the other two aunts chuckled.
If you want to use him as a plaything, then go ahead by all means, but he's not relationship material.
Because he's a homicidal maniac, I guessed. Cleaners aren't homicidal maniacs, Aunt Maud said, but Aunt Agnes waved a hand at her to silence her.
They certainly can be, not that I've ever had much to do with one. But the point is, Valkyrie, Lucas doesn't know you're a vampire. That means he's not interested in a relationship with you.
Why can't I simply tell him I'm a vampire? I asked her. All three aunts gasped in horror.
No, you mustn't,
Aunt Agnes said. She looked deathly afraid, and as I looked at the other two aunts, I saw that they were too. Chapter 18. I left Mugwort Manor with more questions than answers. I headed straight back to Linda's cottage to tell her what the aunts had said. She seemed to have the paperwork in some semblance of order, as it was neatly stacked into several heaps on the dining room table. How did it go? She looked anxious. They said they already knew you were a werewolf, I said. Linda's eyebrows shot up. How? Your guess is as good as mine. And they didn't mind? I shrugged. Aunt Agnes doesn't seem too thrilled about werewolves, to be honest, but Aunt Maud seems quite taken with you. Don't worry, they have no intention of kicking you out of the cottage, or from Mugwort Manor, for that matter. You're welcome to stay. Linda sank into the nearest chair. What a huge relief. You know, Pepper, I've been thinking, if Lucas had executed Paul, it would have looked like a true accident. The police would never suspect foul play. You're sure? She nodded. I'm certain. From what I know about cleaners, they make it look like natural causes. I thought about it for a moment. That makes sense, I said slowly. If their whole purpose is to keep things from the authorities, then it stands to reason that they have to make it look like natural causes. There would certainly be no green potatoes involved. That means we're back to square one. Someone else is the murderer, Linda said. I tapped my finger on my chin. Lila Sanders is my best bet. I know we suspect Bella, but the Murphys and the Burruses have alibis. But the wife could be covering for the husband, or vice versa, or they could be in it together, Linda said. I nodded. True. I'd still like to find out if Lila arrived in town a day early. I keep going over and over it, but I just can't figure out how we can find out. Is there CCTV on any of the streets? Linda asked me. I laughed. This is Lighthouse Bay, remember? There's nothing so technologically advanced here. Any other ideas? Linda pursed her lips but didn't say anything. I, too, fell silent, thinking so hard it almost hurt. There had to be a way to figure out whether Lila had arrived in town a day early. I was stumped. How could someone find out if someone was in town on a certain day? I said, quickly followed by, "Sorry, that question was addressed to me, not you. This is doing my head in."
Me too.
I shot to my feet. I have an idea. It's probably not a good one, but it's the only one I've got. What if we print out photos of her, then we walk around the coffee shops and restaurants, show them the photos, and ask if she was there that night? I mean, the woman had to eat.
Great idea, Linda said. I'm sure the men would remember her. She's gorgeous in a stereotypical way. Those long legs, that long blonde hair, that perfect face, that perfect figure.
I nodded, hoping Lucas didn't share Linda's assessment of Lila. Still, I had to admit she was right. Lila was, in fact, gorgeous, and most men would remember her. "Do you want to do it now?" I asked Linda.
"Sure, why not?"
"Okay then, come over to my cottage and I'll print out some photos of her. I only hope that if anyone does remember her, then they remember that she was there that particular night." When we reached the cottage, the cat was sitting at the front door meowing. "You do know you have a cat door around the other side of the house," I said. The cat, of course, ignored me, as cats do.
"I'll have to stop calling her the cat," Linda said. "What's a good name for a cat?"
"I haven't been able to think of one," I confessed. "I don't want to give her an obvious name like Kitty Cat or Salem." I opened the door and let Linda and the as-yet unnamed cat inside. I switched on the printer and hooked it up to my laptop. Linda and I spent some time looking through online photos of Lila. We finally settled on one of her in a tight-fitting, a very tight-fitting, white linen suit. "You know, Lila is supposed to be here writing a story on Lighthouse Bay," I said over the noise of the printer. "So hopefully she spoke to people in restaurants and cafes and identified herself. That will help them remember her."
"I hadn't thought of that," Linda said. "I find it strange that the police haven't arrested anyone yet. It's making me quite nervous because I keep expecting them to pop up any minute and arrest me."
I sympathized. "It must be awful."
"Let's go to town in my car," she said. "As soon as probate is through, I'm going to sell the old heap of junk and buy myself something nice and modern."
I locked the door behind us, and we walked out to the front of Mugwort Manor, where an ancient, heavy BMW was parked.
"How are we going to do this?"
Linda asked me, as she found a parking spot on the west side of town. "I suppose we just start from here and walk," I said. 5 cafes later, everyone said they had not seen Lila before. I turned to Linda. "I've just had a horrible thought. What if she ordered delivery food?"
"All the motels say that nobody by that name booked that night," Linda pointed out. "And if she was hiding out in her car, she could hardly have ordered food to be delivered to her car."
I laughed at the mental image. "You're right, of course. Silly me." We were still drawing a blank an hour later. "I had no idea there were so many cafes in this town," I said. "My feet are killing me."
"Mine too."
Linda hopped from one foot to the other.
"Why don't we split up? Why don't I take the restaurants and you take the coffee shops? And if someone does remember her, then you can call me or I can call you."
"Good idea," I said. "Otherwise we'll be here all day."
"And then we can meet up for lunch. Where should we have lunch?"
"What about that little place that's close to the water, down by the whale-watching boats?"
"Sure. Let's make a time in case we haven't finished our canvassing."
"Midday?" I asked her. "I'm already ravenous, and all this exercise isn't helping." Linda agreed. I continued alone through the streets of Lighthouse Bay, calling into every coffee shop, showing them Linda's photo. Some people did remember her, but said she had been there through the day. Not one person remembered her from the night in question. I was beginning to think she must have brought a packed dinner, but then I reminded myself that I could be completely wrong. Maybe she had arrived the morning after the murder after all. Maybe she wasn't the murderer. I pulled my iPhone from my pocket and checked the time. It was close to midday. I headed straight to the little cafe where Linda and I had agreed to meet. I walked to the counter and held the photo in front of the lady at the cash register. "Have you seen this woman before?" I asked her. She took the photo from me and stared at it.
"She looks familiar."
"Could she have been here for dinner a few nights ago?" The woman shook her head.
"We don't serve dinners here. We shut at 5 every night."
I thanked her and walked outside, looking down across the water. This was proving to be an exercise in futility. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I spun around. Lucas was standing there.
"Sherlock Holmes, I presume?"
The corners of his lips twitched. His proximity unnerved me. My heart raced out of control, and my breath came in short bursts. I hoped he thought I'd been hurrying.
"Lucas!"
I was dismayed to hear my voice tremble.
"Pepper?"
We stood like that for a moment, neither saying anything. I took in his scent, the cinnamon and cloves, the bergamot and rosemary. It was intoxicating. He was intoxicating. He took the photo from me, his hand lightly brushing mine. I jumped at the electric current that passed between us.
"I see Lila Sanders is your suspect for the murder of Paul Williams."
It was a statement, not a question. "Yes." He didn't respond, which made me anxious. He handed back Lila's photo and then walked away. I felt like a silly, love-struck schoolgirl. I was quite smitten, to be honest, despite all the well-intentioned warnings of Linda and my aunts. I might be heading down a dangerous path, but it was one I could not resist taking. My knees were shaking, so I sat at the nearest table. I didn't have long to wait. Linda arrived soon after.
"Any luck?"
I shook my head. "None whatsoever. What about you?" She took her seat opposite me.
"The man at the Thai restaurant said someone who looked like her was there that particular night, but he couldn't remember if it was her or not. He wasn't sure if it was her, but he said it was a possibility."
"Not many people look like Lila," I pointed out.
"No, it's a long shot. I think we can forget that one."
"Where do we go from here?" Linda shrugged. "Why don't we investigate the murder weapon?" I asked Linda.
"Green potatoes? I wouldn't know where to begin."
The waitress came over to take our orders. I ordered my usual coffee, plus a large plate of potato wedges.
"You're lucky you can eat such fatty food and stay so slim,"
Linda said when the waitress left. "Slim?" I chuckled. "I'd hardly call myself slim. Anyway, I don't know why I ordered wedges when we were talking about deadly green potatoes. I sure hope those potatoes aren't green." We both laughed.
"What's your plan?"
Linda asked me. "I don't really have one," I confessed. "We know it was green potatoes, but we don't know whether it was served up as fries, mashed potato, or even potato soup."
"Or someone could have made hash browns with green potato peelings."
"That would be an easier way to do it. Anyway, like we discussed before, this seems to be an opportunistic murder. Someone with a grudge happened to find Paul in town, so used whatever was on hand to kill him. As we said before, if they had simply bought rat poison, the police would have tracked them down easily."
"Does this mean you're now discounting Lila Sanders as the murderer?"
I shook my head. "No, of course not."
"But you just said it was an opportunistic murder,"
Linda said. I put my head in my hands for a moment. "This is just too confusing," I said. "Let's just look at the green potatoes. Someone had access to them, so either it's someone who lives in this town and had green potatoes lying around, or it was someone like Bella Barker who grows potatoes, or someone who had to buy green potatoes."
"Yes,
Like you said, someone living in town might grow potatoes, Linda said. Didn't you say that solanine is in the leaves? I waved my finger at her. Good point. But don't forget the police bagged the potato peels. That means someone prepared the potatoes at the cottage. Where would someone buy green potatoes? Linda asked me. I chewed my lip for a moment. What about potatoes that are being sold for planting? I vaguely remember seeing some around, but I can't remember where. Potatoes that are sold for planting would surely be green, wouldn't they? Okay, yes, exactly. Linda nodded vigorously. That might give us a lead. I bet the police haven't thought of that one. Well, if they had, they surely would have arrested someone by now. I'm only glad they haven't arrested me. I'd love to go looking after lunch, but I have to get to work redecorating the Game of Thrones-themed cottage. There's a booking for next week, and I have to make it look good by then. I have a lot of painting to do, with all the paintings of heads being chopped off and the like. I've taken too much time off already with trying to find out who the murderer is. A Game of Thrones theme, is it? Linda asked me. I shuddered. Yes, I haven't come across such anatomical detail of killing since I read Homer's Iliad. How about we look into the matter of the green potatoes tomorrow morning? Linda said. I laughed. It sounds like the title of an Agatha Christie book, The Case of the Green Potatoes. Linda joined in my laughter. Chapter 19. I was sitting opposite Alex Burns in the most romantic setting imaginable. It was still daylight, but the evening had a soft glow, and our table looked out over the water. An expensive-looking boat was on its way in from the open sea, as were some pelicans that looked as though they were getting ready to settle in for the night. Lights from the nearby buildings flickered on the gently ebbing waters. The whole scene was one of peace and tranquility. There was one thing wrong with this scene. It was business, not romance. Make that two things. I was here with Alex, not Lucas. And then a third thing. Lucas was Lila Sanders' dinner guest. My insides churned at the sight. What was wrong with me? My attraction to Lucas was wrong on so many levels. I had been warned by everyone in my life that he was dangerous, a deadly cleaner, someone who acted first and asked questions later. Despite the fact I had done nothing wrong, I could not help but be a little afraid. No, that wasn't exactly right. I was not afraid, although I thought I should be. Had I lost my judgment? Had my hormones taken over? This was such an animal attraction that I had no idea how to fight it. Worse still, I had no inclination to do so. That was what made me afraid, not the man himself. Was I completely deluded? I looked up to see Lucas studying me from across the room. You have such beautiful eyes, I thought. The impossibly long lashes, the mystery held there. I at once averted my gaze. Alex was speaking to me. How are you settling into Lighthouse Bay? I'm enjoying it. I love the beach and I like the work. Alex nodded, not taking his eyes from me. Aren't you worried about the murder at your business? I thought that was a strange thing to say, but I nodded regardless. Yes, of course. I should have known that question was simply a lead-in to his sales pitch. He shifted in his seat and launched straight into it. Then it's even more important that you have a solid structure in place so the Mugwort Manor bed and breakfast looks professional. With a solid structure, you will make each and every guest feel special. I tried to force myself to concentrate. He droned on and on in a monotone, pushing the hard sell. So then, are you excited about the automated email system? It's great, isn't it? You were telling me about the automated email system, I wanted to say, but instead said, Could you explain it to me again in a potted summary? He leant closer, his overpowering aftershave making me want to gag. I liked citronella, but not when it was tainted with what smelled like tar and permethrin.
When the potential guests make a reservation, he said excitedly, the system sends them an email to confirm their booking. It sends them another email a week before their arrival to get them hyped about the bed and breakfast. You know, it sends them some local attractions, things they can do here. Then after they leave, the system sends them another email asking for a review. I had to admit it sounded good. Alex smiled at me, a fake smile used by those given to the hard sell. I had met enough of these types in my temp jobs in Sydney. It's an all-in-one reservation system that automates everything for you, all the communications, freeing up your time. Everyone in the business needs hotel reservation software. How much does it cost? Alex reached for my hand, but I snatched it away. The initial cost is not what you should consider, he said in an oily fashion, winking at me. Rather, it's how much time and money it will save you. Once the template is set up, all communications are automated. You don't have to stress about when to email the guests. Great, isn't it? Only if we can afford it, I said pointedly, risking a quick glance at Lucas. A sharp pang of jealousy hit me. His and Lila's heads were close together. Lucas appeared to be whispering to her. I know I had been told that vampires were immune to the magnetism of a vampire like Lucas, but I wondered if that were true. I certainly seemed to have fallen under his spell. Right at that moment, a waiter appeared with an ice bucket and a bottle of cheap bubbly. Clearly, Alex didn't have an expense account. After the waiter left, Alex made a toast. To us. I haven't decided to go with your firm yet, I pointed out politely. Alex winked and tried to look down the top of my dress. I wasn't talking about the software. I narrowed my eyes and left my glass where it was. Did this slimeball think I was interested in him? As he leant closer, his aftershave emanated from him in waves. At least no midges, those particularly nasty biting insects that frequented coastal waters, would trouble me over dinner. Do you see anything you like? He winked again, and I was beginning to wonder if he had a sore eye. I haven't had a chance to look at the menu yet, I said. We only just got here. Alex laughed as if I had said something uproariously funny. I wasn't talking about the menu, he said, his voice dripping with what I assumed he thought was a seductive tone. His hand clamped down over mine, and I snatched it away. This is a business dinner, I said. If you think otherwise, then dinner will have to come to an end. Alex looked shocked. But I thought... You thought what? I said icily. Are you saying you're not coming back to my motel room after dinner? He seemed incredulous. I was gobsmacked, struck speechless. The nerve of the man. I sat there with my jaw dropped open. I intended to leave at that very moment, but he jumped to his feet first. He walked around to me. I recoiled as he bent down and whispered in my ear, You little tease. Just as well I didn't spend my money on an expensive dinner, all for nothing. With that, he stormed off, leaving me staring after him. Before he was halfway to the exit, Lila Sanders overtook him and pushed him out of her way. She was clearly furious. I automatically turned around to look at their table, but it was vacant. I became acutely aware of a presence standing next to my table. Lucas. It appears we have lost our dinner dates, he said. May I join you? Yes, I squeaked. I was still shaken by Alex's behavior. I waved my hand to the newly vacated seat. Please do. Lucas took his seat opposite me. Are you all right? Let's just say I won't be ordering software from Alex's company. I see. Lucas spun the menu around. So this was a business dinner? Apparently only one of us thought so. That was the problem. What a coincidence. Lucas laughed. Oh, you too? I thought she was your girlfriend, I said without thinking. Jealous? I narrowed my eyes at him, not knowing how to respond. Truth be told, I was awfully relieved that he wasn't there with Lila on a date. A waiter appeared to take our orders. "I'm sorry, I'll have to leave," I said to the waiter. "Since we're here now, why don't we have dinner?" Lucas said. "Together?" I said in surprise. Lucas didn't respond, so I nodded. "Sure." I had already decided what to have, and apparently Lucas had too, because we gave our orders swiftly. "Well, this isn't how I thought the night would end," Lucas said after the waiter had left. I raised my eyebrows, so he pushed on. "Layla wanted to interview me and insisted she could only do it over dinner. The way she's been throwing herself at me, I was quite concerned, but it was either that or a tour of the winery. I thought this would be the lesser of two evils. At least this is a public place." I narrowed my eyes at him. "You always think women are throwing themselves at you." I regretted the words as soon as I said them, but Lucas did not appear to take offense. He shrugged. "It's just pheromones. I'm not concerned about it by any means. It was explained to me once that I have certain pheromones that simply attract women to me in a chemical fashion. It's nothing to do with my looks. And as I'm sure you're aware, it's nothing to do with my charm." I had to laugh at that. He certainly hadn't tried to turn his charm on me at any point. Quite the opposite, in fact. When I had first met him, he was nothing if not downright rude. "Well, yes, I did think you were quite arrogant, the way you thought all women were throwing themselves at you. Oh, and I have seen women throw themselves at you," I added hastily. "Yes, but you didn't," he said speculatively. I was at once afraid. Was this all a trap? Was he trying to find out if I was a vampire or a shifter? According to the aunts, only vampires and shifters were immune to the type of vampire that Lucas was. And the aunts had been deathly afraid Lucas would find out they were vampires. Had they committed some past crime, some cold case, and was Lucas on their trail? I made a weak attempt to deflect. "All the women in the room are looking at you right now," I said, "and they have been all night." "And all the men in the room have been looking at you all night," Lucas said. His manner was flirting, but I wondered if there was more to it. There had to be, given he was a cleaner. "So it was just a business dinner with Lila?" I asked him. He quirked one eyebrow. I pursed my lips, but before I could think of something witty to say, he spoke again. "And yours was purely a business dinner too?" "Jealous," I said. He laughed and then looked at the bottle of bubbly. He pulled a face. "I think we need some of my wine. What do you think?" "That would be lovely." I could do with some witch's brew right now. My stomach churned, and every nerve in my body was on full alert. Here I was, having dinner with the object of my desire, a man who nonetheless was a dangerous killer, according to my aunts and Linda. Lucas looked thoughtful. "When I made it clear to Layla that it was strictly a business dinner that was going nowhere, she took offense and left in a huff." "That was about the same time as my dinner date realized it was purely business and it was going nowhere," I said. Why had Lucas invited me to dinner? Was he attracted to me? Or was he using me to find out information about my aunts? The aunts had stressed that he must not know they were vampires, and if Lucas didn't know I was a vampire, and the aunts had assured me of that, then he didn't want a relationship with me. Still, his presence was entirely too intoxicating to concern myself with such unpleasant matters. A loud sound emanated from Lucas's pocket. He ripped out the phone, read the text, and tapped a response. He put the phone back in his pocket and leant forward. "I must apologize for that, Pepper. I consider it rude to take a phone to dinner, but that was my emergency phone. I'm afraid I'll have to cut our dinner short. I have to attend to this emergency." "At the winery?" I said, my dismay at our night ending overriding my common sense. Of course, this was a cleaner emergency. Lucas did not respond. "Would you like me to take you back to Mugwort Manor?" he asked, "or will you stay in to eat?" I was grateful for his concern, especially given the fact he was in a terrible hurry. "I'll stay," I said, "and I have Aunt Agnes's car. I thought I might need to make a quick getaway." "I'm sorry about tonight, Pepper. I'll make it up to you." "That's fine," I said, trying not to let my disappointment show. "You can't help an emergency." It was only after he walked away that I realized he had nothing to be sorry for. I watched him hand the waiter a wad of cash and nod in my direction before hurrying out the door. Chapter 20. When the aunts called me and told me to go to breakfast the following morning, I suspected they knew I'd had dinner with Lucas. Almost. Thankfully, they either didn't know or they knew and didn't mention it to me. Aunt Agnes greeted me at the door.
"Linda has a migraine this morning."
"She's been very stressed, what with Paul being murdered and being a suspect and everything," Aunt Maud added.
"Migraines are from eating too much chocolate, not from stress,"
Aunt Agnes snapped.
"No, they're not. They're from stress," Maud said. "I know it's true because it was on the internet."
I resisted rolling my eyes.
"Aunt Agnes, why did you ask me for breakfast this morning?"
Aunt Agnes looked surprised.
"We always enjoy having your company, dear," she said.
I suspected there was more to it, but I knew there would be no point asking. She wouldn't tell me the truth.
"What are you doing today, Valkyrie?"
Aunt Dorothy asked me.
"I'm going to buy some cushions for the vacant cottage I'm working on," I told her. "Budget cushions, of course."
Aunt Agnes nodded.
"Valkyrie, we're all so happy that you agreed to join us in the business. Why, in a short space of time, you've overhauled the website and installed a new booking system."
"And all that with 2 murders as well," Maud added. I waved their praise away.
"I'm enjoying it. And I have to find another booking system, I'm afraid. I hope you don't mind me changing the themes in the cottages."
The sisters exchanged glances. Aunt Agnes was the first to speak.
"No, we understand that we can't decorate the cottages in our own taste. We have to make them horribly bland, just like the consumer wants. Isn't that right, Dorothy?"
Dorothy nodded.
"Yes, the customer wants plain, so we'll give them plain."
I hardly thought the Hamptons beach theme I was installing in the cottages was bland, but at least they weren't fighting me on it. "If you don't mind, I want to paint the bedroom in that cottage."
"So the consumer doesn't want one wall red, one wall mustard, and one wall navy blue with Game of Thrones scenes?"
Aunt Agnes asked in disbelief. "No, everything has to be painted white from now on," I said firmly. "Every wall in every cottage has to be painted white." "But," Aunt Maud began, but Agnes waved her hand to silence her.
"Valkyrie knows best. What was good taste in our day is no longer good taste. Fashions change, Maud. You should know that."
I doubted that their taste was ever in fashion, but I kept silent on the matter. "If I find suitable cushions and have time to spare, I'm going to see where green potatoes are available for sale," I said.
"What a good idea, Valkyrie."
Agnes dropped her knitting and rubbed her hands in delight.
"Let us know if you find something, won't you?"
Aunt Dorothy said. "Of course I will. Still, the police have probably already looked into that."
"The detectives have been quite slack on this case," Aunt Agnes said. "But they're probably worried about that serial killer down south."
"Oh, yes, I saw that on the news late last night. Only a few hours from here, missing persons had been discovered washed up on beaches. At first, the police thought they were victims of shark attacks, but now they suspected a serial killer, according to the news." "That makes sense," Maud said, looking up from her knitting. "Paul's murder seems to be a one-off grudge murder. His murderer isn't likely to strike again, whereas the other murders are ongoing."
"How do you know Paul's murder is a one-off murder?"
Aunt Agnes said. After a moment she added, "Although I suppose you do make sense for once, Maud." Aunt Maud appeared to be struggling to decide whether that was an insult or a compliment, but continued knitting anyway. "Well, I had better get going," I said. "I'm not looking forward to painting that room because it's going to need a few coats. I'll buy the cushions first because that will give me some incentive to finish it."
Aunt Agnes, may I borrow your car, please?
Of course, dear. You know where the keys are.
The cat did not seem keen to go into the cat carrier basket, so I opened the door and threw in some little cat treats. She went in like a flash after that, and I shut the door. She meowed her protest so loudly that I could have sworn it was a Siamese cat speaking. I had no idea which vet to go to. There were 5 separate veterinary clinics in town, so I drove to the closest. The receptionist at the desk gave me a friendly smile.
My aunts have been looking after this cat for ages, I said. They said they took her to a vet some time ago and there was no microchip. Could you please double-check? If she's not chipped, I'd like to get her vaccinated and wormed.
Sure, just take her into that room and I'll be with you in a moment. The cat was still meowing loudly, so I deposited the carrier basket on the table and spoke to her. Soon the lady came into the room with a scanner in her hand.
So, she's been scanned before?
I nodded. Yes, my aunt said she was in quite bad condition when she turned up at their home. They thought she was a stray. She threw some cat treats on the table and then opened the door. The black cat stepped out and then ate the treats. She seemed quite happy. The nurse spoke nicely to her and ran the scanner over the back of her neck.
It doesn't seem as if she has a microchip, she said. I'll just try down her shoulders. Sometimes they slip.
She did that too and then turned to me.
No, definitely no microchip. How long did you say your aunts had her?
A year or so, I'd say. Or perhaps less. They didn't really remember.
Normally, I'd say that the cat should be impounded and your aunts could claim her if no one else does. But since they've had her for so long, I suggest you just take her home and keep her.
She winked at me.
It looks like you've got yourself a cat, she added.
Can I have her vaccinated and wormed? She nodded.
The vet will be with you in a moment. What's her name, for our records?
She doesn't have one yet. She laughed.
I'll just put your name down, and then call us when you think of a name.
I said that I would, and then the vet came in. She was nice, and soon had the cat weighed, vaccinated, and wormed with very little fuss. This time the cat went back into the basket, although she made the most dreadful sound on the way home. I drove straight up to my cottage and carried her inside, and then let her out. "Welcome to your new home," I said to her. "Okay now, what's your name?" I laughed, thinking I would probably end up as eccentric as my aunts. The cat sat and glared at me. "What about Galinthius?" I asked her. She frowned in response. "Or Hecate?" With that, the cat meowed. "So you prefer Hecate? I do have a degree in classical literature, so I have to give you an ancient Greek or Roman name. Galinthius was a woman who tried to stop Hera's plan — Hera was Zeus's wife, by the way — to prevent the birth of Hercules. Galinthius was changed into a cat as punishment." The cat yawned and looked entirely bored. "Okay then, what about the name Hecate? It's a good name for a witch's cat. Hecate is a goddess of crossroads and witchcraft, among other things. Galinthius was her servant." The cat meowed and licked her paw. "I'll take that as a yes," I said. "Unless you have objections, you will be called Hecate." Hecate walked in the direction of the food bowl. "One problem sorted," I said aloud. "Now for the cushions." I worked on the website all afternoon, planning to hit the shops that evening after dinner. I was looking forward to some enjoyable time to myself to look around the shops. When I had lived by myself, I had been lonely, but I had come to enjoy my alone time. Now that I was around people again, and as much as I enjoyed their company, I enjoyed the time to myself even more. I stopped at a large furniture store and easily found a parking spot outside. It had been a hot day, so I figured people were tired after a long day at the beach. Lighthouse Bay had 5 beaches, but the one I preferred was the one next to Mugwort Manor. I could have stayed in this furniture shop all day, and not just for the air conditioning. Everything was priced very reasonably indeed, and they had everything from huge couches to coffee tables, beachy desks, and cute little chairs.
I found the cushions I wanted immediately, aptly named Marine Stripe, and I also bought some large jute rugs on sale at a bargain price. I locked my finds in the car and walked to the closest supermarket. The air conditioning in there was lovely too. I headed straight for the potato section. They had a scarcity of potatoes. I selected the oldest-looking ones and paid for them, but they didn't seem soft, and I knew that the soft potatoes were the ones that were green. Furthermore, none of them were sprouting. I walked out the door and was hit by a wall of heat. The town had 5 supermarkets, and it took me an hour to check out the potatoes in each one. All potatoes looked fine. I decided to try the closest plant nursery. In fact, I thought it was the only one in town. I drove to the edge of town and parked directly outside. Storm clouds were gathering, and I expected there would be a thunderstorm. I walked in and headed straight for a big sign declaring the vegetable section, but a man stopped me on my way. "Are you looking for anything in particular?" he asked me. "I want to grow some potatoes," I lied. "Yes, it's perfectly fine to plant potatoes now," he said. "Do you have any for sale?" "Only seeds. Did you want seeds?" I shook my head. "No, I wanted potatoes that are sprouting." He nodded. "Yes, this is a good time of year to plant potatoes. Do you know how to plant them?" "No, but I thought it would be easy enough." "There are plenty of videos on how to plant potatoes on YouTube," he said with a shrug. "So you don't have any potatoes for sale? Where could I buy some?" He shrugged. "Not in Lighthouse Bay. We're the only plant nursery around here." I thanked him and went back to the car. It was then that I remembered where I had seen the sprouting potatoes before. How could I have forgotten? It was a little shop where Aunt Agnes bought a particular brand of organic coconut water. I had only been there on one occasion with her, but I remembered where it was. I started the car and headed off to the organic shop. If they didn't have potatoes, then I was going to give up. I was in luck. As soon as I walked in the door, I spotted a big green tub full of sprouting potatoes, with a handwritten scrawl on a piece of cardboard stuck in the top that read, "Growing potatoes, cheap." I walked over to it and picked one up. It was sprouting profusely. I had no doubt these potatoes were green. A shop assistant came over. "We didn't think we would sell any of those," she said with a laugh, "but they've been very popular. It's a real bargain because they're all organic." "Have lots of people been buying them?" I asked her. "No, just one couple. They bought the lot, apart from the ones they left there in the bottom. I haven't seen them around town before." A couple? I thought. "They could be friends of mine," I said, thinking on my feet. "They asked me to get them some the other day, but I haven't found any. I've looked all over town for sprouting potatoes to plant. Perhaps they bought these. If it was them, then I won't buy them any potatoes. What did this couple look like?" "The man was tall with dark hair, and the woman was tall and looked strong." "Was his face quite red?" I asked her. "Yes." She looked uncomfortable. "Had he been drinking?" She fidgeted. "Yes." Chapter 21. I left the organic shop as fast as I could, pulling my phone from my jeans pocket. To my dismay, the battery was flat. Never mind, I had a charger in my car. I went straight to my car and plugged in the phone with the engine running. I unstrapped my shoes and threw them over the back. I was just about to drive to the police station when I saw there was enough charge on the phone to call them. The desk sergeant informed me that the detectives had left for the day. I left a detailed message saying I was sure I had discovered the murderers. I couldn't tell whether or not the sergeant was convinced by what I said, but he told me he would make every effort to contact the detectives as quickly as possible. I drove off into the dark, carefully, given that it was raining heavily now. It didn't take me long to get out of town, and soon I was on the narrow, winding road that led to Mugwort Manor. My heart was racing. It was Jack and Megan Murphy, after all, maybe together, or perhaps it was just one of them. They were holidaying in town, so there was no earthly reason for them to buy potatoes, whether planting potatoes or otherwise. They were staying in a motel with no cooking facilities, so it wasn't as if they intended to cook them. No, they had bought those green potatoes simply to murder Paul Williams. I suddenly noticed the road was brighter, and at first I thought the moon had come out from behind the clouds, despite the rain still coming down heavily. But then I realized it was a car coming up behind me. "Idiots," I said aloud. I slowed down and moved over to the edge of the road to allow them room to pass me. The vehicle sped up and shone its lights on the Mazda, and then I realized they were not headlights, they were spotlights. It was the Murphys, and they were coming after me. I thought I had caught a glimpse of Jack Murphy near the organic shop. I increased speed and grabbed my phone. I looked in the rearview mirror to see the car almost upon me. I changed gears to try to get more power. Just as I did, the car bumped into me and sent my car lurching forward. The turn-off to Mugwort Manor was coming, but there was no way I could make the turn at this speed. I had no option but to go straight ahead. I was terrified. This was a lonely road that stretched for miles. I grabbed the phone. I wildly tried to hit redial while driving fast in the rain, and thankfully somehow managed it. The desk sergeant answered at once.
"It's the Murphys," I yelled. "They're trying to run me off the road."
"Where are you?" the sergeant barked.
"On the Woodlands Head Road. I've just missed the turn-off to Mugwort Manor, so I'm heading south."
Another bump from behind sent the phone flying out of my hands, along with the cord attachment. I wondered if this was the end. Aunt Agnes's little blue Mazda was no match for a powerful ute with a huge bull bar. It hit me once more, viciously, and the Mazda went over the edge. I screamed and covered my face with my hands. The car came to a rest. I realized I was still alive, so I hadn't hit any large trees. Thankfully, I had landed in tea tree scrub. I knew I had to get out of the car before the Murphys shot me. Claustrophobia at once overcame me. The car door was jammed. In a panic, I kicked it, but it wouldn't budge. I tried the passenger door, but it was stuck too. Luckily, it was an old car with manually operated windows. I rolled the window down and climbed out. I landed heavily on my arm in the mud. My face was wet and sticky. I reached my hand up to my forehead and pulled my hand away. It was covered with blood. A bee buzzed past me. A split second later, I realized it wasn't a bee. It was a bullet. I took off running, my bare feet hurting. Thanks to my vampire sight, I could see in the dark, and my pursuer or pursuers couldn't. The spotlight was turning, searching for me, but there was plenty of cover. I ran as fast as I could, my vampire speed not working for me this time. I would have to find out how to control it. Maybe it was the bump on my head stopping it. I hid behind an old burnt tree trunk and looked back. The spotlight swept over my car and then stayed there. My heart sank when I realized I had not come as far as I thought I had. A wave of nausea hit me. I couldn't be sick. Not now. My head was pounding. I chanced another look. The spotlight was still fixed on my car. Did this mean the Murphys were coming after me now? I saw a figure moving through the light. One figure. I tried to move, but I was too dizzy. I looked around for a rock, anything to use as a weapon, but there was nothing. I crouched down even more. My heart was beating so hard, I was afraid the shooter would hear it. I saw the figure stand and turn, and at the same time I saw headlights of another car coming fast. I fervently hoped it was the police and not a passerby. I watched the car draw closer, willing it to stop. It stopped behind the ute, its headlights illuminating the back of the vehicle. Within seconds, the spotlight was moving around the gully. Was this the other Murphy come to help? The lights stopped, trained on the person with the rifle. I saw Jack Murphy clearly. Jack swung around and shot at the light. The relief was so strong I felt I would faint. It wasn't an accomplice. It was someone who had come to help. I only hoped whoever it was hadn't been shot. Then I saw a blur, and another shot rang out, just as I heard sirens. I leant back against the tree, tears of relief streaming from my face. That had been a close call. "Pepper!" I peeped over the log again. "Pepper!" The voice came again, more urgently this time. I knew that voice. Lucas. "Here! I'm here!" I tried to call out loudly, but I heard my voice come out as a squeak. I called again, more loudly this time, and then stood up, clutching my head. And then he was there, holding my shoulders, looking over me urgently. "Pepper, have you been shot?" "No." "What are your injuries?" "My arm, my head." I burst into tears and flung my hands around Lucas's neck, sobbing. Lucas held me to him ever so tightly for a moment, and then pulled me away. He took off his coat and flung it around my shoulders, and then pulled a flask from his pocket. "Drink this," he said urgently. I held it to my lips and tasted it. Witch's brew. Did he know I was a vampire? Surely he must. In the little I knew about first aid, I knew that someone with injuries must not drink alcohol. As he was a vampire, he knew the healing powers of witch's brew. "Drink it all now," he said. "The paramedics will advise against it." I was right. He must know. I drank it as fast as I could, feeling its healing powers flowing through me. "Thank you," I said. "Jack Murphy tried to shoot me." I burst into tears once more. Lucas pulled me to him. "You don't have to worry about him now," he whispered into my hair. "You're safe with me." We stood that way for an endless moment until Lucas called out to the police. I didn't hear what he said. The shock was starting to kick in. If I hadn't had the witch's brew, goodness only knows what would have happened to me. Lucas scooped me up and carried me as if I were a lightweight all the way up to the top of the ridge. A semi-conscious Jack Murphy in handcuffs was sitting slumped against the back tire of the police vehicle in the rain. Detectives Oakes and Mason hurried to us. "Are you all right?" they asked me in unison. "She's hurt her arm and has that nasty gash on her head," Lucas said. Detective Mason shone his torch at my head and then gasped, so I expected it wasn't a nice sight. I gently reached out to touch it, but it hurt horribly. "The ambulance is on its way," Detective Oakes said. "I don't want to go to hospital," I said, suddenly scared. "Let's just see what they say," Mason said in a soothing tone, shooting a look at his partner. The ambulance came to a stop right then, and I was ushered into the back of the vehicle. After a series of questions, and then staring into my eyes with lights, they pronounced that I did not have concussion. They wanted me to go to hospital for observation, but I refused. "Okay, so you don't have concussion, but you must get help immediately if you vomit or feel faint," one of them said sternly. "Will I need stitches?" I asked them. "No, but don't ask me how. You're going to have terrible bruising for at least a week. You'll need to be on painkillers for a few days." I started to nod, but it hurt horribly, so instead I said, "Okay, thanks." "Your arm isn't broken, but it's badly bruised as well. Take it easy for a few days to a week to let the bruising subside." "You're going to have a bad headache for a few days," the other paramedic said. "You'll need to keep off your feet. Hold still." I squealed as they did something to my left foot. It hurt like hell. I suspected a bit of twig had been impaled in there, but I didn't want to know. "When did you last have a tetanus injection?" one of them asked as he applied a strong-smelling lotion to my sore feet. 5 months ago." I thanked them again. "Can I go now?" They tried to talk me into going to hospital once more, but I refused. "Just stay there," the taller one said. "I'll go and get one of the officers to help you to their car." He soon returned with one of the detectives and Lucas. "I'm taking you back to Mugwort Manor," Lucas said, "and then the police will be over to take your statement if you feel up to it tonight." "Yes," I said. "I'd rather get it over with." Lucas turned to Detective Oakes. "Could you open my car door for me?" he asked, And do you know where I can turn the car around on this road? About 50 metres down the road to the right, Detective Oakes said. Would you mind calling Mugwort Manor and telling the Jasper sisters that I'm taking Pepper home now? Lucas asked him. The detective said he would call them at once and explain the situation. Lucas scooped me up in his arms again. I can walk, I said weakly, hoping Lucas would disregard my words. He did. Lucas deposited me ever so gently into the car. He reached across me to fasten my seatbelt. Even though I had almost been murdered and had a head injury, I couldn't help but tremble at his closeness. He put a blanket over my legs and tightened his coat over me. He didn't speak until we had turned around and were heading back to Mugwort Manor. Here, drink this. He handed me a tall flask. Thank you. I tasted it. Again, it was witch's brew. I looked at him. Injured people shouldn't drink alcohol. He looked over at me. No. So he did know, or at least suspected. If I drank it, I was admitting to being a vampire. I briefly considered it might be a trap. I made the decision. In that moment, I knew I trusted him. I drained the flask quickly. Are you feeling any better? Had I imagined it, or was that relief in his voice? Yes, I'm starting to. Thanks so much for coming. How did you know where I was? He didn't answer for a while, and I thought maybe he wouldn't. Finally, he said, I just happened to be listening to the police radio, but that needs to stay between you and me. I nodded, but it hurt. Ouch! Lucas slowed down. Pepper, what's wrong? I hurried to reassure him. I'm okay. I just nodded and it hurt like crazy. You need to be laying down and warm, he said. That's a nasty head injury. I'm surprised the paramedics didn't make you go to hospital. They said I don't have concussion, but I'm going to be badly bruised for up to a week. I must look a sight, I said, unable to keep the embarrassment out of my voice. Not to me. To my utter shock, his hand reached for me. His fingers gently curled around mine. Chapter 22. The aunts swarmed around Lucas's car like flies before I even had a chance to get out. Linda was there too.
Shouldn't you be in a hospital, dear?
Aunt Agnes said as soon as she saw me. I agree with you, Lucas said dryly, but she refused to go. The paramedics said she doesn't have concussion, but to keep a close eye on her, and any feeling faint or vomiting is a cause for alarm. I struggled to get out of the car. Lucas was there in a flash, scooping me into his arms once more. I self-consciously put my arms around his neck. She needs to get warm and lay down, he said in an authoritative tone. The aunts hurried ahead while Linda held a large umbrella over me.
Into the living room, Aunt Agnes said. The fire's going.
Lucas made to deposit me on the couch, but Aunt Agnes said,
No, she's dripping wet. She'll have to change out of those wet clothes in a hurry. She turned to Lucas. You'll have to leave the room, but you can come straight back in when she's changed.
Lucas did as he was told. My aunts helped me out of my soaking dress. It was clinging to me, and I noticed that Lucas's coat was soaked too. Lucas's coat, I said. Aunt Dorothy took it and draped it over the fire grate. Aunt Agnes wrapped a huge fluffy bathrobe around me. The aunts helped me to the couch and covered me with a light blanket. Once I was lying down, the room stopped spinning. Everything hurts, I said.
I'll fetch you some painkillers,
Aunt Maud said. She left the room, and then Lucas returned, apparently having been given permission by Maud. What I really needed was witch's brew, but I could hardly ask for any in front of Lucas. Sure, he now knew I was a vampire, but I couldn't risk him knowing about my aunts, assuming he didn't already know. They had certainly been keen for him not to find out. I also couldn't implicate Linda. I had to keep their identities from him. In no time at all, Aunt Maud returned with some painkillers and a large glass bottle. Take these painkillers with this energy drink, she said, bending over me and winking. Try to drink the whole bottle of energy drink. She winked again. Given that the so-called energy drink was red, I realised it was witch's brew, and I thought it a clever way to get around the problem. I only hoped Lucas didn't notice, but surely he would have to wonder about me drinking a red drink. "What happened?" Aunt Agnes asked me, followed by, "Only answer if you feel well enough to speak." She shot a long look at Lucas. "Mr. O'Callaghan, you're soaking wet too. Dorothy, hurry and fetch him some large towels." "I found green potatoes at the organic shop," I said. They were sprouting quite heavily, and they were for sale for planting. The shop assistant told me that a couple had bought most of them, and she described Megan and Jack Murphy. My phone's battery was flat, so I went to the car to charge it, and I called the police and left a message for the detectives. When I was driving back here, Jack Murphy tried to run me off the road in his ute. He had the spotlight on me. There was a collective gasp. And then he ran me off the road into a gully. The car went down through some tea tree scrub. A single tear found its way to my cheek, and I struggled not to cry. Aunt Dorothy burst into the room with 5 large towels and handed them to Lucas. He thanked her and put one over his shoulders and then folded another 2 into squares. He walked over to me, put the towels on the couch next to me, and sat down. "Sorry about your car, Aunt Agnes," I said in a small voice. She waved both hands at me.
"Nonsense. The main thing is that you're all right. It was insured anyway, so I'll get a much better car."
"What happened then?" Aunt Maud said. "The nice detective said Jack Murphy shot at you." I trembled. Lucas took up my hand. He patted it, a gesture meant to calm me, but it made my heart race ever faster. My elevated heart rate made the throbbing in my head worse, only I wasn't complaining. I was quite happy to have Lucas so close to me. "He shone the spotlight around, but I was hiding behind a log and he didn't see me, so he just shot in my direction randomly, I guess," I said. Maud looked at Lucas. "The detective said you disarmed Jack Murphy." "Yes." That was all he said. "How did you do that?" Her voice sounded genuinely surprised, although I knew the aunts knew full well that Lucas was not only a powerful vampire, but a cleaner. Jack Murphy was no match for him. Still, they all had to play along because Lucas thought they were ordinary women. Or did he?
"That was very brave of you,"
Aunt Agnes said, and the others agreed. "It was lucky that I was driving along that road at the time," Lucas said. "I saw the ute on the edge of the road and the spotlight shining into the gully, so I thought something was wrong. I just didn't realize how wrong until I got out of the car to see if the driver needed any help."
"When did you realize something was wrong?"
Linda asked him. "I knew when he tried to shoot me," Lucas said. The aunts muttered. Aunt Agnes smiled at Lucas.
"I'm so grateful to you, Lucas. You saved Valkyrie's life."
Lucas appeared to be quite embarrassed. "The police arrived soon after I did. They would have had everything under control soon enough." I squeezed his hand. "No, you saved me." Lucas blushed. I didn't even know he was capable of blushing. I leant back against the soft pillow and closed my eyes. When I awoke, there was no sign of Lucas or Linda, only Aunt Agnes sitting by the fire knitting. When she saw I was awake, she crossed to me and handed me a goblet.
"Drink this. You need to get as much witch's brew into yourself as you can." What was that, dear?"
"Nothing." I had nearly said that Lucas had given me witch's brew. "Where is everyone?"
"It's 5 in the morning. You slept a long time."
I propped myself up on my elbow and took a cup of wine. I still felt dizzy, but the throbbing had subsided.
"The detectives?" "They came, but they didn't want to disturb you when you were asleep. They're coming back in the morning. They told us the whole story. Jack Murphy made a full confession."
I sipped some more witch's brew. "What did he say?"
Apparently he decided to kill Paul Williams the night he saw Linda at the motel. He was still angry over his pig dog, Killer.
Why didn't he just go and shoot Paul? I asked her.
Apparently he thought he was being very clever with the green potatoes. His mother had given him green potatoes as a child by mistake, and he'd been very ill. In fact, he'd been hospitalized for a week. That's how he knew about green potatoes.
And his wife wasn't in it with him? Aunt Agnes shook her head.
Apparently not. He said she took sleeping pills every night. That night he crushed some and put them in her hot chocolate so she wouldn't notice that he'd left the motel room. That gave him an alibi.
Something had been bugging me. What form were they in? Mashed potatoes? Hash browns? What?
Yes, mashed potatoes, Aunt Agnes said. Jack took some beers over to Paul and said he'd bumped into Linda at the motel. He pretended to commiserate with him over having an unhappy marriage and apologised for the misunderstanding over his dog. He said he wanted to make amends and he'd cook him a big steak dinner. He heaped lots of mashed potatoes on top, made from the green, sprouting potatoes. He said he knew there were enough to kill him. He thought it would just look like a heart attack.
I tried to comprehend what Aunt Agnes had said and then promptly fell asleep. Chapter 23. I was sitting outside under the blue umbrella in a comfortable chair at the outdoor gardening setting directly behind Mugwort Manor. The heavy rain of the previous night had gone, taking with it the humidity and leaving a pleasant temperature. I was tired and sore, but painkillers and witch's brew had taken the edge off my injuries. I had avoided looking in the mirror when I had taken an early morning shower, given that the bruises on my arm looked bad enough. Linda and the aunts were preparing morning tea for Lucas to thank him for saving my life. They were going to stage it in the dining room, but when I had suggested sitting in the fresh air, they had readily agreed. Despite not having much of an appetite, I certainly appreciated the feast before me. I wondered how the aunts had managed to conjure up so much food in such a short space of time. Pretty, floral, three-tiered cake stands were laden with sandwiches and cupcakes. The bottom layers held all manner of sandwiches and mini quiches. The second layers held lamingtons, those delicious chocolate-coated sponge fingers covered with coconut. And the top layers held a vast array of cupcakes. Large glass jugs of lemonade tinkled as the gentle breeze moved the ice cubes around. And now Lucas was coming. My stomach twisted into knots at the sight of him. He moved in a powerful way, like a panther. I trembled. He was a vampire, not a shifter, and a cleaner at that, the most deadly vampire there could be. And now he knew my identity. This was a secret between us, and I couldn't tell my aunts or Linda. And I trusted him. I didn't know if that trust was misplaced. Only time would tell. The aunts appeared and flocked around Lucas.
"Have a seat, dear,"
Aunt Agnes said, all but pushing Lucas into a chair opposite me. I had to smile. Even though he had saved my life, she didn't want him sitting too close to me. Typical. Everyone took their seats. Aunt Maud offered Lucas a large slice of white chocolate and raspberry cheesecake, which he accepted with a smile.
"You're supposed to start with the sandwiches, Maud,"
Aunt Agnes muttered, but then she turned to Lucas.
"We can't thank you enough for saving Valkyrie,"
she said, to a murmur of agreement from the others. Lucas merely nodded.
"Another murder solved,"
I said. Aunt Agnes waved a finger at me.
"Yes, but you have been too close to the murderer on both occasions."
Aunt Maud nodded.
"Yes, way too close." "You almost got yourself killed,"
Aunt Dorothy added.
"I'm afraid I'm going to have to agree with your aunts," Lucas said. "Last time the murderer kidnapped you, and this time the murderer ran you off the road and shot at you. You're very lucky to be alive." "You'll have to be much more careful next time," Aunt Agnes said.
Linda spoke up for the first time.
"I hope there is no next time."
Lucas frowned. I hope so too, but we need to be guarded. He didn't say it, but I knew he was referring to the series of murders down south. As yet, they had been unsolved. Aunt Agnes offered everyone another cupcake.
Whatever the future brings, we have each other. Friendship and family, even if they are dysfunctional, they are the two most important things in the world. And with those, we can get through anything and everything.
With her words, a happy cloud of optimism wafted up from the table. I looked around at everyone, a shifter and 5 vampires eating cupcakes and laughing. Lucas caught my eye, and something passed between us. I didn't know what the future held, but at that moment I was filled with optimism. The end. The next book in the series is Witch's Charms. When Pepper finds the local internet provider representative washed up on the beach and sporting suspicious injuries, another cleaner arrives in town. Is Pepper in his sights? As Lucas does his best to keep Pepper out of harm's way, she and the aunts sift through the suspects. The trouble is, there are too many. In a town full of poor internet connectivity, nobody had a good word for the victim. Pepper is in for a wild ride as Lighthouse Bay exposes its long-held secrets. You can find this and other audiobooks by Morgana Best exclusively at morganabest.com. You've just listened to Witch's Secrets, Book 2 in the Vampires and Wine series, written by Morgana Best, narrated by Amy Soakes. Text copyright 2017 by Morgana Best. Audio production copyright 2024 by Morgana Best. If you've enjoyed this audiobook, please consider leaving a review and recommending on social media or directly to friends and family. And you can find other audiobooks by Morgana Best exclusively at morganabest.com. Thanks for listening.